YouTube is live and all that. So let's go ahead and get back into what we're doing, which we have our colony Questionable Aspirations. So basically, we are running the, I was going to say Stardew Valley for some reason, the RimWorld expanded aspirations mod loaded. For those who are unfamiliar with what this mod is if we look at our pawns real fast, you'll see all these little things underneath their names. You won't see it on the vertical layout, I'm sorry. But they'll say stuff like, hey, I want to see an aurora, I want to be inspired, I want to be liked by 10 people, and I want to be inhuman. And our goal, to consider the challenge 1, is for us to get 3 colonists at the same time to have all of their aspirations completed. So far, we have no one that's far. We've got a bunch of people with 1, a couple people with 2 aspirations going. I actually have a decent number of people with 2. But we've got no one who's really looking close. Some of the things we've been working on is we're using rituals to de-age Bentley, because Bentley wants to get married and become a parent. So Bentley's my easiest one to get their aspirations filled. They just need to get married, have a kid, and become inspired. And becoming inspired is going to happen just, in time. Sooner or later, they're going to become inspired. Like, that's kind of a freebie. It's just a matter of time. We're going to definitely destroy a mech cluster at some point. Growing old is going to take forever, so that one's not going to be an easy one. Getting a beautiful lover is going to be difficult. Sanguiphage, becoming Sanguiphage is not hard, it's just waiting for it. Yeah, okay, and Moriarty's another easy one. The only thing I'm gonna have to go out of my way for is to stick a Joywire in their head. Yeah, it's the beautiful lover that's gonna be a tricky one. We're gonna have to get a beautiful colonist and have them get around. There's not really another way of putting it. I've got a lot of people with a beautiful lover, so if I get a beautiful colonist, you may be pairing up with a couple people to satisfy some aspirations. So that'll be an interesting one to navigate that. I actually usually will avoid the beautiful trait. I see it as actually a pretty big negative in the game, because with the beautiful trait, everyone constantly is hitting on them, like, all the time, which results in a whole lot of people getting in fights and mood breaks and all that kind of stuff. Please stop cleaning up in the corpse rot. Okay, and did we actually get you... Yeah, maintain only. We are running the no research random research mod. You'll see the buttons here, but it is choosing for me. I had to disable the mod and re-enable the mod to get anomaly stuff to work. So I am choosing the anomaly research, but it's choosing the regular research on its own for me. So I won't be changing it unless it chooses anomaly research, because then it breaks. Okay, yeah, so you are hurt from dealing with a breakout down here, and then Bentley is hurt from the infestation we got hit by. I don't believe we have any active quests I gotta be worrying about. We do have a distress signal nearby, but food has been rough, so I've been holding off on that. Let's see how close it is, because I really do like going to these distress singles, because they have been very lucrative for me. So, the League of Beja, which one are you? You're a temporary faction, apparently. Do I go for it? I don't really have the food to go for, it's kind of the catch. But going for those is usually pretty solid, you end up finding food there, but a lot of times I could find weapons. And I've had a number of times where I've gone and come back with assault rifles and machine guns and all sorts of fancy kit as a result of that. Oh, we got our psychic tree back yet? I keep cutting it down to try and get it to be in a better position. It's time to cut it down again. I want it to either be on this side of the map, preferably near the opening, or inside my perimeter. So I keep chopping it down, getting the penalty, because I do want the tree available for the psychic powers, but I kind of don't like this map now I've been doing it for a while. It's very defensible, but it creates all sorts of problems with people walking around and then getting cornered by enemies. And we haven't had it happen yet, but it's just one of those things you can just look and go, this is a problem that's going to happen eventually. We are dealing with power problems. I don't have the batteries to make my solar and wind stuff work. I don't have geothermal. I am kind of rooting on being able to get the bioferrite generator done, but that's going to require advanced, you know, the advanced stuff. Why are the two people in the hospital fighting? Could you not do that, please? No, don't. You shouldn't be doing Glitter World. Stop it. You shouldn't be assigned to Glitter World. What? Why did I have randomly one person who is assigned to Glitter World when my defaults are not... Ah, that's why. Okay. Your runs blend together, so sometimes you'll think you have made changes, and you forgot that you didn't. Alright, what was the animal situation? Okay, so we still have our alpacas and our boombalope. We venerate turkeys, and we kept turkeys around for a while, and then we had a volcanic winter stack on top of regular winter. And that just killed all of the turkeys, which was one of the big pains we had, was just dealing with all that. We should start transferring some of these around so I can get the better containment rooms. Dark vision on Sentient Cookie because of intense pain. That's fine. Also assign them to smooth that out. Because the reason I want them to smooth that out is so they'll repair the walls when they get damaged. Ooh, you know what? I have uranium. Let's start prepping to have better containment. Because what I'm going to do here is I'm going to have them chisel away at these walls. Because marble actually has pretty low health for stone. And we're going to use the uranium to make the cells extra strong. Hey! Frizzler's become a child. Excellent. Because that was really rough for us for a while. And I'm pretty sure you're already named. I'm 99% sure. Yeah. Okay, so with that, so schedule... Frizzler stays in the safe area. Your whole schedule is recreation. That way, as a child, you can, you know, get a good education and be more useful later. That's fine. Alright. So cool. So there's no more baby in the colony. We can also give you a weapon. Oh, that's a biocode shotgun? Boo. Go take the auto pistol. I don't think we have much good in here yet. Alright. Yeah, so go here, wall, uranium. Start building this out. Because what we'll do is I'll frame the whole place in uranium. The tricky part is I'm gonna have to, I'm gonna have to go through here. We'll set that door to stay closed, because once I go to knock down this wall to make it uranium, it's going to count as not being contained properly anymore. But I want to go room by room and get those all lined in uranium as best we can. Because you'll notice the uranium's 750 defense versus 450. That'll massively increase the containment strength. Alright. Yeah, so right now we're just kind of in the game phase. We're mostly just trying to keep the tech moving and all that kind of stuff. That way we're good there. I'm apparently once again out of wood. There you go. I'm really hoping we get the psychic tree to appear over here somewhere. Either over here, like the dream would be for it to drop like right here. I doubt it will do that. I actually don't know the rules around spawning for it. But the tree is useless to me if it's outside like this area. The goal would be is I want that tree in a position where if a raid happens while we're standing by the tree, which is going to be a lot of the time, that I can hopefully retreat back to base before we die. Because over here, if we have like a pawn over here at the tree, and we have a raid down here, over here, like up here, getting around to the other side to get into the base safely is unlikely. I can make tunnels through here eventually. Just right now, with that being surrounded by rock, until we get to like proper sappers, I can kind of ignore the problem. We could use more steel as well. Dark Scholar has approached. Alright, start lining that up. Okay, and deconstruct that. Build a new one. Okay, did moving you reset your stuff? It did. So every time I move them, I gotta keep mine. Alright, so we got a Dark Scholar showing up. They're a psychopath with bloodlust. They can release dead life dust, so they can basically make zombies. Honestly, I think I'm turning this one away. In this particular case, I don't think I want this one around. So we're gonna grab everyone. I'm gonna bring them all over here. Because the last one we turned away immediately turned on us. And we dealt with it fine, but people got pretty roughed up. And we're gonna have Cerise be our spokesman here and say, kindly go fly a kite. Okay. So we have dangerous stuff arriving. That's what that's warned me of. Those will most likely... Sorry, those will most likely be, what are they? Sight stealers. In hindsight... It's fine. I would say, in hindsight, I could have captured that person and done rituals on them. But with the sight stealers probably showing up, I'll just leave it alone. I don't need to de-age that hard. Speaking of which... Hey, Shushu, thank you so much for the raid. I do hope you had yourself a good stream and all that. But how was your stream? What were we playing tonight and all that good stuff? And welcome in, raiders. We just told a person to go fly a kite and they didn't take it very well. So we stabbed the crap out of them. And now we got invisible enemies out here somewhere. So we're just going by the strategy of the doors closed, no one leaves. We're going to get through our problems by ignoring them and pretending they're not there, and they'll go away eventually. You're working, getting through some Enshroud. How's RimWorld going? It's going pretty good. We're having a pretty good time with RimWorld right now. Can actually queue up to carve all these walls down as well. We're having a pretty good time with RimWorld right now. We just started, so there hasn't been a chance for really much to happen. It is a shame those meals are sitting out there. I could use the extra food, but honestly, right now I don't particularly need the combat practice. And I don't really have any context to how many of the enemies are out here. There could be 1, there could be 40. Probably not 40. I would guess probably like 6 or 8, which would be entirely doable by us. But, Okay. And hopefully our alpaca population starts building up in a big way. But, so yeah, so if you're looking for Enshrouded, you can go and find it over there with a Shushu. Did we get a shout-out for a Shushu, by the way? If not, it'd be awesome if we could. But yeah, no, that's, there is a lot of problems in RimWorld. Oh, and to show you that the random research is working, it did randomly assign the next one, which is apparently blowback operation. So we don't have sustainable electricity right now, but we can make some guns. If we had sustainable electricity. Alright. More than likely, I don't actually know with the Sight Stealers if they'll stay around for a while and eventually leave, or something has to fight them. I honestly don't know the answer to that. But, since I don't have immediate need for anything outside my perimeter, we can just wait for a raid to show up, or a siege to show up, or anything, and let our problems solve each other. Alright. So yes, it's gonna take us a little while to get our animal population to recover. Oh, I probably don't need to hunt those gazelle anymore. We've got our food starting to stabilize again. That's a really nice location. It's a map type called Caldera. It's there's a geological landforms. It actually kind of sucks. I kind of am not like, it looked cool to begin with, and I'm immediately hating it. And if you want to know what the problem is, if something shows up over here, we have to walk out the whole way around to go there. So I probably need to make some hallways through there. I'm only avoiding it because then stuff goes through that. So the issue I have here is this is a trick to me. I actually don't think I could tame him anyways. Yeah, so we don't care. I was gonna say I'd love to tame those. We can't do it. We're one animal taming too short. But it's really easy for me to forget that there's Sight Stealers out here waiting to murder my face. This is not gonna be nice. Alright. I'm happy to help you, refugees. Refugees, where did you appear on the map? Okay, refugees. I just need you to safely navigate your way over here without dying. Normally, I would have you drop your weapons immediately, but, you know, I had concerns. If you can make it here alive, you could stay. You're doing good so far. Oh, you got nicked up pretty bad. Don't worry, as long as you get to the perimeter, we're cool. How many are there? Sightseers? I have no idea. They just warned me that they were here. I suspect we'll find most of them hanging here. We'll go ahead and re-allow the door. It might actually only be the two. Yeah, once I get to the door, I'll be comfortable dealing with whatever. Alright, last turn. We might be all in the clear. It might have just been the two. Alright, so schedule. We're going to let everyone out except the child. Oh, safe. You'll go ahead and get your recreation here. Let's check out your work assignments and get you all sorted. I actually have people good at childcare in this group. Yeah, it's fine. Okay. So you all can research. We're not gonna have you research. You're not gonna be here long enough. I'm not gonna have you craft. You're actually pretty terrible at most things from the looks of it. Hey, have you ever wanted to be forced to clean everything and that's just your role here? Because, that's what you're gonna do. Alright, so let's see. How long are you going to be till you die? Oh, you're not even gonna die. You're just gonna be downed. That's perfect. Hey, Sanjay. Never mind. We have to build the platform first. They can make you some art? Yeah, I haven't been doing the art, really. So you're gonna go to the hospital. So I'll tend to that person. Oh, I still need you to drop your weapons, don't I? We'll wait till they're not inside a building. Okay, gear. Because they're all adults, when you have nothing but adult refugees, they can betray you. So we don't want them running around with weapons. That way, if they betray us, they have to go run and grab a weapon first. Okay, so that Sight Stealer got back up. Just from playing Auction Not Included, I instinctively wanted to run over. You can probably handle it by yourself, right? You're not a wimp? Yeah, you're probably fine. Yep, so follow him. Let's go ahead and bring the rest of you out. Let's kill that Sight Stealer real quick. Because the Sight Stealer will stay injured. Alright. I would like them to finish building that so that we can capture it, but I think it's going to be long dead before we can do that. To be fair, Sight Stealer is one of the least valuable things to capture. Without the electricity to do the proper extracting and all that, we're just making do with whatever. Okay. So, just reinforcing all the walls for containment purposes. Yeah, it's just gonna die. Unless he pops in here right now and builds that, it's gonna die. Okay, so we got blowback operation. And the next one it randomly chose is gas operations. Literally, the random research is like, more gun. Disease infection on you. Don't love to see it. Alright, so you are getting ahead, though. Meanwhile, we might as well work on converting people. Okay, so you're gonna be easier to convert than the other ones. We can probably knock that out in 1 or 2. Yeah, that Sight Stealer's just gonna die. That's fine. Cargo pods. A bunch of pemmican. Sure, why not? But yeah, so like right now they have to walk out and around the whole way. So instead of having just this distance to cross, it's like, that's the same distance to get here. Then again, then again, then again, then again, then back. I'm gonna have to drill through the walls. I probably just need to do that. Let's get that started. I've been putting it off, and I know I need to. We can go structure. Put a door here and a door there. And I'll make one like each of the cardinal direct. Well, maybe not that side, but put one up top and off to the left. To at least make this not quite as bad. If nothing else, having it so I could get to the ancient danger a little bit easier gives me opportunity. It's just basically making another direction I could be attacked from fairly easily by sappers and whatnot. Versus without the without that the sappers have to slowly chisel through there, which gives me all the time in the world to pick them off. But the ridiculous amounts of pathing is hurting too much. Major break risk on you. That's fine, whatever. How are you doing? Infection going well? Yeah, you're doing fine. Oh, hey, you can... Why do I have 2 things of Butcher Creature? Ah. Yeah, so stop butchering the the entities. We did that out of desperation when food was getting scarce. Alright. Meanwhile, you can put the uranium walls in there and there. Then, like I said, the real challenge will be once they start tearing down these walls, I have to worry about that Psychite binge because you're uncomfortable. I'm honestly entirely okay with that. You're a guest. I'm not going to keep you here. Binge away, friend. Hey, Longclaw, how's it going? Good to see you. The longest of claws? Yeah. Yeah, so we are slowly hauling all of the stone on the map back for cutting into bricks. I've got mostly marble. Let's see. Going well, still getting the process of getting used to US life? Gotcha. Yeah, no, that's understandable. I imagine it's a very significant shift. Probably should have allowed it, because we're going to dump all those bodies into trees anyways. Make sure they didn't make that a home zone. They did. Alright. And Donkey Duff is still missing an arm. Also, please rescue Donkey Duff and don't make them climb over the floor. Alright, so I'm going to quickly have you drop your weapon. Because I've waited long enough. Alright. Just basically making sure everyone drops their weapons so that we don't have people who could easily turn on me run around everywhere. Oh yeah, we had the psychic drone. That explains some of those break risks and all. I was like, man, I don't think I'm in that bad shape that we should be having that many breaks. It's like, oh, right. Alright, so this time we should have enough hay grass to weather the winter here, because this isn't a year-round grow season. We have ourselves a tunnel out the back now. Donkeys have joined. A group of donkeys have joined. Cool. I like meat. Solar flare. That's fine. But yeah, no, this has been going pretty good. I wonder with the guests that they show. Okay, so that's interesting. So even like the refugees they'll show there. Become rich. Wants to be excessively rich. Have a colony wealth of over 300,000. Getting rid of hearing loss. Oh, that's interesting. So Fur here has hearing loss. So one of their aspirations is to actually recover from hearing loss. Become a grandparent, become a sanguiphage, be liked. Because we haven't seen all the possibilities we can get, so I'm kind of checking. I'm still waiting, because I know getting to addicted to Luciferum is one of the aspirations you can get, and I'm still waiting for that to be one of our ones that we end up taking. Because I almost never run the Lucy. It's just... it's a high-stakes game when you're playing with the Luciferum. Okay, we'll mine that out. Cover that wall with uranium. And then that'll be that containment room, like, fully enclosed, secure, whatever made extra durable. The way to go on that aspiration. You know, it'd be great. Getting addicted to the 100% kills you if your supply gets cut off. Fun. Absolutely. All right, so Bentley has converted Alekos to our ideology. I'm not keeping these people here. We're mostly just harassing them about their ideology on principle. We wanna get those ideology points. All right. Yeah, I'm just waiting for them to build that door before we start the next project. Okay, so we can do our celebration. Yeah, that's still got a pretty okay chance of success. I'm mostly doing it for the ideology points. And then because they're all socializing here, and we're prolicizers, usually it's gonna mark, hey, they had a fun time, so that's 2 points. And then a whole bunch of mad rats showed up. So you go ahead and grab your gun. How many mad rats are there? 4? That's fine. We can grab everyone here. And shove them over there. Okay, they're of course on the opposite side of my base. Will they attack my dryads? I have actually no idea. Okay, so the plan is straightforward. We got a lot of guns and people holding them. We got one more to kill, and then the rats will be dealt with. Don't consume the rat. That's what I wanted, was you just to move the rat out of the door so it doesn't block the door. So you're the only one who took a hit. You got one little nibble on your arm. So good times there. Donkey Duff is starving, which isn't from a lack of food. It's a lack of prepared food. But that's because Donkey Duff is the one who cooks and is the one who got injured in a social fight. So hopefully get that sorted out pretty soon. I just realized, normally I always keep a shelf of food in the, that's bookcase. I always keep a shelf of food in the room. That's my break room. That way, people don't have to go very far for food and all that. So I'm gonna add another door here so I can get in and out of this place faster, because I notice they're going out and around and through there. And also put down a shelf to just put meals on right here, so they don't even have to like run out here, go through the doors back and forth. Oh, you don't have a bedroom. That is unfortunate. I totally forgot about that. So we'll do double beds. I'll make them out of marble because I have an abundance of that material. Because everyone knows nothing screams comfort more like sleeping on stone. And even though I don't really particularly need them, we have been putting cribs and chairs in every room. Those make the room slightly nicer. And then if people do have kids, it's already set up for them. We'll also need to have light sources. Because we are playing with anomalies, so the Noctil event can happen. Alright, so we got another thing queued up and all that stuff. Still curious why they haven't built that second door. The speed at which they go through the wood is honestly pretty shocking. So I'm cut down some more trees. And so we can get going with all that. Alright. So of you two, who's the most worn down ideology-wise? You. They're gonna keep talking about your ideology since you're harassing my people about their ideology. I'm just gonna wear on you till you change to our beliefs. Yes, we're on the lookout for a replacement arm. We also could use a replacement leg. I believe Bentley was missing a leg? Yeah. So Bentley needs a replacement leg. That was, we had a really bad Impid raid who sprayed fire across our line and people laid down in it. Cool, the alpaca population grows. And I guess the next place I could put a hallway through here. So I could put one going up this way too. For right now, I think the 2 is fine. We can make another one if, like, we get, like, the psychic tree appears, like, right here, or if we have a reason to go the other way. I mostly just don't want it to have to be, like, people walking the whole way around. That'll cut down the times a lot. We end up having a lot of stuff we gotta deal with on the top or bottom of the tile. We can deal with that when we get there. Because a big part of it is with these multiple entrances. For example, if we get like a Revenant, it's really easy to manage a Revenant when there's only one way in and out of your base. Versus as I add more and more routes it can take, it gets harder and harder for me to know where I need to be positioned to put a lot of damage in on it before it gets away. What I need is for them to stop researching better guns and instead try and give us either battery, geothermal, or at least something. Something we can get our electricity to actually be on, because right now I could put up a wood generator and try and get that to work, but honestly that'd just be frustrating to deal with. Okay. You want to do peace talks. We can look at that in a moment. You selected Bioferrite Generator. While I'm excited about that, unfortunately that is an anomaly tech, so we'll never finish, so I have to cancel that project. Air conditioning. Okay. That's the whole reason we kind of toggled on and off. Okay, so peace talks are worth doing. So we will send people over. So send the caravan there and back, except, and it will be Luxray, who is our leader, and Bentley will go. They'll bring a couple of the alpaca. Can I cut the time down? Not really. We'll bring 2 of the alpaca, just to kind of help a little bit with that. Yeah, it'll be fine. Yeah, no, I think your character, one of the things they wanted to become the leader, and I was like, you know what? You've got high social. That's really the only criteria for being a leader in RimWorld, is having high social. Sure, you can have the title. Yeah, so Luxray's our primary constructing person. and Bentley's our primary researcher. But we've got both our moral guide and our actual like leader, and we're sending both of them out. Because that should mean at least all the food production is still going and whatnot. We give them very low priority to construct. Alright. Because if we make it to the peace talks and we get a good outcome, it can massively improve our standings with another faction. There are other things that sometimes you can get gifts or whatever as you do it. It can also turn against you where you get into a fight. Which is why I didn't send just one person. That said, I didn't want to send like a huge group either. The shame we missed the opportunity to go after the stress signal, but that's okay. Alright. It honestly might be in my best interest at some point here to make like a barracks for when we have refugees and that show up. Because that's what's really getting to them, is a lot of the stuff about sleeping in poor conditions. Peace talks were successful. The delegates reached a new mutual understanding of several substantial issues. Relationships with the whatever have improved by 66. The negotiators gained 6,000 social experience. Okay, let's make sure they did queue up to go back. Cool. So with that, I don't even remember. Yeah, so with them. Yeah, so we had peace talks successful, 66. So we took it from negative 100 to minus 34. So they're still hostile with us, but they're within arm's reach of trying to get them on board with us. Because genuinely, I would like to get the I'd like to get at least neutral with the pig union so they don't raid us, because they like to show up with the grenades and all that, and I've lost a number of colonists to pig raids, them and the impids, but the impids you can never have peace with. I keep watching to see if the psychic tree has come back yet. It usually takes a season or two. Alright. It's also weird because of how many mountain colonies I've done lately, because of just different challenges. When I get to a map where I can actually caravan it and not be, you know, a 5-day ordeal just to send someone out to caravan. Yeah, still have like almost 500 uranium, so I have plenty of uranium to keep building that. Oh. Let's go here, orders, paint the floor, let's grab that color. There we go. Because that yellowish color is about as close we're going to get to our ideology color. So all our general rooms, we paint with that. Except I'm immediately changing my mind.
Thank you, Octanian, for subscribing for 1 month.
Thank you, Octanian, for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that. I do hope you have been enjoying the stream and all that good stuff. Let's see here. This is our hospital, so I'm making it like a Red Cross symbol. Because I can. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed the advertisement previewing, as well as access to the emotes. Alright. Oh, I don't have... Unrelated to all that, it made me realize I don't have one of the, one of my pieces of software up that I use for streaming these days. It's just related to, like, multi-streaming. For those who don't know, I stream on YouTube, TikTok, and Twitch. When it comes to YouTube, I actually stream both horizontally and vertically. But I have a tool to try and make it so I can have the chats consolidated. I always have Twitch chat up here on its own dedicated thing because, you know, that's my main audience. Like, and if anything else fails, whatever, but I always got to make sure that's working. Where are you going right now? Oh, you're still picking up stone. Exotic goods trader. Okay. And hey, Jaywalker, how's it going? Oh, stand right here. Stand right here. No, where are you gonna stop? Stand right around there. I just want you somewhere up here. Oh, that is chef's kiss. Chef's kiss on that one. Let's go ahead and pop up here real fast and do a little trading. And then Luxray, you're gonna go ahead and pop open a door real fast. Don't worry about it. It'll be fine. I should have already weakened that wall up. Let's actually get the others here to speed up the weakening process. Because that's gonna let me open that Ancient Danger right away. Because while they could lose to whatever's in there with the forces they have, they'll put up a good fight before they go down. But just in case there's something particularly amazing in there, can I make that work? An Arco Tech arm would be amazing. If I can make that work. Ooh, alright. Give me the Bioferrite Generator book. I don't think I'm gonna be able to make it work. I don't need the Harbinger Tree Seed. I'm happy with where the Harbinger Trees are. I'm not gonna worry about the Bioferrite. I don't have enough I could sell to get all... I would love that Archotech arm. We still might be able to make that Archotech arm happening by, utterly betraying these people. I mean, don't worry about it. I think that's fine. Where's the thing I just bought? Get that out of here. Just in case. And I need all of you to hurry. Alright, so.
Hello there.
You two. Get out of here. Send you cookie. Get out of here. Hey, Bentley, how's it going? One more hit. I'm gonna have you run this way. That actually is... That is perfect. Nicely done, team. Alright, what do you got here? We have a body purist who is nimble, who is amazing at shooting. Hey. Oh, I don't have a prisoner room. Hey, you know what we're gonna do real fast? Who is the closest one here? Hey, Donkey Duff? I'm gonna need you to strip this person, please. And then how are you doing? Ooh, neurotic. Okay, so. Who are the next closest people? Jaywalker, if I could have you try to rescue that person, we'll see how far we get. Moriarty, if I could have you try and rescue this person, that'd be lovely. Free recon armor and a smoke pack. Oh, also, what's in the box? Skin hardening's not the worst. We'll go ahead and have you take over that. Getting ourselves a chain shotgun, too. Gonna grab that right now. Alright. Nah, well, no, I can't, because it's missing a wall. I gotta build it. I'm not worried about it. I was looking at that, I was like, eh, that's fine. I'm not particularly desperate for more colonists right now. I got a bunch of scarabs and all that in there. Why are you going that way around? Why would you go... There's the straight... That's definitely not the faster way. I'm not... It's... Okay. You joined me. Okay. What are you? You're terrible. You're awful. So claim all of those, deconstruct that, deconstruct the art in here, it just adds wealth I don't need. Deconstruct those. This person's gonna be dead by the time they get here because they walk the long way around. Okay, how many seconds do you have? 2 hours, and you have mild hypothermia. So Bentley, get the tending to him right now. You're gonna be way late on this. I should have had you stand by. I just assumed they were dead. The good news is it's only 2 cuts, so it should literally be 110 should be all it takes to get there. All right. Hey, Simcopter, how's it going? For those who don't know Simcopter1, absolutely fantastic creator on the platform. Plays a lot of simulation strategy games, as well as additional stuff to that. So definitely a good time over there. So definitely check them out. I'm not sure what I want to do with Dark Eye here. Like, they are a very capable combat pawn who is entirely useless for everything else. But that said, wait, actually, what can they do here? Oh my god, they're so limited on what they can do. It's fine. I think I can still make them work. We can just make them a dedicated researcher. They can also help with the animals and hunting. That'll be fine. We will go ahead and keep this person around. All right, we got air conditioning. And so it unfortunately chose another anomaly thing, so I gotta cancel that. And that's anomaly thing. Harpsichord. Okay. And is shield still getting hypothermia? No. Alright, so you got people, they want a actual dedicated ideology room now. So definitely gonna need to make that happen. Also, build the door. So everything in there doesn't rot. Okay, so the challenge is we're gonna need to make ourselves an actual ideology room. I've been putting this off and I needed to not do that. I'll put it down here. I've got some space. It's nothing urgent. We'll do the same kind of structure we've been doing, so we'll go... Check the weight load that these have. Okay, we'll get that built, and then we will tear this up to put the last part on. Okay. But yeah, no, Sim's always a good time. It's good seeing you. Oh, I see something walk through the door, which canceled construction of the door. Don't love to see it. There you go. Sorry with that talking, but do you know what is so special about the Rust programming language that makes it so many developers use it? Honestly, not off the top of my head. Like, I wanna say it was kind of like Python in the sense that it's one of those languages that's easy to get into, which can certainly hold a pretty major value. I want to say it was something along that lines, but I personally haven't used Rust, so it was kind of still starting to like really pick up any kind of momentum, you know, a couple years back. Nowadays, it's a lot more popular. So good news is once Shield here gets patched up, they should head out and do all that stuff. The only downside we're gonna have with Darkeye here is Darkeye is going to gonna have a bunch of stuff. Let's see. So Darkeye wants to max out their Psycast abilities, get inspired, play with the Golden Cube, and kill someone. Lovely. Real peach, that one. So we got an incendiary launcher in here. We got our terrible quality shotgun, which is no surprise. But that does open up the cryopods for me to use later. And we can worry about that at another time. But yeah, no, I actually don't know much about the Rust programming language. Let's see, looks like many people are choosing and rewriting their stuff. Decent performance with way less learning curve than C++. But this is the 2 cents of someone who's tried to learn program a bit. Yeah, no, I know with the C++ falling out of favor, like it's still very, like, C++ is a perfectly fine language. But it used to be, you know, you weren't taking it seriously unless you use C++ for a lot of things with performance considerations, was just the optics of it. But over the years, as other languages have come to be, and people have started to realize the value in a language being approachable, that you end up having higher quality code by just not having an overtly complicated language. That C++ has kind of really taken a hit on user share. But a lot of other languages benefited heavily. Shield joins. Okay. What is your deal? You are a kind gourmand who is neurotic. I like the neurotic trait. The kind trait is actually possibly my favorite trait in the game. Gourmand, I'm not a fan of. But this person can plant and cook, and right now we have one cook who is missing an arm, which is not helping our cooking situation. So I am willing to accept this person, and they are now going to be dealing with all that. Alright, so let's get our 2 people named that we brought into the colony. So we got our first contestant. So Angry Sugars, congratulations. Welcome to the colony. And we also have JD2V0. Welcome to the colony. Snipe there at the end. Alright. So, both of them...
Thank you B_type 13/2 for subscribing for 24 months. I have realized the value of Twitch subscriptions. Subscribe today for Rual Storge's special hidden Discord server where he tells you KFC's secret recipe.
Full disclosure, I don't know KFC's secret recipe, but there is a channel on Discord that is the subs only channel. It's one of those channels that's quiet a lot of times, and at other times it does pick up, usually in discussion about subs. As in sandwiches. So, it's just a fun thing. I'd love for more people to be in that channel, but you know, it's a lot to get like the Discords to be really active. What was I working on? So we're getting your assignments all set up. So we got your work, we got all that. Let's check your skills. Both of you are gonna be just as fine with like guns. I don't think I actually have much in the way of guns for you. Why do I keep getting the Stop grabbing bio-coded. All these bio-coded weapons, stop grabbing them. You got like 3 bio-coded weapons laying on the floor in here. Oh, we're really getting short on weapons, aren't we? Hey, you go ahead and grab that. Ooh, change of plan. You grab the bolt action. You grab this. Alright. Sure you don't. Some good chicken? Oh, yeah. Say, you just tried learning code? You're not code program? Yeah, that's the whole thing. Like, I definitely haven't worked with Rust, but it definitely was a thing that as, like I said, as C++ is... Honestly, a lot of people... Oh, wait, what do you have on your back? Oh, low power shield. Okay. Like, there's been a, software dev has a lot of fairly toxic behavior in it, unfortunately. We can just claim all this. And there's a lot of people who, they'll be like, oh, well, I'm a insert name of language developer, and then they'll poo-poo on everyone else's language regardless of what those choices were. And honestly, these days, there is some extremes where you're like, well, that specific language is bad at the thing you're trying to do. There is some of that, but by and large, especially when you're talking like general purpose languages, that it's just, there's like no need for that. Oh, that's not exactly what I wanted you to do, but that's fine. I hit the button wrong. But you'll have... Okay, you're carrying that away, I understand. But you'll actually have people who sit there and be like, oh, they'll be dismissive of you because you use a different language. And that's usually not, like, bosses or whatever. Because honestly, for the most part, you know, the general, like, bosses, employers, those kind of thing, they don't know or really care on the language front very much. Okay, so you're going to do prosthetics next. It's usually almost entirely software devs against other software devs. Alright, so let's scoot you over here so that you're before the kid. And you're super angry. Oh, you're an alcohol addict? I can't just cryo-sleep you either. Well, here's a question. I've never tried this before. If Bentley tries to console them about their alcohol addiction, can we negate that? I don't think you can because that would be overpowered, but I've never tried. Oh, right, they're not the same ideology, so it's not going to happen anyways. Oh, jeez. 4.8 reduction. You're not converting easy. It says, yeah, when you looked it up, it's good performance and type safety, and enforces memory safety, meaning that all the references point to valid memory without garbage collector. Gotcha. Believe you don't comment or annotate your code. You are in fact a monster. Oh man, you wanna talk about a hot topic? Just open the can of worms that is discussing proper approach to commenting code. That is something that people get real passionate about. I've definitely seen some people get just straight up nasty about, oh, you're putting too many comments in, you're ruining the code, like, you're ruining things. For those who don't know, commenting in code, it's literally just it's stuff that people can read. It has no impact. The compiler, when it compiles it, literally just chucks it in the bin. But it's one of those things that when you look at and you have, like, a method, and you can put a comment on the top and say, hey, this is what this method does. You know, this method, so you don't have to go line by line reading it, this method saves, like, if I make an order, it saves it to the database. Or, one of the use cases for that is sometimes you have to do some hacky stuff because you have like a really weird edge case. And so you'll look at the code and be like, hey, I know this looks really hacky. This is why it is the way it is. And they're very useful notes to have for yourself and for other people down the road. Because you work on so much code that you'll come back to something you haven't touched in 2-3 years, and you'll be like, why did I do it this way? And you have a comment that's like, hey, I know this looks awful. You have to understand this third party does things atypical. And because of that, you like this is to work around their thing. Oh, it's JD2V0 who's on the alcohol binge. Well, okay. So I definitely want to get angry over their alcohol withdrawal. What are my chances of succeeding if we try to convert you doing it this way? Actually not bad. We have a 20% chance of instantly converting them and a 72% chance of a generally positive result. It gets even with the whole Git comment. Oh yeah, no, there's all like commit message and all that. Now I will say I'm definitely of the crowd when it comes to the Git, and for those who don't know Git, that's where like people submit their code to go and deal with database stuff and back and forth. I'm definitely of the mindset when it comes to Git commits and comment, at least say what it does. No need to comment code, you can get that Git. If I had someone on like that on my team, I would tell them to drop that idea because that's not how we do things here. Like there wouldn't be a discussion around that one. Okay, so it's effective. So it knocked them down 30%. Because that is absolutely ridiculous. Comments and code literally hurt nothing. Entity escape of the tough spike. You two? Actually, all of you run down here. Let's get you to the door. And the rest of you just give it what support you can. Let's see, one question you have, more RimWorld focus. How do you get so many colonists just taking any offers? Or you tend to find yourself bottlenecked around 6? Don't be afraid to let your colonists have kids. They take a while to grow up. Always accept if you accept refugees and you do not betray them, sometimes they'll join you. When a neutral party gets downed on your map, you know, patch them up and all that kind of stuff, a lot of times they'll join you. I believe there's also a disposition for people joining you or not, depending on how you behave. That if your behavior runs counter to like what the other people's are, that could be a whole thing. There's lots and lots of ways. So is it somewhat taking any and all that show up? Somewhat? No, not really. I'm actually usually pretty picky. This round I've been a little bit more lax on it. Like normally angry here, being a psychopath, I'd actually turn them away. That's another thing that helps. If you take colonists that are like misogynist, meanderist, volatile, psychopath, those kind of ones, you'll have a lot more difficulty recruiting other people because they'll have a tendency to get into social fights and all that kind of stuff when you have like refugees there and all that. And it just makes them hard to deal with. Commit message. Fixed typo, actual commit, plus 250 lines, minus 173. Yep. No, I've had that conversation with a number of people when I was a team lead, where it's like, here's the deal. Whatever code is in there, I need that reflected in the GitHub comment. Now, if that means you do a bunch of smaller commits and then push them as one big thing, that's fine. If it means you do like one larger commit, I prefer the smaller ones, but I can still live with that as long as they're at least somewhat related, or it's a minor thing, like again, typos. I don't need a separate commit or whatever for that. But it's like when I look at that and I go, okay, this git commit, when I go back to when that code was submitted, for those who don't know what we're talking about right now, as a software developer, when I write my code, I write it right on my local machine, I get everything working the way I want it to, and then I do what's called a git commit. And that's source control. That's basically where we keep our work. Think of it like a filing cabinet. And so we do a commit, and that's saying my work is done. I would like to put it in to the main project, like it's in there now, so that the next developer, when they go to do their work, they can grab that folder and move out. And this is an oversimplification to the point of inaccuracy, but you get the concept. And then a release is when we take all of those folders, put them together, and send them off to actually go to you as the person running the software. GitHub is such a mess right now. Many people swarmed it, leaving comments like it doesn't work and posting links to other related stuff or just arguing. Some projects look like Reddit threads now. Yeah, that's open source is hard to do. They're like, honestly, I would argue one of the biggest challenges of doing open source is moderating and then like actually enforcement of like whatever practices, procedures, standards, or whatever. Like getting that handled, making people play nice, because you'll have people who will try and shove, you know, like you'll have a thing goes, this is a calculator. What does it do? It does calculator. Okay, well I added this commit. It adds a calendar to the calculator, and you go, no, it's a calculator. We don't want a calendar in it. That's just a bunch of overhead and performance implication and stuff to maintain that has nothing to do with the value of our product or the value of this software. Oh, well, I made it go and pull this RSS feed from this other system. No, stop it. That's not what we need. Which, granted, what happens is they commit the code and they do what's called a pull request. And you would look at that as the person who's in charge of the project, look at the pull request and go, no, we're not doing that. And then they throw a fit and they try and rally people about how your calculator really needs to have a calendar in it. And you have to put your foot down and say, no, really, we're not doing that. I don't care how much you kick and scream. It's a calculator. GitHub has become a consumer platform. I would argue it's still a developer platform. The thing that's changed is I find a lot more people are able to get into software dev, which is a good thing. But it does have the side effect of when you have, like, there was a phenomena that happened here in the United States way back, and this is around education more than that we made education more accessible than it had been previously. There were people who would previously be incapable of going to school. They just wouldn't have the opportunity for financial and circumstantial reasons. And with that, there were statisticians who came in later and went, oh, look at this. The grade point average in the US is slipping. It's going down. It's going down. It's getting worse. And the reality was you could go to each subset of the demographics and go like, okay, for people who are in particularly wealthy area, GPA is up. If you go to places, where people are particularly impoverished, GPA is up. If you go to people in the middle class, GPA is up. Why is the GPA down? And the answer was we had made it available to such a larger demographic that collectively there was a larger proportion of the total population who was in poverty who previously weren't represented in the statistics that now are, that ultimately did bring the overall GPA down, even though every single bracket it was up. And we're having kind of the same thing with GitHub, where it's a lot easier for people who don't have any professional background or experience able to get into development, but it does mean we are getting people who are literally like teenagers and all that participating in it where they really couldn't. So it is kind of that same thing. The overall quality has been brought down regardless of how each segment's quality has changed. Have you ever read The Smartest Kid in the World? I have not. I'm not familiar with that book. But it is a thing. And we do have people who are accessing GitHub to like download software that previously didn't. Because there's more people who are just, you're having like a lot of like mods and plugins and all that stuff for applications are no longer bothering to like take their stuff to third-party areas. They're just kind of going, oh, go to the release tab in the GitHub page. And I don't think that's the best way of handling that, in all honesty. It's okay. Like, it's not bad. But it is forcing people to jump into a tool that it's unlikely for them to understand. So, you're running around now with nothing to do. because there we go. So instead of making their own forks, many people prefer to tell developers how to develop. Oh yeah. Well, that's there's definitely been a shift in how open source is perceived and what the expectations are. And I don't think that's anyone's fault, really, so much as we see the issue where you go, oh, well, I'm looking for this software, and there's like 50 different forks that all have their nuanced pros and cons, and you kind of run into the, you kind of run to that issue where when you have that many variations, people just kind of don't want to engage with it. Like, they don't want to deal with, like, anything. Like, it's the thing that's keeping Mastodon as a social network from really getting much mileage, is going, okay, well, what server you're going to connect to? I don't know. Which one's the best one? Well, that depends. And they're like, look, man, I just want this to work. I don't want to go through all this. So we're having a tendency for a lot more people who want to just have, this is the one you do. And then plus when you have different forks trying to deal with all the stuff you have to do to make a fork, you know, successful, ends up being its own thing. And honestly, a lot of people have started to wise up that they shouldn't try and reinvent the wheel. That you have a lot more developers who are being smart enough to go, hey, there is this library that does this thing I want, and I can just use that. But then they want to make nuanced changes, and they don't want to fork it. They don't want to be responsible to maintain it, and when the base application gets updated, they don't want to have to sit there and update their fork to reflect the changes in the base one and all that, because that now becomes another responsibility, another burden they have to deal with. So I can understand that, because I know I fell into that. I used to kind of develop my own way of handling so many things, and then it's you later on in the career, it's like, no, this thing covers my use case, and like they specialize in that. The odds of me making a better thing are not very high. Not that I couldn't do it, but realistically I wouldn't put in the time to do it, so there's that. It's the classic, are you making a game or a game engine? And the number of games that, you know, people start working their own game engine, and the game never happens. B-Tip says, you really like GitHub because you don't want to recreate the wheel? You can look for other people's projects and then take that code, does what it was, and close enough, and credit it? Exactly. It's super nice to be able to access code, though, not only for verification, but people can fork and update projects that get abandoned. Exactly. That's another really good one, is just how many times have we had a game that's been out there, it got, like, for example, that the game that Paradox is working on, that Sims 4 competitor, that just, they got it, you know, supposedly it's like 80-90% done, almost ready to roll out, and they mothballed it. And it might be for very good reasons. They basically implied that they weren't particularly happy with how it was turning out and all that, and they killed it. And, you know, the answer is there's finances, and there's probably a lot more that went into that decision. But if it was open source, you'd be able to go, okay, maybe this game is crap, but we don't know. But what we can do is you'd be able to pull that code, you know, test it yourself, and then make changes. Now, obviously, there's the commercial side of things about open source. You have to depend on alternative ways to make money a lot of times, whether that's like Patreon sponsors, GitHub, you can actually pay people directly through GitHub. Alright, Cassandra, this is 3 for 3 years. You have cold snapped me in the fall, going into winter, killing all my crops. 3 for 3. Could you leave my crops alone? So stop sowing, nothing's gonna go. Just harvest what you can. But yeah, so it's one of those things that when those projects get abandoned, you can turn around and, you know, go, okay, well, let me finish it. But yeah, the reason why everything is an open source is just the whole financial side of things. It's a lot harder to support yourself on open source. Not impossible, there's a lot of very successful open source companies. But usually they make their money on other services like support, or they make it on donations or whatever. But it's far more challenging to you know, to make all that happen. Paradox Tectonic closed one day after the cancellation of Life AU. Yeah, we've had a bunch shut down. The one that was interesting is oh, what was that? What was the music game we had played? Like it was oh man, it was like a Banjo-Kazooie kind of wander the world, but your attacks are based on music timing. I'm suddenly blanking on that game now. It's fine. It was the one that, like, they basically had this big hit, and then the studio got shut down. And then just recently, the studio, the IP... No, it's not. It was a big-name game. So it wasn't Crypto Necromancer. Oh man. You play as this kid, and your arm becomes a guitar, I believe it was. Hi-Fi Rush, thank you. Yeah, that the studio behind Hi-Fi Rush got shut down, that Microsoft decided to pull the plug on it. And they let people go and everything. And the IP got acquired, and the company is going through and going to be trying to hire back all the people who worked on it. They've got like an open offer. We'll see what actually happens. That one's rough because they've been basically out of work for 3 months, so who knows. Okay. I'm going to sit on this one. We don't have EMP or anything like that. Didn't that company and the IP got bought up? Yeah. That's exactly what happened. That was a very recent development. Is they bought the IP and they said, "Hey, anyone who worked on this project beforehand, you know, please apply so that we can." They want to try and get one of the the talent that worked on the game back as best they can. That's going to be a hard call because a lot of people who have been through a lot of that. Yeah, it was Crafton, the makers or the one behind PUBG, I believe. But that's gonna be a hard sell because a lot of the people, like that's the thing. A lot of people in the gaming industry who've been hit with layoffs, a lot of them have just exited the gaming industry entirely. Because especially with some of these things that have been wild successes, and then layoffs have been the result. Even though there's more circumstances, it's not directly that. But even though there's more circumstances that led to it, it wasn't that. But the fact that you could be a wild success and still have no job security, a bunch of them have moved on to different industries that they felt were less likely to have those kind of issues. And then on top of that, you could imagine working on something that you're incredibly passionate about. You put who knows how many hours into it. Like, literally a significant portion of your life into making that game. And then just were without a job. Despite it having like critical acclaim and everything. And then it was just kind of one of those things that you could go back and work on that thing you're passionate about, but at the same time, you're never going to trust that you're going to keep your job. You're always going to be looking over your shoulder, thinking any day now you're going to get that warning. Hey, try not to freeze to death. I've killed so many companies and projects in the past couple years. It's crazy. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of a thing that Drongo had a very good conversation about this the other day, that a lot of companies did over-invest during the pandemic. But I do agree with Drongo that it was kind of a danged if you do, danged if you don't situation, where no one knew, like, with the remote working, like, was that going to be just during the pandemic, or was that the new normal? No one knew, like, okay, you're having this boost in sales in your thing. When it comes back down, like, where is it going to land? And at the same time, you could invest to trying to make your product the best it could be at that time, or not. And there was certain discussions to have around that it's kind of one of those things, there was just a lot of question marks. And then even then, if you knew it was going to hurt you in the long term, it could also hurt you in the long term to have not done that investment. Because if your competitor did invest and it did stick, then suddenly you're not warming up. To be fair, you're running around with no clothes, my dude. Oh, that's not true. You got skin-colored clothes. You just have weird taste in clothes, I guess. Luxray, go build a second fire in there. Because this man is dying of hypothermia in the room with the fire. I need them to research the batteries, or I need an advanced anomaly to get here already. I understand that they are securing talent, but at some point, when you're big enough, you should not be able to grow by devouring other companies. Oh no, I am 100% of the mindset that once you hit like more than 15, 20, 30% market share, whatever the line in the sand is, you're literally not allowed to acquire another company or whatever. And I know there are lots of problems with that idea. But I definitely wish we had like a hard and fast rule of once you're over a certain size, that's it. You gotta grow yourself. You can't just acquire the next person. Because I have to date been involved in like 8 or 9 acquisitions. And I have never seen it turn out well for anyone other than shareholders. And even then, most of the time it didn't work out for the shareholders either in the long run. Thank you, Night Dweller. You have a good one. I am so tired of every single fall having a cold snap. It wouldn't be so bad, but we refuse to get complex clothing as our research with the random research, and we refuse to get the stuff that turned the electricity on. Which you can see the issue with this, is I end up just doing this rotation of having people hug a fire. Do I have enough wood to sustain this? No, I don't. I'm not even close to enough wood to sustain this. Go get more wood. I haven't had a full grow season this entire game. And it's not like I'm in Boreal Forest or Tundra or something where it's like, you're in a really cold biome. We're literally in temperate. And we have alpaca wool clothes, exclusively just about. So that's actually pretty decent. Not the best by a long shot, but pretty decent clothing. Alright, so I'm gonna need to go down here and do the same thing here where we get that going. Oh yeah, those also gonna need a vent. Because we're gonna just try and keep that going for right now. The only good news is we have better clothes this time than we had last time. Last time we were dealing with a bunch of like cotton clothing with some random little bits of like leather clothing and all that, which did not give us much opportunity to try and make this particularly great. So at least this time, I've got some alpaca wool clothes and like trace amounts of different stuff. And you're just gonna be a peach this whole time. So 5%, 20%. You're the one who's the bigger problem, though, so I'm going to just keep focus on you. We already did a ritual to try and knock you down. Yeah, he's going to be impossible to deal with while he's dealing with the alcohol withdrawal, but we're just going to try and wait it out. He's 1/5 the way through. Being a psychopath, there's a very strong possibility when he has his break, he'll go berserk. But, I mean, it is what it is. How are we doing with the drifters? 7 days. Well, at least this time we do have some food and storage. Not as much as I'd like, but some. And since we got that second fire going, it seems to be improving a bit. We're trying to get this room finished over here, because this is going to be our ideology room. So that way they stop complaining about that. And you're still putting floor down in there. Don't sleep out there. I know I need you to get you another bed. Was the cold snap already over? Oh, cold snap's already over. Or in that case, do not refuel that fire. Let that fire go. Let's keep the one here. At least that was a very short cold snap. The last one was much longer. I think cold snaps can last the game. I can't remember. It's something like 5 or 6 days is like the absolute longest. I can't remember what it is. For troubleshooting at one point, I had a mod where I could have it show and it'd be like, oh, volcanic winter, this can last 15 to 60 days or whatever it is. So you can very visibly see what you're dealing with. Yeah, so even without the cold snap being in fall, we're still at like 9 degrees Fahrenheit. We'll get that one set up for when the bed gets built. Max 4 day in the wiki? You just remembered it way longer. Oh, cold snap 4 days? Yeah, that sounds about right. I thought it was something like between 2 and 5 days, but yeah, no, 4 days could be fine. Like, I remember it wasn't this huge amount of time, but it was definitely like 4 days with it being, you know, 30 degrees colder than normal or whatever it is. Oh, you need asthma treatment. I was like, wait, how did you get hurt? It's gonna be some work getting you off over that addiction. You're downed. Why are you downed? Go juice addiction. Why is everyone an addict? All right. That's fine, we'll get there. Yeah, so it's nice that we actually have the recon armor on you. Did you actually pick up that other recon armor? Did someone grab that already? Yeah. Okay, so it looks like Cerise got it. That's actually perfect. Cerise putting on the armor is possibly one of the best answers we could have gotten. Because it's one of her melee pawns, so getting them armor is good. Alright, cool. So with the alcohol withdrawal, the very first one, we just triggered, Sorry, it just triggered Dark Visions, which is a pretty benign break. So that's exactly what I kind of want, is those breaks that really don't impact much. Yeah, and we got a bunch of people going idle because suddenly all of our crops are dead, so a bunch of people don't have work to do. Let's go ahead and get another research bench going. Might as well, because I've got people idling. At least they could do some research in the meantime. We just haven't had a need for the third research bench for a while. I usually don't need that many. Cool. So I'll be another person researching. And I've got a bunch of people who can research. Anyone who had a passion with the researching, I've had doing that. I'm honestly surprised you're just downed by that. That the Goju's withdrawal by itself has knocked you down that much. It would be a good time to build something, or maybe do that. Yeah, that's why I'm trying to have them work on that, is they are working on the bedrooms down here. That's their immediate thing they're getting done. And then we're trying to get the ideology room. They're just playing catch up. Like, that's just a matter of getting them sorted. But yeah, so they should be deconstructing stuff as well, as they have the availability. The big thing is I'm mostly trying to avoid having a lot of people idle. So Sentient Cookie, what are you assigned to? Well, I don't want you necessarily researching. I'd rather keep the capacity there. Which has a low priority construct, so that way you're not just standing around. Join offer on you. Slowpoke, kind, very neurotic. And you have lots of health problems. I'm gonna go with no. The answer's no. I've actually already got a pretty large colony. And Slowpoke is pretty bad. There is, like, I can do stuff to mitigate it, but it's like, if I give them a 20% speed bonus, it just kind of cuts it even. There's no eliminating Slowpoke. That's actually not true. I can use bio. I believe Slowpoke. I can if I were to use biotech and give them like the fast walker or whatever with their biotech, it would override Slowpoke. Hey, Alanorama, how's it going? It's good seeing you. For those who don't know, Alanorama, absolutely a fantastic content creator on the platform. So we definitely recommend checking it out. Plays a lot of RimWorld among other games. So definitely good times over there. And if you were enjoying some RimWorld over here, I mean, it's RimWorld. It's RimWorld. There's not a second part to that. But yeah, it's good seeing you. It was also nice lurk in there a little bit earlier as well. Lurked for as long as I could while getting there. Site Stealer revealed. Alright. So this will probably be more than just one or two. So let's grab our people. Entity escape at the same time of the tough spike. Okay, well, let's deal with the tough spike. Alright, here's the deal. How do I want to go about this? Because I got two things happening at the same time. Alright, just in case this thing makes it through that door, you two get ready to slow it down. The rest of you, let's first assign you down here before it busts down our door and causes us some grief. So let's get you down here. We'll see what we can make happen. Because that'll probably stop attacking in a minute. Oh, schedule, safe, animals, safe. Oh, they didn't fix this door since the last time? Hey, Luxray? I need you to buy us some time. That's part of why I probably escaped so much faster. Okay, and we got it. So for this Sentient Cookie, you deal with that. The rest of you, you got your next job. Thank you for you two. You can go about your business now. Then grab all of them. Get the rest of them over here. Oh, hang on. I see a problem. Expand the safe zone to include the mountain area down here. And treat that. There we go. Alright, and I do not want to study it. Alright, so we definitely got site stealers out here. We have no context on how many. Usually, when they show up, most of the time I've had it show up with just like a wave of like 1 or 2 to start with. And then you end up getting a bunch more later. So go here, pop that door. Oh, that's not what I wanted. That's fine. So we didn't get a Psychic Scream or anything yet, so there's probably more. There it is. Okay, so at some point we'll have more. So for right now, we're just not going to worry about them. But everyone's going to stay restricted to stay inside the perimeter. As long as we do that, we shouldn't have to worry too much. But usually the way it works is that event, you get like 1 or 2 or 3, like a small number on the first wave, and then the next time you get a lot more, and it just escalates. The good news is if you have your base enclosed, Sight Stealers don't normally just attack your walls or whatever. Oh. Nice. So JD just got the, they're liked by 10 people. Alright, good. We'll get a Toxifier Generator as the next one. Thanks, game. Technically, Toxifier Generator would give me sustainable power if I don't mind collecting pollution. Which, in all honesty, I am considering. I need you to get over your alcohol addiction real bad. Yeah, we need the sustainable power in a big way. We need to get the alcohol addiction sorted out with you. We're only about not quite a third of the way there. Well, we're about a fourth of the way there. It's gonna take some work. Oh, and the Psychic Soothe is ending. Extreme break risk on you. Why? I thought you had a bedroom. Well, you do now. Because your secret structure, we can worry about that another time. I really want the random research to please give me complex clothing or electricity. I'm willing to settle for either. That's what I would like at this juncture. Because at least with that, I'm not fighting hypothermia constantly every winter. Well, at least you're laying down inside a room this time. Okay, and that's almost done. After which point, the next project to be over here. Ghoul attacking. That is unfortunate for a couple of reasons. The first reason is there's more than likely Sight Stealers out here that are not fully accounted for. And that's just gonna be what happens. Now, that said, I would like the ghoul so I could seal it up in there. New research available for making people into ghouls. Attuning the monolith. Psychic drone for women. Come on, man. Calm down, Cassandra. Alright, get a moment for everyone to get in position. We'll pop the door, hopefully well before this ghoul gets here, so any Sight Stealers can potentially choke up their progress through here. Alright, get down here, Kate. Okay, well that was uneventful. I will need to go zone, schedule. Sarish is not restricted. get that body out of the door. I forgot to tell you to seal the door. And put you back in restriction. Alright, so we still haven't had the Sight Stealer show up. So the challenge I'm dealing with here is if I attune this, we will get far more dangerous anomalies showing up regularly, and that's bad. On the other hand, that'll get me advanced anomaly research, which, if I get the advanced anomaly research, I can get the bioferrite generator, which will solve my power problems. I'm going to do it. I shouldn't, but I am going to do it. Target is busy. Okay. I might end up regretting this, because the issue is once I've done this, I brought on the bigger threats for Anomaly, which we would still get the bigger threats, but at a much lower consistency than if we attune that. Because I'm not allowed, like, if I finish the Anomaly stuff, then some of the aspirations are hard to do. So we'll see. Attuning the monolith has caused it to twist and grow once more. As it did, Bentley caught a glimpse of what lurks beyond. He understands. The monolith is a doorway opened wider by your actions. On the other side, Bentley sensed an inhuman intelligence of vast complexity. One moment. Of vast complexity. And endless rage. The dark machine god is stirring, and its psychic influences will grow. Cool. So the reason I did that is this now gives me advanced anomaly research, which I need so that I can get the bioferrite generator, because once I have the bioferrite generator, then they become fuel. And then power starts to become a solved problem. Because the bioferrite generators are really good. Like, really, really good. The catch is, I actually already have wires running through a lot of this. If we actually look here, I'm already ready for power to be in my colony. I just don't have it. Alright, more Harbinger trees. Cool. You got treated, right? Yeah. But that'll be good, because then we can get the invisibility detector. I'll be able to get my flare packs. Like, we've already researched them. I just don't have electricity to run the table. Psychic binge. Doodle. Medium psychic drone. Infestation. Okay. How badly are you hurt? You got one minor scratch on your arm. That's part of the reason I made this way, is it could work as a choke point where I could defend against stuff out there, or, you know, catch infestations. The downside is that's also a catch place for infestations. Okay, so that's not terrible. You get farther back. Get you in position as well. So pop that door in just a second here. Get you on the other side. So far, Bentley has dodged literally every hit. Ah, we got one through. Okay, does anyone have the thing where they want to destroy an infestation hive? We had one who's already done it. I think that was the only one who had that one. Yep, okay. So with that, you two go ahead and get out of here. Sentient Cookie, get out of here. Luxray, get out of here, because you're all getting real crabby. So the rest of you, pop in here and start shooting these things. And be quick about it. We might still be dealing with site stealers anytime now. Speak of it, you run away. Why are none of you defending yourselves? Shoot it. Alright, so the rest of you, because I doubt that was the whole wave. Your job now is to haul that out of the door. It's not what I actually want him to do, but the point was more to get them all inside. Please don't eat out here when we just established there's site stealers in the area. There we go. Alright, cool. So you needed medical treatment. You got clawed. Okay, so they banged on the door, but we were a step ahead on that one. That's fine. Cool, so there's still site stealers out there, and that's the whole thing. Alright. Checking our time real fast. Yeah, it'll be fine. Yeah, so you apparently got... The Spelopede hit you in the heart. Alright, Bentley's already working on taking care of your injury. Who opened the door? You're treating them. Grab some of the other ones who aren't injured. Get back over here. Ah, I see. So... Alright, well, let's just get you back over here. Let's deal with this. I can't have this being a regular problem. I don't want to have to, like, adjust my positions a whole bunch. I'm gonna have you help with this fight. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So if you pop that door... Oh, come on. Alright, who's made a break risk? Luxray? Get out of here. Of course, won't be another one. Alright, get out of here. And then meanwhile, I will change the zoning because this is going to be a problem. So clear, safe zone. You're not allowed in here. You can be here, but you're not allowed in that area. So many? Oh, this is nothing. We've had colonies of like 20. Keep in mind, these 3 are refugees, so they're only temporary people. Yeah, no, we've definitely had colonies of like 20, 30 people. Yeah, we're not dealing with the mechs right now. A paw's gonna stand in the door? Probably. But if I didn't do it the way I did it, they wouldn't repair the door either. We need to make sure they work on that. 20 is a lot. Oh no, when I say more than 20, we're talking... What was the Adam and Eve run we did? Didn't the parents have something like 27 kids between them or some ridiculous nonsense? And we only had like 2 or 3 die before the whole thing death spiraled? Which, that's what killed the colony, is because everyone was related to everyone. When one died, the entire colony got like -20. Psychite addiction. I'm glad when you offered to stay, I said no. So you can take your addiction and leave. Hit gate opening. Where? We still have Sight Stealers out there. And we got visitors here. So the good news is there's a good chance those visitors will help solve this problem. Alright, so we got 2 of them. But this is going to result in another attack. We have an Aurora. That's fine. So it looks like there might not be many Sight Stealers. Yeah, so that's going to open. Then I'm going to get attacked by Flesh Beasts. And then we're going to have to do what's one of the anomaly events that's cost me more colonists than any other one. Which is where I have to go underground and deal with it. With that said, we're about to get caught up with an ad break here for just a minute. I do run ads once an hour. It's the minimum amount of ads required to block pre-rolls. So that's going to be happening here in a minute. It's also about the time that my wife gets home. Time to be stepping away the computer for a couple of minutes while I quickly welcome my wife home. Throw some food in the oven, and I'll be right back up here. But thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Get our next batch of watermelon ready. Oh, jeez. Oh, I thought I actually got away with it. When she got most of the way back up on her feet, I was like, wait a sec, did I literally just get away with this? Zidian's like, if. Okay. That's not what I want. Oh, that's sure, I'll take it. Yeah, I totally meant to do that. None of that was an absolute accident. 100% calculated. If zombies are targeted with target animals, they'd surely be wiped out in the first week. I mean, probably not if there's the animals that like deer and all that, because there's a lot of the map that doesn't have any meaningful zombie presence. No. Okay, that was the mouse messing up again. We're okay though. We managed to trip our way through the zombies. You know that wreck? That wreck I mentioned? You might get to keep that wreck. I think that wreck belongs to you. I'll let him know, chat.
Warning. Maximum depth reached. Hull damage imminent.
Don't tell him, chat. He thinks we're leaving. He thinks we're leaving, chat. He'll never know. I think he knows. I'm pretty sure he very much knows. Oh, you scared the crap out of me, Sand Shark. And this is March. This is the best month. And the reason it's best month is we're gonna go, woo, happy birthday to me. There you go. One more. Kidding me? Alright, new run. The chance of actually getting tapped out and killed like that were very low with a regular club. That's some BS there. She was in a fit of rage. She was really bored. She wanted something to do, and she had a knife. You know, we've all been there, right? Just you get a little bored, and you would just attempt to murder. Oh. Please step forward when you get up. Please step forward when you get up. Buddy, you and me, let's do the worm over on this side. Okay, hang on. Little too ambitious with that jump. Yep, let's take a minor detour. Because I need that sorted right away. Because we're about to go into the Noctil event, and once that happens, they will be allowed to shoot at me, and I will not be allowed to shoot back. That's a regular hit. I need this to fly true. Nihai Lord, this is you. Anywhere in the middle will do. That, I approve. You done good today, kid. Okay. Stop. Why is it pitch black? What am I supposed to do? The whole thing just went pitch black instantly. I can see nothing. I guess I don't have a laceration? I am so confused. Unless I caused a laceration to the wool. What? Thank you for being quiet, demon dog. You're really messing with my mindset.
Every day, I imagine a future where I can be with you. In my hand is a pen that will write a poem of me and you.
You momented too early? Oh, was there a moment? That would be it. You got a clip? Yep. That would be the one. So everyone is here. We just beat our all-time record, which our old record was 111,220 zombies. So we have exceeded it by one. And we had done that in 1 year, 2 months, 8 days. So we beat that quota, like that record way about 2 in-game weeks. And there was the gifty subs. Let me go ahead and get those actually called out. So Gusty OP, Father Lemon, Sneaky, let's see, Sneak EDTS, Dar Scorpius, and Charlester. You all have yourself advertising previewing as well as access to the emotes. Thank you so much, Pretty Big Ooh, for gifting those emotes a channel. But thank you.
Left again. Keep going. Keep going into the garage.
It moving. Oh, you are too
find
late.
Some Tupperware or hide behind the truck.
Oh, you're
Either
safe.
one.
It's not hunting anymore.
Oh,
Okay.
oh, Pank got away by like
It's hunting.
nothing.
We're by ourselves.
The gap to see the full damage. Oh, they're probably popping through that gap. I'm just trying to get the ones that get all the way down here. This is gonna get you killed. I mean, I have to deal with it. It's just a shame I can't shoot them through it. Actually, tens of thousands. Individual groups or whatever like that. Oh, you legitimately scared the crap out of that. That's the first time I've been gotten with that in a long time. Whoever did that, you were well-timed, probably Cookie. Because this is legit a place that always makes me nervous. And I was looking at chat for a second, and the noise played, and I thought I had just gotten got. It's very rare that I actually get caught by that, and that was like, I'm not afraid to admit when I do get legitimately caught. Well played. But it was that time span. But what would end up happening is, you know, you'd be a person who didn't really have a lot of prospects. All right, and I am back. So all that. Let's see. It says pros and cons of the new DLC. You've been majorly considering it because you love SCP stuff, but you're also looking at Prison Architect RimWorld-esque game called Contain Corp. You'll probably only grab the DLC if it's super enjoyable. So I will definitely say the response to the DLC Anomaly has admittedly been a little mixed. And the reason is it does add like the horror theme to that, but there's a lot of RimWorld players who that's really not their jam. For me personally, it is my favorite DLC, but it is probably the DLC that has the lowest replayability. It's good, but it is one of those things. It's not like Ideology or it's not like Ideology or some of the other DLCs where, you know, there's so many different ways to play it. It's pretty straightforward in how it works. All right, so we've got our visitors here. They're about to die. That is actually a pretty sizable force. They're about to die a horrible death. But they helped me with the Sight Stealers. So what we're going to do is get ourselves ready to counter that attack. This is the Pit Gate event. Basically, the Pit Gate event is you have to go underground to hunt down one dangerous beast. Oh, they're so dead. To hunt one dangerous beast. Okay, so just your right arm. Yeah, so the injuries are pretty minor. Yeah, they're just getting absolutely steamrolled. Can I get in position even in time? Alright. Good to know. How is it in addition to the playthrough rather than as the focus of it? You heard it's mostly meant as a center playthrough. It does tend to kind of dominate your playthrough when you're doing Anomaly. That said, you can adjust it to be a little bit less or a little bit more. It kind of boils down to that once you pop it, you are going to be doing, like, you'll be doing a pretty big focus on Anomaly stuff. All right. I really wish I had my flare packs made, but because we're doing random research, no research, I don't have electricity that's stable yet. Because otherwise I'd drop a flare in here to slow these things down. The good news with Flesh Beasts is they're pretty squishy. They do a decent amount of damage on you pretty quickly. But, alright, so meanwhile, we can unrestrict all of you for right now. And unrestrict you, because the Sight Stealers were dealt with. What mods are you playing, by the way? If you do !mods, it'll give you the whole list. Okay, so both my melee pawns got knocked. So let's haul this real fast. Cool, and we'll get the second door secured. Alright. So I do want to get both our melee pawns patched up before we push anything. I'm debating having... Did you just smash a hole in my roof to send me agave and one of my bedrooms? Oh, hey, wait a second. I didn't realize you're over here. So not you two are Sentient Cookie, because they'll be doing doctoring stuff. Get in the door. Cool, we managed to do it without taking in additional injury. Okay, is there any more red? No. So I do need to get in here relatively soon. But first, it won't do us any good if we don't have melee support. Where are you and what are you doing? Don't deal with doctoring. Stop the bleeding first, worry about hauling corpses later. Because if you leave that long enough, it'll keep triggering them to come out after us. Alright, so you got that going on. Royal Tribute Collector. That's interesting. Alright, in the meantime, we're gonna grab all of you. Actually, what is your problem? Why are you mad? Oh, you're already getting happy about stuff. Alright, so I grab all of you, not the kids, and you two, and have you enter the pit gate. I wonder what happens with the refugees if they're underground at the time that things expire. Because like I said, if we go too long without putting pressure on this, then we have a problem. Alright. Get everyone down here real quick. And then you start cleaning up around us. A Harbinger seed, that's interesting. And get you ready to intercept when they go and run around. Okay. Did you got a black powder revolver shipped to your door? What? Okay, that's random. Let's see, do you have a stream schedule where you can see, or is it just what time you have? You have, sorry for asking so many questions. Well, don't worry about asking questions. My schedule is just what days I stream, because what I stream varies a lot. And I usually don't have a plan, you know, barring special events, that much in advance, just because I have a tendency for changing my mind when I want to play. Situations change. I found it wasn't worth me trying to keep that strict of a schedule. So you're starving up here for reasons I don't know. There's plenty of food. Oh, because you're downed. Hey Bentley, go feed them. You two go punch it to death. That's fine. I really, honestly don't care about guns. I'm glad you have something that you enjoy or whatever, but it has never been a big interest for me. But you know, if it's something that you care about, I'm glad you're getting something that you enjoy out of it. So what we're looking for is there's one particularly dangerous enemy down here. And we're trying to find that one. So let's reposition you over here and you down here. Once everyone's in position. Cool. It's a corpse. Okay, so just clearing this out as best we can. And these could drop loot and everything, which is why I'm targeting these like nodes here. Like that one drops some plasteel. That is quite the tunnel we revealed. Couple enemies back there. Who's in the major break risk? All right. So let's go ahead and have them pop back up real fast. We're going a little ways. They're starting to get hungry and cranky. Oh, actually, are they getting hungry and cranky? Yeah, no, they're getting hungry and cranky. So let's have everyone here climb out. Now you can go after them next. But the good news is that cleaned the whole area, because somewhere down here is a dangerous enemy. Once we get relatively close to it, we'll get a warning. Oh, thank you. Sorry. Do my best. Love. All right. So you have them all popping out. So hopefully pretty soon, Bentley and Cerise the Mage will be ready for another go of it. The other... You're welcome. But, hopefully they get that sorted pretty soon. Because also isn't a bad time for me to retreat to take care of myself, because if we do have another go where they come after us, we've got the Empire on the tile. Are you already taking care of people? Yeah. Yeah, so you'll be up pretty much any time. You got a little while till you're gonna be back up, but that's fine. We'll be ready to go again, and you're just... Angry here is just super pissed off because they have alcohol addiction, and, you know, that's not being taken care of. Like, we're waiting it out and just letting them be angry. And they're still working on that down there. We're still working on making our ideology room. Like, normally, if I didn't have an urgent matter, that Timberwolf's gonna be a problem. Where are you going now? That's fine. I need to watch that Timberwolf. It's gonna probably turn to hunt one of us relatively soon. I don't think we have many animals. No, we have animals on the tile. They're just nowhere near here. Like, there's nothing near here. So I've given it a chance to sleep it off real fast. Let some of these people... I keep forgetting Sentient Cookie literally doesn't need to sleep. Yeah, so when everyone wakes up in the morning and they eat their meals, then we'll make a move on this thing again. Because they're probably going to leave here. I'm just kind of like using them as a temporary buffer. Yeah, you're going to melt down pretty soon. There's not a whole lot I could do to prevent that either. With withdrawal from addictions. Okay, so the trade caravan's leaving. So the plan's gonna be all of you back in the hole. Except Sentient Cookie, I'm gonna keep you up here to deal with any medical needs we've got. Because unfortunately, Fur here has Go Juice addiction. So they're basically just a downed pawn until they get over it. Major, you get out of here. You're gonna have a break risk down there, and I'm gonna regret it. I think that's everyone. Let's go ahead and scoot you up here. Get our melee pawns in the front. The rest of you, pop that so I can get through. Alright, you took a hit. Alright, it's a torso hit. Not a bad one, luckily. So reposition everyone over here. Got some more enemies over there to deal with. Okay, we got some more up here. So reposition the melee up there. Because I want to deal with the enemies I can see first. Because they don't, the other enemies won't like break through the walls to come after me or anything like that. Major break risk on you, that's fine. And we have just the one left up there. So what are the glowy lumps? The reason you aren't shooting them? They're basically just lights. They don't give me any goodies or anything like that. They're just a light source, effectively. Let's try scooching over here. Alright, nothing that way. Get you over here. It's not really a good place for me to shoot at this because of these stones. Avoid sculpture of masterpiece quality. Okay. Sure. Starvation on JD2V0. Okay, so this will be the last we clear out before we just leave. Because people are starting to get hungry again. Alright, so with that, you two get out of here. JD, just go ahead and start leaving. Oh, you all have food on you. We don't need to leave yet. What are you doing? You're consuming a simple meal. That's way down there. That's fine. Giving everyone a second to eat some food. Then we're going to rally and start breaking down the next set of walls. So most likely it's up here by just odds, but we're going to check back here just to rule it out real quick. Moriarty's grabbing one of these meals down here. I'll grab everyone else except Moriarty. Oh, do you two still need medical treatment, don't you? It's fine, we can keep it going. Where are you going with your meal? Just eat it. Okay, so in that point, you two get down here. You get over here. Moriarty will join us in a moment. You get closer so you don't friendly fire. All right. Okay, so that's a little bit of a dud over there. Grab all of them down here and keep clearing into that corner. Like I said, it's probably up here, but I figure we should try and rule out this corner entirely for right now since we've already got most of it showing. Grab the rest over there. I wonder how close they have to be before it'll be like, hey, you're, about to reveal the dangerous thing. I want you closer than that. Minor break risk on you. Why? Is it sleep? Ugly environment, rotting corpses. So far everyone's doing alright. We can pop up here. And that's a dead end. Alright, let's go ahead and have you back out of here then. We can go climb to the surface. Everybody, items. Bring the package meals, the plasteel, like bring the goodies with us on our way out this time. But get everyone else out of here. Because when we do the final event, they don't give you a whole lot of time. Timberwolf is hunting our refugee, who's up here. So you, all of you start going over here. You just keep on running, friend. I'm trying to get people to help you. You just got to depend on having a little bit of a head start. Alright, you're almost clear. Okay, there you go. Alright, so we need people to get patched up and out of here. So we can go ahead and put the sculpture in there. Alright. So we've got a bunch of people who need medical attention. Why are you in the hospital here? Oh, never mind. I was like, they're showing no injury, so I was curious about it. Alright, so give everyone a chance to patch themselves up, do some recreation, get themselves sorted. There's a chance we might suffer an attack during the time. That's fine if it happens. But I want this to get down to 1, because I'm not going to be able to stop Angry from being at a mood break. We can deal with everyone else. Are you treated? You're not treated. Sentient Cookie, what are you doing? Tend to that person. Alright. So you're fully patched up. You'll be good very soon. And what's your problem? You're sleepy and you're hungry. So I will give you a chance to sleep that off, get yourself a meal. We're slowly getting our bioferrite generator going. So that's good news. Winter has begun. Yeah, so we're just giving them a chance to get some sleep real fast. Inspired recruitment, don't care. And then we're gonna go in and deal with what we can. You got a bunch of people on major break risk. It's mostly our guests. Alright, so everyone should be getting up momentarily. They can all eat their meals. And then we go back into the hole before it has a chance to trigger again. Harbinger Tree has spawned. That's fine. More meat-eating trees. Okay, so your mood should top off. We're just giving you a chance to eat. I'd like you to eat, Luxray, please. Okay, there you go. Okay, so everyone except Angry into the hole, and no child. A bunch of you go into the hole. Not everyone. A bunch of you go into the hole. Before it could trigger another flesh beast attack. Alright, so let's start clearing up this time. Oh, Bentley's not quite there yet. That's what happens when you're missing a leg. Oh, we got no warning on that one. That's bad. This is the dangerous thing I'm here to fight. Normally you get a warning beforehand, but we got really unlucky on the timing of that, so do our combat buff. Please don't run up. Bentley, I need you down here, buddy. Bentley, just get in and do what you can. Colonist needs rescue. Ceresa's gone down. Major break risk. We are being completely overrun. Come on, Bentley, try and get it so they can actually defend themselves. So everyone down in the hole has now collapsed. So our entire away team is downed. I don't have much I can throw at it. Bring everyone else down who can come. Get there as fast as you can. That's the dangers. That thing keeps splitting and splitting and splitting. So if we're really fast, I might be able to save people. But I need to get them in there immediately. And the reason I didn't just run for the ladder is the ladder takes a little while to climb. You tried. I need you to pick up the pace. I need everyone in position. We got people who are gonna die. Oh, this is gonna be a full wipe here. They've all got like 4 or 5 hours. Hop in the hole. Don't wait for the rest of the team. Get down there. Get in there. Just try and keep it so Sentry Cookie can keep shooting. That lasted 2 seconds. And I know I could hold people back and we'd have better chance of the colony not wiping here. But losing 9 colonists all at the same time, or 8 or whatever it is, that's not one we're trying to keep. Because like right now, the chances of us saving anyone is slim to none. But I've been pretty unhappy with this map anyways, just the Caldera is an interesting tile set, but in practice, I actually don't like it. Yeah, no, I was not expecting to pop it right then and there, and I even contemplated at that moment, it's like, is it time to retreat? And my concern is like, no, I'm probably not going to make it. Well, so now I get to watch everyone but the one person who can't move because of their go juice addiction. They're all going to lay down here. Until they bleed out or the cave comes down on them. Because that's kind of the danger with these. They give you just a billion little attacks. So bandaging yourself is really painful and slow. But yeah, you look at how many red dots we have on our map. That's how many enemies were down here. Normally when you get up to the wall, it'd be like, you hear something squirming on the other side, so I got caught by surprise on that one.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Where'd the colony go? Where'd it all go? Game over. Alright. Okay, we can get a new run going. That's, I've thinking about the anomaly encounters in the game and which ones have cost me the most colonists. I think that encounter specifically might be the one that's cost me the most. And hey, everyone over on YouTube, I do apologize for missing your comments and all that. YouTube's just not as good of a streaming experience. I do apologize. Like, it's one of those things that's very easy me when I get focused to miss that versus a lot harder for me to miss Twitch. But yeah, so with that particular one, that event has probably cost me more colonists than... No, that's not true. Not counting the end of Anomaly event. The end of Anomaly event has probably killed more than any event. But other than that, I would say that the pit is one of those things that can be deceptively dangerous. Because even if you win and you kill it, if you get people get downed, it can sometimes be hard to recover them in the time limit. Because they give you something like 8 in-game hours to recover them, which feels like a long time. But between trying to get them out of there as fast as you can and prevent the bleeding, there's the juggle there. Now that's the first time I've had it where I've accidentally popped the wall and it was just the boss thing down there was right there. Usually it's been I've underestimated it or, you know, just other circumstances like someone having a mood break and trying to, you know, save that person having a mood break is what's gotten us. Now, what I did say is I think we're going to go ahead and ditch the ambitions thing. It's fun. I like the idea of it. But as far as challenge runs, we hadn't really done anything meaningfully on the ambitions side of it, really. Like, we got some just by happenstance. But, it's those ones that almost feels like a regular run that once you get to, like, end game, you then pivot. I think that's good if you're trying to do, like, a forever colony kind of run. I like the idea behind it. It was fun messing with it. But, we didn't get to the point of, like, sticking Joywires and all that and people and all that. You feel like RimWorld of Magic along with Anomaly could make for a fun playthrough. I actually don't like modding very heavily, which is part of the reason I was like, let's pull this. Is I'm not big on modding RimWorld beyond like quality of life. Like I've had people who suggest the Zombieland, we messed with it. And I actually I thought it was a neat idea, but I wouldn't say I actually particularly enjoyed that mod. I personally really don't enjoy Combat Expanded. It's a good mod. But I like to keep my runs very, very vanilla-esque. So if it's not vanilla, it's just like one step to the side of vanilla. But what I'm thinking for this run, and we can shop this a little, is that I'm thinking about either one, we can go where we build a colony that is a non-standard xenotype. So instead of just doing like the well, I shouldn't say non-standard, non-baseline xenotype. So going for a colony that is nothing but mole people, going for a colony that's nothing but Neanderthals or Impids or Pigmen. I could see doing one of those. I could see doing... We could do a pollution challenge run. We haven't done that in a little while. That can always be fun. I do that one a lot, though, so I'm a little hesitant on that. I don't really feel like doing the Mechanator. In all honesty, the Mechanator conceptually is interesting, and I like early game Mechanator, but as you start building up to the more advanced things, I don't find it as enjoyable as the other colonists because they don't have the dynamic of other colonists. The mechs just do mech things. You don't have to worry about your mech social fighting and all that, which, by all means, I find social fighting annoying. I definitely want to do the random research, no research thing, which means we won't be doing hot biomes, because with those two mods, you can genuinely get yourself in a situation where you physically cannot survive. If you get a heat wave on a hot tile with the no research, random research, it means no passive cooler, no AC. You just watch your colony die. That's not true. What do those mods do? So no research means I start with literally no research. Random research means I don't get to choose what we research. It's like I hand the keys over to Randy Random and say, yeah, you're in charge of research. So it'll still research, but I don't get to pick. It just randomly says, okay, water wheel. And you go, well, I don't have a river. Well, that's too bad. That's what you're researching. So I like the idea of doing that. Let's see. Yeah, so that'll be this one. We could mess with some scenario stuff if we wanted to. So, like, permanent game conditions can sometimes be interesting. Wait, permanent condition of hate chanting? Oh, that sounds terrible. Because the hate chanting is the thing where you go, like, your colonists will randomly go berserk. Just permanently having every N amount of time one of your colonists goes berserk sounds awful. Like, not in a fun way awful. Acidic smog would just be annoying. Gray pall would just be annoying. Unnatural darkness means we can't grow anything. It's just dark forever. Blood rain frenzy is an interesting one. So if they're out there in the rain, they go berserk. Yeah, the downside, to clarify with the unnatural darkness, this is not the nocturnal darkness that hurts you. It's basically the exact same thing as if you set Eclipse. These have the exact same effect, other than I think this one has a mood debuff. We did mess with a mod to try and get the lethal darkness one, but we couldn't get it to work. We spent an hour troubleshooting it last time, and it just didn't work correctly. I do want to test that off stream to get that working, because it's interesting. Any idea what type of map tile we're going to go for? If I'm doing no research, random research, it just means no tropical swamp, no tropical jungle, no extreme desert, no desert. Arid shrubland is on the fence. But, like, all the cold tiles and the neutral tiles will be fine. And that's just because with random research, if you get a heat wave, you literally just lose. The only counterplay I have in that situation is to walk our people off the tile and just wait for it to go by. And even that's not always possible. Not really feeling those ones, but still. We could just do our no research, random research here, that one, because I have the no man in black event, because I don't care for it. Commitment mode, strive to survive, because I like to do silly challenges. And once you start getting up to these ones, you start having to be a lot more min-maxy and all that. And if you're going to do ridiculous challenges, it's around this area you want to be. Like, I think if you actually read the description on the difficulty settings, it even says strive to survive. It's like doing interesting challenges. Let's see, wait, Toxic Fallout playthrough might be cool at some point with mole people. So the permanent toxic fallout, if I'm doing mole people, shouldn't matter because I just wouldn't leave my hole. That's what we need to decide. Let me go ahead and do a poll and see what we want to do for some ideas. So I'll get a poll going. What type of colony now? Question mark. Mole people. So you could do a mole people colony. We could do a forever night, which that'll be the unnatural darkness. We could do something along those lines. Pollution challenge, which for vampire run. I don't enjoy the vampire. Because it's kind of like Fallout-y, locked inside, extremely unsafe outside. Yeah, no, thematically I like the idea. I generally don't enjoy the Sanguiphage, and the reason I don't enjoy the Sanguiphage is people who know how I play, I generally don't, I don't tend to, like, I don't ever do the slavery mechanic. It's just not something I enjoy or find interesting. You'll find I almost never, ever do cannibalism. It's only when I'm doing very specific challenges that kind of force it do I do that. I don't organ harvest people just for the sake of it. Like, in a pinch, if my best pawn has a blown out lung, I might replace it using someone who's attacked us. But generally, I don't organ harvest. I don't do, like, the massive just spinning out drugs kind of thing. It's just not my preference. Mole people forever night. That could be a possibility. Trying to think of some other ideas to put on the drawing board. Yeah, I don't like the Mechanator, I don't think. But the problem, and where that goes into Sanguiphage, is by default, you have to micro dealing with the Sanguiphage if you don't want to have blood bags in your closet kind of thing. And I don't want to deal with that much level of micro, nor do I want to sit there and constantly go with that. Just say animal fighters only. We've done that. That's yeah, that's fine. Just get like Thrumbo, and that actually works fine. That's actually, to me, again, not as interesting, because the whole big draw for me for RimWorld is all like the story elements where people like get into relationships, get into social fights. This person hates that person but loves this other person, and, you know, having kids and all those kind of things. And the animals, none of that applies. They're like, the animals, for all intents and purposes, are robots that can sometimes, you know, sometimes become bonded. Like, it's fine. We've done that stuff in the past, but I'm not feeling that kind of run right now. And we've done plenty of anomaly focused runs, because we did like the SCP kind of thing. You didn't say you couldn't have pawns. You said animals are the only fighters. No, I got you. It's not something I feel like doing, Luxray. And it's also those things, for those who don't know with the animals, if you get something like the Mega Sloth or Thrumbo, that can carry you to endgame. Elephants, kind of. But the animals have kind of a hard barrier that once you start getting this stuff that does real proper damage, they just fall over dead. So it's pretty unsustainable late game, other than Thrumbos and Mega Sloths and a couple other animals that are particularly strong. Like, Thrumbos can carry you all the way through to endgame. But once you start regularly losing animals, you can't breed them fast enough to replace the losses. Alright, so I need 2 more ideas. I'm going to put 5 ideas up and we'll vote for them. So we've got the Pollution Challenge, the Forever Night, the Mole People. We can potentially combine those two. I'm not feeling Mechanator. I'm not feeling like Sanguiphage. I keep thinking about like the pig people, but I'm not sure on that one. And we could mess with making our own xenotype, but that usually takes a lot of time, and I don't think I would have put that time in right now, because we've done the one where we made people that were like super duper researchers and all that, but were basically made out of paper mache, that they couldn't do anything physical oriented at all well, including fighting, but they could just tech up super fast. It was all right. It was an interesting one. We tried for the Ghoul Army. That was a little bit of fun. I don't think I want to do that one again right now, though. That's another one. And we are running no research, random research. We could have the Swamp Hill idea as another one. I like the Swamp Hill map. I don't think I want to say custom xenotype that's super terrible at everything would be fun to watch. Well, the problem is when you make those ones that are just outright bad across the board, that they can be hard to do interesting stuff. Oh man. Super melee Xenos. Alright, we'll do that. Hussar only run? Oh god. I don't even, like, that sounds awful in every way. Okay, so the things we've got up here for the poll is we've got Mole People, which will be playing as the Dirt Moles. They're nearsighted, they're good at melee, they heal up extremely well, and they suck at long range. They dig good. That's kind of their thing. We have Forever Night, which is we'll turn on the Unnatural Night to keep it dark forever. The big thing with that one is it means I can't grow stuff in the animals, so it kind of takes on the Ice Sheet problem of struggling with food, but not cold. We have the Pollution Challenge, which is where I set the world to 100% pollution and choose a tile with as close to 100% pollution as possible, and then I'm not allowed to choose a xenotype that is immune to pollution, and we also can't just bag up the pollution and ship it off or anything like that, so we just have to deal with the pollution on the tile. We have Swamp Hill, which is you'll have a rock formation in the middle of the tile, and it's nothing but mud and swamp around you. So building your base sucks beyond that little rock. And then a super melee Xenos, which mean we'll design or create a Xenotype that is extremely strong in melee, which is going to mean we're going to be taking a lot of negatives to offset that. And we can shop what that looks like. Which does mean with the super melee Xenos, we're going to be probably not even bothering with range beyond like EMP or something. Like we'll have like smoke grenade and EMP for utility purpose, but realistically, we're gonna be so awful at range. We're just gonna have to swarm mentality ranged people, which will be interesting because I'll have to change my defensive. I'm gonna start making the Xenotype, because just looking at what we got there is kind of answering my question. Alright, so we'll go here. We'll just keep it on the regular research one. We'll strive to survive because we're doing a gimmicky challenge. Commitment mode on Cassandra. Full world thing. It sucks that we have to... Wait, I think I actually could generate the Xenotype before we get into all of this. Let's see about that first. If I could generate the Xenotype way out here. Oh, come on. That's fine. We'll choose a map and we'll go into it. I don't mind choosing any type of like difficult map wherever. Like I said, because we are doing no research, random research, hot maps are off the table. Everything else is fine, but hot maps, it can literally just be an RNG roll that does it. Anyone else play RimWorld somehow just end up picking a main character pod? Some people do that. That's one of the runs that I haven't done it yet. I've debated doing it a couple times. But I've debated having it where we have a challenge run where there's the leader of the colony and everything is done for them. Oh, Badlands? Do we want to do a Badlands map? This is a modded map. If you're not sure what the Badlands here is, all of this gray and all that, it's not mountains. Like these things are here like rocky terrain or whatever, but that's just rock ground. So you've got a bunch of ground that isn't usable for farming. Yeah, so like all of this ground here I can't use. All that's limestone. I get a little patch of soil here and here. I'd be down to do a Badlands. As in the first pawn you ever made, and it's bad? Or like you made many pots? And this is the first bad one? Oh. You made your first bad pot of coffee? Yeah, so it's definitely going to melee strong. I think I'm gonna go for the Badlands. We'll create a fluid ideology. Sure. We'll have them like animalistic style, even though they're not gonna have the much around them. So if we're gonna go all in on the melee meme, let's see. I know you don't have heavy mods, but have you ever looked into any of the different Xenotype mods? I've looked at them. They don't interest me. Like, one of the things about games, I like the game to have a certain amount of balance to it and all that, and the moment you get into modding, you just kind of take any hope of balance and you just throw it into the fire. People argue to no end. I might go for the human primacy. I don't do this one very often. Let's go for human primacy, I think. Focused on melee. Let's see. What about Star Wars Species mod? I'd install RimWorld and never play it again. No, you already know I'm not big on modding, Darth. You know, like, especially with stuff that has, like, a bunch of IPs and all that, I'm not gonna do it. It's fine, like, it's just not my jam. Okay, so let's see here. I'm gonna go here, and I'm just gonna go ahead and remove the clothing requirements for these, just because I find it obnoxious that you start getting to end game clothes, and your person's like, I don't have the right hat. I just have this really amazing helmet, but this hat isn't what I want. So, if we're going for the melee thing, we can go to our weapons and say melee versus ranged. We think melee is noble. We despise ranged weapons. And we prefer stabby bits. See, melee blunt being despised. These are incompatible. It's fine, we'll just get rid of that one. Yeah, so we prefer melee and we despise that. Maybe we should focus on hats. You'll gaslight? I mean, I can time you out. If that's the way we want to go with it, I can time you out. Let's see here. I'm very tempted to make research slow. Just as leaning in on this, I'm tempted to make research slow. You have no idea, and it would be an awful idea. Is there any other precepts that we feel that fits this very well? I mean, I'd say mech labor prohibited, but that's not an option. Just checking to see if there's anything here that's like, no. This is gonna be a no-go. Autonomous weapons prohibited. There we go. I think the rest is fine. Yeah, I think the rest is fine. So we are going, let's see. I was ready and willing to time out, yeah. Alright, so that's basically what we got going on. We can't, it's not that we can't use ranged, our people really don't like ranged. It's dirty, it's gross. And we've got all this other stuff. We can go here. We've got our 5 people, and this is where I'm gonna have to make our new xenotype. Alright, so for our xenotype, we are going all in on the melee. So we're going to immediately say, hey, you know what? Strong melee. That's clearly gonna be a part of this. And then robust. We're gonna be taking a lot of hits, so we're gonna reduce damage. We could reduce their pain to keep them in the fight, but we'll see where we want to go from here. One of the things we can lean into with this is because we're going to be doing the melee, where is their eyesight? We want to just really punish their eyesight because that's something I can easily give up that I'm not super worried about. We'll probably want them to be very fast runners if they're going to be all in on the melee. Where is the eyesight there? Because that's one of those things that you can give people like nearsighted and all that. Yeah, so we got nearsighted. That punishes range, so we can go ahead and do that. Any venerated animal? I didn't worry about it. Oh, you got caught in ads. Alright, so we are going to make them awful at shooting, because I need to bring that hunger down. We'll make them great at melee. Where else do we want to make them bad? Because we gotta give a lot of negatives to offset this. We could make them drug dependent. That's always an option, but I don't really want to go there. We will be awful at intellectual. We will be awful at art. We'll be awful at animals. We'll be awful at mining. Okay, so right now we're even. Drug dependent might not be awful because most of them decrease pain anyways. Yeah, that's what I'm debating. So right now we've got where we take less damage. We're really good at melee in 2 different factors. We move fast. Yeah, the downside is I have to be able to make go juice if we have a dependence on it, and we're not going to be able to do that earlier. It would be good to I'm gonna see if I can't. What does long legs do? Oh, long jump. I'm sorry. I misread that as like long legs. It's like, what? So, if we can make these two fit, that would be good. But I need a minus. I need to do +4, which is a little tricky. Intense UV sensitivity would be pretty hard. Pyrophobia would be a deal breaker dealing with the impids. I really hate aggressive. Kill thirst. They will become irritated if they go too long without killing someone in close combat. That would be one that would work. Alright, let's see here. Oh, slow study. We can make them level up slower. So I need 2 more points. You feel like slow researcher and awful mining will come back to bite you in the rear somehow? Oh, it will. There's no question about that. That's gonna be painful. I could definitely hurt another thing. We could give them awful social, which is pretty bad. Like, don't underestimate how painful awful social can be. Definitely not awful medical. With all melee, we're getting hurt a lot. Do I go awful crafting? That's a real bad one. That's a real bad one. That's a real bad one. Awful construction. That means I'll have to max someone out in construction just to build a geothermal power. Oh wait, what was unstoppable again? Yeah, 1 unstoppable on there. I'm gonna have to give something up. Ooh, what good thing are we getting up for that? So we could take away the great melee. Let me double check that. So I think great melee just gives us the +8. So we start strong with melee. That gives us an extra melee damage. Maybe drop fast runner for a smaller buff. Yeah, that's definitely something worth considering. Oh. We could hurt their manipulation. We could also potentially give them Stellan stability. It reduces their lifespan. Probably not. Melee God Run, that's basically what we're going into it. Farming? Yeah, we could hurt the farming as well. Cell instability is great. Yeah, the immunity penalty and the shorter lifespan are pretty rough. And the cancer rate factor is way higher. I might take it though. So that breaks us even. Alright, so we're even now. And this is getting pretty extreme. This is a very high complexity one. Doesn't super immune counter it? We didn't take super immune. I would love to, but I don't think we're fitting that in here without getting more dire. Seeing if there was any dependence we could do. But even smoke leaf dependence. Because the problem is, so smoke leaf I can guarantee myself at the beginning. Psychite dependence I can't guarantee. I'm doing no research, random research, and you don't start with the Psychite brewing, which means literally I could go without having a source of Psychite and just have our people die. Now granted, that's a full year before they die, but it's 30 days before they go comatose. We might go for it. Let's not. That's one that like RNG could get us. Psychic, you can make better drugs though without fighting, right? Yeah, but I'm running no research, random research, so I can't guarantee any of that. Let's see if there's anything else you want to grab. So we need to give him a color. I'm gonna make him blue. I'm gonna make him blue. Give him green hair. They're Smurfs now. That's just what it is. Hulk body. Because of course. We will give them facial ridges. A human voice. A heavy jaw. A gaunt head. Center horn. Sure, I don't know if all of these are compatible with each other. Like, it might be they get random on some of them. We'll give them floppy ears just because we can. We'll gray out their eyes. No. Well, I mean, they gave them green hair. Long hair and bushy beards. I could give them very unattractive as a negative. Alright, we're gonna save this when we're done so we don't have to deal with this. I love no sleep. Never sleep is... It's got some serious negatives to it as well. But, it's really nice. Sterile? Nah, we'll probably have kids. I think I'm happy with what we got here. So, let's go ahead and save this. Let's see. Genes are Yeah, so we'll pass the genes on to kids. And we don't have to worry about restrictions. Melee. Save and apply, I think. Alright, so... That name's terrible, but it's fine. Alright, so first, before we do anything else, they are all melee. Okay, so every one of them is going to be good at melee, and they're going to have very little passions for almost anything else. So we've got someone who can do constructions, cooking, and planting, who is an undergrounder. You're awful. You get out of here. You're a pretty... That's super immune, and you have asthma. Oh, bloodlust. And you start with 2 melee weapons, interestingly enough. Yeah, so we're gonna have 0 desire for shooting, mining, or intellectual. We'll just have to deal with it. We're gonna need to find someone who is a cook. Careful shooter is a non-thing. Staggeringly ugly gourmand. Depressive with great memory who's nimble. No. Great memory nimble is a nice combination. Fast walker who's kind and has cooking passion. I can live with that.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
So I'm not excited about the existing, like, I usually won't take people with scars and all that to begin with. But sanguine and medical, I'm making an exception. Alright, so we have no research and no shooting because that's due to our xenotype. And our mining is also one that we're very terrible with.
Thank you Chester LaRue for gifting a sub to Godfish Gaming.
And thank you, Chessie LaRue, for gifting a sub to Godfish Gaming. I really do appreciate that support. And Godfish Gaming, now have yourself some nice advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes, whether you like it or not. So thank you so much for that. Okay. Oh, I just looked. This colony is almost entirely women. That's fine. It's a shame you're so old with these ones. We'll have to de-age you. Oh, right. Didn't we get the... Yeah, it'll be fine. We'll figure it out. All right, so let's see how cursed this is, chat. As we have blue people. So obviously part of the rules is going to be that I can't just bring other people in. Because if we just bring other people in, we'll then not be playing the xenotype. So what we'll try to do is keep it to the xenotype. Now, I would say who is getting the ranged weapons, but, you know, we have this whole thing where we don't like the range. So everyone, go grab your stabby and pokey bits. Good job, team. All right, so you might look and go, that's a lot of lovely ground you've got there. Fertility, none. This is all stone. It's all stone. It's not mineable cave, it's a stone ground. That's the Badlands. So this is our grow area we're gonna have. And then we got little patches other places. So that is going to be our life. Did you miss the selection? The stretch? I'll get it. It stays in my queue until I go to it. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and make a patch of rice here real fast. Start with that. And in the meantime, we don't have hardly much in the way of resources. We're gonna go here and we're just gonna make a little box of a room. And then I need to update my title to accurately display what the heck we're even doing. So I've got all that set. We'll say research bench is one of the first things on the queue. And I'll put butcher and fueled stove. So we've got our initial stuff set up. Start mining that steel because we'll need it. And getting all that going. And for our construction person, we'll get this going. Let's see here, because I also need to get a bunch of stuff added. So everyone's got their recreation on here, work-wise. You do not do that. Every one of them has a passion in crafting. Okay, so manual priorities. So you two are doctors. So get them set up. We have no one here who is at all capable of childcare, as in being good at it. Actually, you physically won't. So anyone who can childcare is going to childcare because that's rough. We don't have anyone capable of handling animals. You are going to be our cook because you have a double passion in that. No one's going to bother hunting because you're going to have to run up and club it, which is not going to be the safest way of dealing with that. You will be our growing person. You two will both be assigned to growing. You will research as able. Here, everyone will have research 4. Everyone's going to be equally terrible at it, so why be picky? You will be our mining slash... Actually, you will be... Yeah, you two will be... Okay, you two are construction, you two are growing. I just realized, yeah, but the problem is we have a lot of passion for construction on people I need to have growing stuff. And then all of you can have art in here. So anyone can craft. It's fine. This is gonna be terrible. Okay, so with that, I'll get naming them here in a minute. First, let me update my title because it's no longer accurate, so I don't want to be lying about what's going on. Let's see. Built for melee, cursed, xenotype. What could possibly go wrong? All right. It will be unfortunate that over on the YouTube side, I don't know how I'm gonna have to navigate this. I'm gonna have to like add them on a new playlist. Let's see, what is the best random generated pawn you've ever gotten when starting? I have had a nimble, tough brawler with I think it was like 18 melee. I think it was like a masterwork sword that came on with, I think it was a sanguiphage or whatever. That genuinely, friend or foe, anyone they got into a fight with just fell over dead. That was the problem, though, is they had a tendency to get upset and get into fights because sanguiphage, and then they killed our own people a lot. I think they single-handedly killed 3 of our people by decapitating them in a single hit. It was pretty upsetting. But, that said, they were a really effective pawn. For better or worse, they were effective at what they did. You could be strawberries down here. Just gonna try and get a bunch of stuff planted. What is our grow season here? I didn't even bother looking. Okay, so it's a fairly long but not year-round grow season. So if we do this at the beginning, it'll be worth it for me to put down some corn. I can get some good output from corn here. We can go up here, and you are going to be heel root. Oh, you know what? This is terrible soil. Let's just make it more potatoes. I wasn't thinking about the fact that the soil here is crap. And you're going to be fiber corn because very genuinely I'm not going to be able to get hardly anything else done. Alright, so bills. Butcher creature, do forever. You're working on getting the fuel stoved online. And that's fine. You're going to disassemble the nearby building. You're going to start hauling stuff back. What book did we get? You give me animal skill. I get a bunch of other junk we don't care about. Alright, so for right now, we're going to go ahead and put the stockpile just in here. Going to put the dumping stockpile just down here. Please do not put the steel inside the building. Yeah, well, what we might do is we might end up growing trees out in one of these other fields. When you're done planting, harvest that. So good news, they did get some rice down already. We'll want to smooth out floors here. We'll definitely want to try and get stone cutting earlier. Or early. You know what? Oh, fallen monolith? Okay, so you have the fallen monolith down here. Oh, hey, don't put the corpses up here. I see what you're doing. No human corpses up here. Drop it. We don't want it. We can deal with that when we get a harbinger tree or whatever. Is there a psychic tree on the map anywhere? Yeah, it's over there. This one is going to be a map I'm probably not going to get to do much with that psychic tree. Because the chances of getting it to spawn someplace useful are very low. So it's not going to be until I can, like, wall that off and then make a safe way to get there. Oh. Oh, good. We have a pair of cats. Incredibly useful pets. We will be eating our animals, by the way. Just be ready for that to happen. Yeah, so the random research is working. We're not going to wake up the monolith, so we'll still get the random anomalies and not really get all the tools we need to deal with them. But, please don't plant the fiber corn first. That's always those ones. It seems like no matter what you do, they always magnetize towards growing the not food first. And I don't know why. Alright, do we have an obvious ancient danger laying around here? Not there. There he is. Ancient danger's right there. Okay. Just checking to see where it was positioned, how useful it is. So let's tear up some of these ruins, because we can get blocks and all that from this. Not gonna worry about the flooring, they only give you trace amounts of stuff. Okay, so we've got this all put together. We can go bills, cook simple meals, do until we have 10. We're not gonna worry about baby food or anything like that yet. Alright, let's start naming people, by the way. So, we got our first contestant. They're good at melee. They're good at melee, plants, cooking, crafting, construction, just like this person's, melee, construction, plants, crafting. You get the idea. Everyone's good at melee. even our worst person at melee is still pretty good at melee. So let's go ahead and get that going. So we'll draw for the first one, and that'll be Sentient Cookie. And our second person is going to be Jessica Le Guin. Gonna be Jess. I remember you said you were cool with Jess. If I'm thinking the right person. The queue is not empty. That's a lie. We got Doppelganger. And that where it says it's empty, it doesn't mean you're not in the queue. That's a bug I have that I need to fix. That it ends up appending a blank line on the end of the text file where the names get stored for the queue. And we got Night Dweller. And as a result, sometimes it chooses that empty line and goes, the queue is empty. So I just need to fix that so it like that line doesn't get there. And then we got Luxray. Cool. So yep, so we got Sentient Cookie, we got Jess, we got Doppelganger, we got a Night Dweller, we got Luxray hanging out. Your respective responsibilities around here. Sentient Cookie is one of our growers. Jesse is another one of our growers. Doppelganger is our cook, who will, moonlight as a construction and mining person. A Night Dweller is going to be mostly focused on trying to do our... We're going to make you our dedicated researcher. You'll also craft, but you're our dedicated researcher. So you're going to be our dedicated researcher, and then Luxray here will also help with construction and mining. Everyone can clean, haul, and do all that stuff. We'll actually lower the priority on hauling to be below cleaning. And everyone can craft, because everyone has a passion for crafting, which I find interesting, because our Xenotype doesn't have a thing. That just happened to be the way it worked out, is everyone was kind of into crafting. So make a crafting spot here. You can go bills, add tribalware, do until you have one of at least 80% quality. We will say the headdress, same deal. And if you have the stuff for Smoke Leaf, go for it. Smash Mechanoids, go for it. And I think that's fine. Let's see, what a coincidence that you started culinary school long ago, and now you're getting into construction in real life. Just the way it's going. Yep. Yeah, so meanwhile, we have our construction people just tearing stuff apart, trying to get us some bricks and all that. Unlike the bases I do a lot of time where I keep it... I generally like to have a bunch of separate buildings. With being extremely melee heavy, we are going to depend very heavily in being able to outflank people and just get our melee on top of whatever the most dangerous thing in the field is. Honestly, the toughest fights for us are going to be when it's a bunch of melee against a bunch of melee. Then it's a matter of just basically trying to give ourselves every advantage in the fight we can, so far as, like, being able to get more of us on them and that kind of thing. So we're not going to make kill boxes, because that depends on ranged. We're probably going to make ourselves, like, kill hallways, where you have, like, a hallway that branches out in a bunch of places, so that ranged can't get any good angles on it, and you're just, forced into close quarters. The real scary one is when we start getting lancers and pikemen and centipedes. That's where I think we're going to have to worry. Realistically, the way I'll tackle that is we will give someone an EMP grenade. They'll get really angry about holding it, and will be really bad with it. But, it's a counter type move. Can you do traps? Yeah, but I usually don't. Because then it's very easy to kind of default in making a bunch of trap mazes. And, Alright, so we're basically out of the pemmikins, so I'm sorry, pets. But you're food. You should try to not be made out of food next time. Oh, I don't have anyone assigned to handling. That could be you, a Night Dweller. Because they'll eat our food, and unfortunately, they can nuzzle you for a mood bonus, but it doesn't happen nearly enough to justify it. So furniture. Maybe one trap at choke points. Yeah, I'm not worried about that. Like, I'm more concerned about thinking about the end game. Like, our first encounter, literally we can just swarm them. And that'll do us well. We're definitely going to want to try and get some armor going as early as we can. Who is our researcher? Yeah, Night Dweller. Let's bump you up like that. Oh, and we're also going to need to go recreation. We can put this out here. And that in the corner. Alright. So we're trying to get our early game food up in place. And then we're going to start trying to expand. We are doing the random research, no research mods again, so we do have the same issue we will have last time, where we might get stone cutting early, we might not get early. I hear your traps and I raise you a pointy stick. Yeah. Well, that was, one of the people came with the axe and the sword in their inventory, which was interesting. I think the sword is gold. I actually have no idea how good the gold sword is damage-wise. I mean, 8.68 with 33% armor penetration isn't terrible. I mean, it's better than the silver axe. Nowhere near as good as the steel Equa, though. Yeah, no, it's honestly a hair better than everything but the Equa we've got with us. It's definitely not a great weapon. In real life, gold is terrible to make equipment out of. Gold is a soft metal. All right, bear with me, chat. While we're waiting here real fast, I'm gonna go ahead and run to the other room real fast and grab myself a, another drink. I don't expect anything to happen here, and if it does, the game will pause. So I'll just be right back. It'll be 2 seconds. So thank you again. I'll be back in a moment. All right. I'm not playing Randy. I'm playing Cassandra. My issue with Randy is... So Randy's the most interesting of the storytellers, definitely. But my issue from the content perspective with Randy is I have had times where I've streamed with Randy that we go through an entire stream and have, like, one raid over, like, 9 hours. Because Randy's just like, not feeling it today. Just gonna go ahead and take a siesta for a whole in-game year. Don't mind me. And then there's other times where Randy's just, just like, hey, you know what you want with that raid? About 6 more. How about having a toxic fallout overlapping your cold snap? Or there would be the time. What was it? I was we did one. I think it was a boreal forest. And I had overlapping, I had the flu, plague, and malaria all at the same time. Like, don't get me wrong, like, we were recovering from the first one, but we still had it on the bar in, like, the recovering phase. After a cold snap. And it's like, my god, calm down. When do you expect me to recover from any of this game? But yeah, no, it's just that's the pro and the con of Randy, which can be fun, But the high stress of when it all happens, that part's fine for me for streaming. I'm okay with that. It's just the number of times I've had Randy just be a big old nothing burger for a whole season. I'm just like, look, man, it's like, I gotta make content, and if you're just gonna sleep for the next year, that's not gonna work out very well for me. Sees, why have fun when you can have all the diseases? Randy, probably. Yeah. Okay, so what I'm thinking here, and I'm just gonna kind of mark my plans while we're waiting for stuff to get going. So I'm thinking we definitely make one wall up this way. I'm just trying to look at where we could probably make defensive positions. We can make a wall over this way. Probably cut over this way. Let's actually go a little wider because I see that that's a big steel area. So I think the steel ends over here. So we'll just make it line up with that. So with that, I'd have like the area walled in. And do you have anything to trade? No. And so for defensive perimeter, this would probably be the place to do the defense. I mean, I have a large area. It's not going to be particularly useful for growing. It's away from my field, so if raids get in here, they won't immediately light everything on fire. What I'm kind of thinking for my defensive plan is I would have a couple layers to this. So the first thing we'd do is I want them to have to go into a hallway of some sort. So we can just pretend that. And the reason I want them to have to go in there is to force them into single file as best we can. And from there, I'm almost imagining something like this. Hey, Blind, thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate that. I do hope you had yourself a good stream and all that. Here we are to drink your beer. No, it's mine. But how's it going? How was your stream today and all that good stuff? Yeah, so how was the stream and all that good stuff, and what were you playing? I'm assuming Dwarf Fortress. Can we get a shout out for Blind IRL, by the way? For those who don't know Blind IRL, absolutely a fantastic content creator on the platform. If you're looking for anyone, like if you're ever looking at Dwarf Fortress and you kind of looking to like learn and all that, Blind is probably one of the best people to talk to about Dwarf Fortress. Plays more than just Dwarf Fortress, but that's kind of like one of the mainstays of content. Technical difficulties, that's no fun. I hope they weren't too bad. We're messing around with a melee, it's not technically melee only run RimWorld, but we have made a xenotype that has a very unhealthily strong disposition towards melee. Stream dropped once and you blame restream? Yeah, that's no fun. I had a stream drop about a week and a half ago that definitely spoiled the mood of that stream. That's no fun. I do hope whatever technical issue is a one-off, because it's never fun when we gotta fight with that stuff. But yeah, but welcome in, Raiders. Again, if you haven't checked out Blind, lots of fun there. Really good wit over there. But for everyone popping in, I am Rual Storge. I am a fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team with Blind as well. I do play a large range of games in the channel. So I do play Settlement and City Builders like RimWorld. We just started this run maybe 20 minutes ago. Like, so you're just getting at the very beginning. I do play a lot of other games, though. I do play like a lot of simulation, slice of life. So we've been playing like a lot of Coral Island lately. We did some Stardew Valley not too far back. We've done like Farming Simulator, American Truck Simulator, a whole bunch of good stuff. So if any of that sounds good, don't forget to follow and all that good stuff. But that said, what we're doing right now, and thank you for the follow, welcome to the stream. What we're doing right now is we just started a brand new run of RimWorld, where we have made our own disgustingly unethical melee-focused xenotype with all the things. So we heal really fast, our blood clots really fast, we can take a lot of damage, we can dish a lot of damage in melee, we move fast, but we suck at research. We have a shorter lifespan with a high tendency for disease and everything. We're terrible at shooting, we're terrible at mining, we're terrible at animals, we're terrible at art, and we're terrible at research. So there's gonna be pain. You went long today though, so you got a raid and run. Garden needs water. Gotcha. Well, thank you so much for the raid, and I do appreciate it. And go water that garden. My pineapple's been It's been okay. The mix of no rain, no rain, no rain, all the rain has not been good for it. I'm not sure I'm gonna get any this year. Orcs, sort of, in a blue, long-eared, green-haired, cursed sort of way, but you know, otherwise orcs. But yeah, so that's what we're going for. So immediately my priorities are just getting food in the ground, so that way we don't starve. And then the next thing's going to be trying to get the perimeter. Now, another thing I've got going on is I also have the no research, random research mods going on. So if you look here, I might be like, hey, you know what'd be really good right now? Stone cutting. Oh wait, my research button's gone. I basically don't have control of my own research. If anyone's familiar with the storyteller Randy Random, it's like someone gave the keys to R&D to Randy and said, have a nice day. Which means we'll definitely be getting Water Wheel, by the way, because it happens every time. Alright, so you've got a raccoon that's gone wild, which should be no threat to us at all. Now, normally we'd be like, okay, let's stand back, get ourselves in a position to shoot without taking injury, but you know, we don't do the shooting thing here. Literally our ideology, we like holding melee weapons. It makes us happy. And we get really upset if we hold ranged weapons. So the strategy that we're going to employ is a very carefully, well thought out, complex strategy of punch it in the face. Well done, team. I didn't need to bring everyone in there. Literally one person could easily have handled that. But it is one of those things that you don't want to stack up a bunch of random hits that have a chance to get infected and all that. We don't have super immune or anything like that. When you came in here, I'm trying to decide on how I want to have my defensive position. Because normally what you want to do is bottleneck people to give your ranged tons of time to shoot at the enemy. But we're not shooting. So what I'm thinking about trying to do is set up a defense that we can have the enemy come in where I can have it 3-on-1 as much as possible. So I think might even work here. It's something like this. We can pop those out. So the idea behind this would simply be, enemy comes through here, they work their way around this corner, and they go here. 3 of my people are here, 1 of them is there, 3-on-1, they feed themselves into the meat grinder. Now at the same time, I don't want them standing around doing a bunch of other stuff, so you go ahead and get another group here, 3-on-1 there, same deal. If someone goes down on either side and the other side needs to reinforce, they just run through the back here and they go in. That's kind of what I'm thinking. I don't know if that'll work well. We would put barricades on the ground here to try and dissuade them from stopping and shooting at us. Area revealed. Oh, as well as like little rooms. We're pulling up all the ruins for materials. And we absolutely suck at research, so it's going to take us forever to make any progress there. Like, we look at our people, everyone, they physically cannot have a passion in research. It's not allowed. So it's gonna be awful. What type of stone do we have on our map, by the way? We have limestone and sandstone. And it's looking like, just from the quick peek at the colors of the walls here, it's looking like we got more, like a lot more limestone than sandstone on the map. It actually looks like we only got a couple patches of sandstone, like here and there. Yeah, extreme Unga Bunga. Yeah, we're very much going very hard into Unga Bunga. They tell you to not go full Unga Bunga. Limestone and sandstone are such bummer stones to get. Yeah, it's fine. Like, don't get me wrong, granite is way stronger and all that. None of the strength of granite, the beauty of marble. Yep. That's fine. We chose the Badlands, so this is technically a modded map. So, where you're looking at that going, you have a mighty fine amount of dirt here. That's actually rough sandstone. My growing areas are, I got a little patch there, and I got some other ones over here on the outskirts, and then some like on the edge of the map that would just catch fire and die every time a raid shows up. I didn't look. Where is our geothermals? Are those in good positions? I've got one here. Got one down there. Got one up there. One there. No, the answer is they're terrible. Not a single one in a good... Yeah, no, they're all out on the edge of the map. Alright, so that sucks. Not that we couldn't use them, but that'll be a whole thing. Yeah, so I'm thinking... Like, so far I don't have much of the sandstone or the limestone. I was trying to see if we took apart the ruins, if I'd actually have a decent amount. Because we don't have brick cutting yet, so... I can't... I'm moving the block outside. I can't cut a bunch of bricks easily. We'll get to that point. We also don't have much wood on the map. I'm gonna have to turn to doing fiber corn, which is terrible. It takes forever to grow. You get trace amounts of wood, and you smile and say thank you. Yeah. So if you got capacity, yeah, don't cut that. You got capacity to start cutting down trees. Get all the wood you can. Because we'll start by building it out of wood. I'm gonna try going up there. I'm gonna leave that one alone. Oh, and I got a little tiny spot of field over here. Okay. So we need to name our faction and our colony. It's bold to assume you'll survive long enough to research Geo. It's very unlikely, especially with random research. I've had runs where I've been ready to launch the ship and I still couldn't make a t-shirt. Just straight up. Build houses, advanced research, science, computers, robots, but a t-shirt? Nah, sorry, man. Just can't do it. Only hard materials. No fabric. That's just right out. Yeah, that was an extreme outlier. Usually it's like I'll get halfway through electricals, like I'll get the electrical skill and like halfway through there, and then I'll get, you know, whatever major technology I'm missing. So so I feel like with this one we should definitely lean in the fact that we're like melee only, bad research, that kind of thing. For the faction name. For the colony, the fact that we're just in this like stone nothing wonderful. Name the faction Ooga Booga, and the settlement Unga Bunga, in honor of smacking your foes to death. At least you got advanced research tech? Yeah. The faction, the art of Unga Bunga. You know, you gotta play it up. It's marketing. And with the ground being stone, I feel like I would have played into that. I'm just trying to come up with a name for the thing. It's just like the fact that everything is stone. Stoners, just straight up stoners. At that point, you're just the Flintstones. Big Rock Town. Stonehaven. I'll go with Stonehaven. Alright, that way we're not sitting here on a pause screen. Cool. So we are the Art of Unga Bunga, and this is Stonehaven. Yeah, so I think I might try something along this line, where we could get these corridors that I could deploy my people in to hopefully bottleneck. Because the danger you run into if I were to just have one point that they all fed in with 3, you can run into a situation where someone gets hit, they go down, they start bleeding, and you have to wait for the entire encounter to wrap up before you can rescue them realistically. Versus if I start splitting them up, I basically can potentially finish the fight faster. That's what I'm thinking. We'll see what happens. I'll end up putting doors up here and all that I can open and close as I need to increase or decrease the rate of which they feed into me. But the idea is I want lots of corners, that way it forces them to not have line of sight to be able to shoot at me with any real effectiveness. Our All right, so unfortunately, we're just going to go ahead and pick up the speed at which we got going on here. Now, unfortunately, we look at our research here. We are at a whopping 0 because we have a penalty of -8. So to say we get research a little slowly, it's tad underselling how bad it is. We definitely are going to need more research tables. What I'm hoping for is to have enough wood that we can go ahead and make some. Alright, I'll need to deal with that in a moment. We're gonna make ourselves like a little barracks here. I'm gonna make it one wider so it's an odd number so the doors aren't weird. Alright, so we can get that. So you're starving. So, hey, there's a donkey over there. Everyone hungry? Go get dinner. Nicely done, team. Okay. So with that, we got a very minor bite on you, and we got headbutt on the torso on you. Nicely done, team. 3 words an hour? Very much so. New lovers. Luxray flirted with Sentient Cookie by subtly complimenting her recreational preferences. Sentient Cookie has become aroused and agreed to become Luxray's lover. Aww. Love on the rim, the truest of loves. We're gonna move all the sleeping spots in here. Okay, who is our cook as everyone's actively starving? Doppelganger? Start butchering those donkeys before everyone gets super pissy about being, you know, literally starving. Low psychic drone, that'll help everyone's moods entirely. Alright. So that'll be the 3 donkeys we just hunted. Now, unfortunately, because we are doing melee, our people actually won't take the time to hunt automatically. So I will have to, like, manually deal with it. Alright. So you're gonna go ahead and grab this and delete all of those beds. That's no longer a bedroom. And we're gonna build 2 more research stations. And we're also going to give them some chairs. Because the only way we're going to get research done at 3 words an hour is if we combine all of our power to knock it up to 9 words an hour. Exactly. Okay, so we've got our first raid showing up. Man with club, who is extremely good at the shooty and not good at the melee. So this is not going to go well for you. You brought a weapon counter to your own abilities. And showed up on our best benefit. Considering it took only 2 hits to drop you. Good job. Oh, that bike can just stay out there. So we do need to get all of the, Nice little optimist. Smirks are really poor readers. They are. I honestly debated giving them another penalty to research from the ideology as well. I didn't ultimately do it. But there was definitely a pretty good moment where that was a thing. Oh yeah, you're getting really upset about being out here, aren't you? That is unfortunate. That is most unfortunate indeed. I'm not doing anything about it, but you know, it is unfortunate. Alright, we'll put a light in there. Can they cook the food? Yeah, they're cooking it. They've got like one stack of meat they haven't cooked yet, but they cooked the rest of it. We're basically waiting for this rice to get in. Once the rice gets in, food won't be a problem. It said someone ate raw food. Yeah, no, that was because they ate the food before we got to cooking it all. Speaking of which, let's go to our assignments and fix all that. I need to go to manage food policies, lavish. There's no such thing as eating rotten food, despite what it says. Do not eat the baby food. Do not eat kibble. You can't eat hay, so that's weird that that's listed there. Do not eat corpses. And I'm gonna leave raw food on just for right now till our food is stabilized. I want to go to health and change defaults to industrial, and then we can go to the medical and assign it to use industrial as well. So that gets all of our default assignments sorted out. Pawns be goofy like that sometimes. Oh yeah. Yeah, no, it's basically the pawns ate the raw food before the person had a chance to cook it, which is fine. You can make it so they physically won't eat raw food, but then what ends up happening is, like, your cook gets injured, and you go, why is everyone starving? I'm sitting on 6,000 raw food. And it's like, oh, I understand. And you don't notice that it's your cook that was the one who's in trouble that whole time. So hungry they ate the first thing they saw. Yeah, you have to, when it comes to eating stuff that's outside their preference, they'll wait until they're actually starting to get to the point, not quite starving, but getting pretty close to malnutrition, that then they'll be willing to eat things outside what they would normally consider. Alright, so we can go ahead, and this is probably a waste of my time, but I'm going to do it anyways. We're going to start smoothing the floor in the barracks, because right now, if we look at this barracks, everything is showing like a really low beauty here, because it's all just terrible floor. Here, is this the one? Where was the one? There we go. Yeah, so if we look at the impressiveness is awful. Beauty is ugly. So if we actually take the time to smooth out the floor, it'll make them happy. But it's an incredibly slow process. Eventually, a Night Dweller will go from being terrible at research to okay. That'll be a major point for them. Let's see here. Oh, I see. Oh, that's not what I want. No. There we go. Because they can share. It's just add to the individual beds, so. Let's see. How do you upkeep clothing? Later in your playthroughs, you always have people wearing the most terrible quality gear. Lots of clothing crafting. So the way I usually get around that is if we go here to where I've got my tribal wear going on, I set it to always make sure there's stuff at least 80% or higher, so far as the quality of clothes. And then later on, I'm going to add a fire, and I'm going to tell it, hey, if you have clothes that are below 80% and it's not armor or utility, burn it. Speaking of which, we'll go ahead and put that fire in here. Well, we'll wait. It's hot. So it is deliberately taking the time to destroy clothing that is of, poor make. It's starting to get some block. I'm gonna have no way of really gauging where we're at with a bunch of stuff. Somehow you didn't know you could do that with the burning, despite all the hours in the game. Oh yeah, no, RimWorld, and this is notorious for almost all the games in this genre, whether it's RimWorld or Norland or Dwarf Fortress. It is a very common problem with these games to do a real bad job of explaining stuff. Like RimWorld, they've got the thing that when you do something for the first time, it'll pop up and be like, hey, do you want to learn about this mechanic? And it beats nothing, but at the same time, not by a whole lot. We'll go ahead and put a small table over here and add some stools to it. And then we can move their little board game thing over here. And put another lamp in here. So I am going to have these different buildings. You notice I'm making basically bottlenecking points. That's kind of the plan. So if they breach our wall, I could try and get them to walk into these points and then ambush them as they try and come through one at a time. That's the intent, because we are going to try and build up the population here. So try to have kids. It'll be great, don't worry about it. Nothing will go wrong with that. I will not immediately regret that later. We'll put the ideology spot right there for right now. I don't think I want to worry about the needs cribs. Yeah, we'll do that. That's not going to be an urgent thing until a kid is on the way. Because they might not even have a kid anytime soon. Yeah, so you're getting upset because you're an undergrounder who's outdoors a whole lot. That's fine. Yeah, so we're going to try and smooth out the floor in the barracks to make that a little bit nicer. And I'll get the other one going. We've got plenty of food for the time being. I am going to add a stockpile right here. Then we're going to clear, say critical, and have only meals that are not packaged survival meals there. That way they keep the food right next to the table. We have no technology for refrigerators or anything like that, so that's just not even a concern. The big thing I'm going to need to do is get ourselves a lot more materials to build with. I take that back. We have the materials to build with. They just haven't hauled it home. Alright, so for right now, we're not worried about making these perimeters nice. I just want to wall it off such that I don't have to worry about them immediately swarming in here and killing me. Because this gives me a line of defense that I can give myself some protection. Alright. Yeah, because just this kind of thing means like a manhunter pack, at least I get the choice of opening or closing the door or doing whatever I need to do with it. The other good news I didn't think about Badlands is because it's all stone, none of this is flammable. Blight potato plants? Are you kidding me? I haven't even gotten my first harvest out and we're already blighting. That's fine. So plant cut. And let's change our zoning. So I'm gonna take this zone. What I'm ultimately trying to do is keep it all inside the my defensive perimeter. That way, 1 second, did I not go the whole way up? Yeah. So this way I have a zone for them that I can go like that. So they'll only stay in this area. That way when they go to cut, they'll just deal with that. So we've got them all restricted. We're going to rename that. It's fine. Safe. Yeah, because we want them when they wake up, go deal with the fire. And then I need you to start chopping up the blight. Stop trying to kill my crops in every possible way. We just started, Cassandra. Give me a minute. go deal with the next fire. She's trying to burn the blight. The problem is, it's going to burn everything, and if I let it get out of control, it'll get ahead of me, and that'll just be that. So the issue is it keeps interrupting their rest, and I can try and affect their schedule. It's going to kill a bunch of our crops. And I can do the thing where I zone it so they can only reach this area. I've already restricted them to stay inside there. Sentient Cookie is pregnant. Well, okay, well I guess that's happening real fast then, isn't it? So we will need a crib.
Thank you Marcos PLS for subscribing for 5 months.
Thank you, Marcos, please, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and you used it here. So I really appreciate that. Been subbed to the channel for 5 months, which is a heckin' long time, so thank you so much for that. Alright, so everyone should run out here anytime they have availability to try and get the, get all this under control. Yeah, so it did get to spread a little bit. Why are you not... Get the blight. Okay. So that's all sorted. We can unrestrict people. So that's a little bit of a setback on our food, because that was our main potato field that half of it got killed in blight, because that's who the blight targeted. I've honestly not... Like, most of my runs, the things that have been really the problem are the environmental stuff like that, where it's just cold snaps and all that stacking again and again, making it hard to have the colony succeed. While I certainly died to raids ultimately, usually it cost, like, the things I needed to be able to handle the raids we got cost on by effectively infrastructure problems. Ancient Mech, we're not going to be worrying about Mechanators, so that's not a big deal. Alright. Bulk Goods Trader. Love to see it. Oh, I was gonna check. So, who is our highest social? You got 4 and a passion? Alright, so Jess here is going to be our social / moral guide or whatever. Okay, so we can take the trace amounts of leather we got, sell that for cash. We're not gonna be worrying about components or anything. I will be buying that complex furniture book if I can make it happen. Because if I can make the complex furniture book happen, that means I guarantee myself complex furniture. So that's going to be all our money. And it's summer. Please carry the book. So with that, I now have a source that I can guarantee myself complex furniture. And the added bonus is you don't take the research penalty when reading a book. So we get 40 research per hour doing stuff, versus, I can't actually tell where our research is at on this, but I can assure you it's not even 100. With a Night Dweller spending multiple days working on it. So that was a pretty good win, because complex furniture is one of the really, really big, useful technologies. Alright, and meanwhile, we're going to go ahead and have you get the title, because people are going to start whining about not having a moral guide. Alright. So they can follow IKEA instructions? Exactly. They're really good at taking knowledge others have already figured out and, you know, figuring out what to do with them. Not so good at figuring it out for themselves, though. Alright, so we've almost got the perimeter enclosed, which will be good. And then they'll just keep smoothing out the floor. Yeah, we're definitely going to have to worry about, like, when it comes to animals going in here. Because I can't tell our people to hunt them without giving them stuff that'll piss them off constantly. we're definitely going to want to keep it so the animals can't get in easily, which is really difficult to have an opening to draw enemies in that also doesn't permit the animals to get in. We'll see. I could potentially build a fence around it, which I probably will need to. All right, another person to trade. I don't have much to offer, unfortunately. You can take the short bow. That's it. You don't really have much I want, so you can take that short bow because we won't use it. Okay, so also we have established that I will need a crib. Let's see, we do have a little bit of marble, so I'm gonna go ahead and make a marble crib. Now put that in here, just for now. Okay, they gave us a gift of 3 Glitter World medicine. Thanks, man. That's worth way more than anything I traded either way with you. Okay, and we are... Yeah, so we still actually do have a bunch of wood. It's just way out on the outskirts. It hasn't gotten hauled back yet. Alright, and our food is getting dangerously low again. But we are pretty close to getting our next harvest up. Yeah, okay, so we're gonna have strawberries popping up any second now, so we'll be good there. Traps might also help with hunting the animals, passive hunting. Yeah, but we're gonna be dealing with problems with keeping our wood going on this map. Because I won't have a good means of getting said wood. And then on top of that, without having stone cutting, it's going to be really hard for us to have stone traps either. So I could do traps, but there's very likely I wouldn't probably be able to do much with it. Alright, so looks like Luxray and Senju Cookie are getting married, so congratulations. Love on the rim. Yeah. So I'm not really worried about that too much. More than likely what we'll end up doing is we'll end up just killing off the animals inside the perimeter here and going with that. Because I'm not quite ready. I'm not going to bother trying to build proper kill boxes or anything like that till I can get a bit better materials than wood. Because with wood, even then, just random things shooting at us will just punch holes in the wall. Like, it's better than nothing. But making a defensive position that's more than just door is a little tricky with that. That said, I will put the other wall like there. Yeah, for right now we could do this. Just to force it that way we have that. There. That's what I'll do for now, just to make it so I do that. You might want to move the meds inside? Yeah. It's gonna take them a while to get everything going. Where are you going? Alright, so we've got a raid that they're gonna prepare. We got one person with club who is a terrible melee person. So let's gather everyone around, they're preparing. And that is their mistake. Because what we're gonna do is they're just gonna group up and I'm gonna use the tried and true strategy of punch them in the face. How many hours do you have logged in RimWorld? Any idea? Like 1,500. So when you're telling me that I should haul stuff in, just keep in mind, I've played lots of RimWorld. I've done every ending in the game many times over. I've done 500% naked brutality and all that stuff I don't do much of that kind of gameplay anymore. Mostly because I find it uninteresting to play on the extreme difficulties. It kind of forces you to play the game in certain ways. Not that you have to use any specific type of cheese strat, just that you're going to end up having to do certain types of cheesy strats. So it does kind of limit how you play the game. Or 1,500 hours streamed? Yeah. That's right, 1,500 hours streamed. So yes, I'm at about 2,300 hours on Steam. So I used to do like the ridiculous maximum difficulty stuff. And that was all before streaming. It's just, for me, that stopped being interesting. How long have you been playing RimWorld for? That's literally the question you just asked? Like, when did you start playing? Oh, like how long ago now is like game time? Like when? I believe RimWorld had just come out in Steam when I started. Are you... I miss that was down there. And I do not want you going down there to meditate. At the very edge of the map, where someone's liable to just jump you and kill you. Alright. Yeah, no, it would have been like right around the time that RimWorld first came out that that I started playing. All right. Because I know like Royalty hadn't come out yet, and I'm like, here's kind of funny though. It's like, yeah, that was the thing. Like, when did you start playing and all? Yeah, came out in 2013. Yeah, now I gotcha. I misread the context on it. You feel old? Don't look at anything when it came out or whenever it happened. It'll always end in you feeling old. That's just how it works. It doesn't even matter. You could be like genuinely an extremely young person and you'll still feel old. Disturbing vision. Luxray has had a strange dream. In it, he saw a black shape unfurling space and time and growing and consuming. The shape originated from nearby crumbling monolith. Upon waking from the vision, Luxray feels strangely drawn to the monolith. It calls to him. Now we're good. We'll just dabble with Anomaly, not go all in on it. Came to Steam in 2016 though? Yeah, so it would have been when it came out to Steam. I did not pick it up before the Steam version. There's not many games that I play these days that aren't available on Steam. It's not none, but it's not many. I generally prefer having all my games in one place. Because for all, like, yeah, Kickstarter, yeah, no, that's, for all intents and purposes, when we look at Steam as a platform, do they have Monopoly? Sure. Yes, they do. Like, if we're being fair, yes, they do. At the same time, of companies out there, they could have absolutely been, like, the most despicable as whatever, and probably have been able to get away with doing so, and they haven't. There's lots of things they've done, like, made better return policies than were expected and all that, without having, like, litigation requiring it and all that. They've definitely been, like, really, really good about, we just deliver games, and we're going to keep our heads down. And I think that's been very smart of them to do that. Because had they done a bunch of like really shady anti-consumer stuff, I feel like they would have been litigated into the dirt by now. Yep, Greenlight. That's a program that takes way back. Back in Steam Greenlight, where a game would have to submit themselves, they'd put up a page and everything, and they would have to get enough votes within a time frame for the game to be permitted onto Steam. And if it didn't get enough votes, it didn't get permitted on Steam. And to be fair, I think there's good and bad with the discontinuation of Greenlight. The good is that you have games that beforehand really struggled to get the attention and all that to get themselves on there. Okay, so you're actually competent in Melee, so I should be careful. So we're definitely going to change up our strategy, and we're going to run up and we're going to punch them in the face, because literally I don't get much of a different strategy. That's kind of where we are. That's just the strategy we're going to be employing is going to be running up and punching things on the face. About the only changes I can make to that strategy is sometimes I'll stand back, let them come to me, and punch them in the face. There will be punching in the face. It was preventing the trash copy and paste game selecting. Yeah, that's the negative about no longer having that system. Is the negative we have is now we get a dime a dozen shovelware that managed to get on the platform. So Steam became a little bit less of a walled garden, but the pro and the con is, with letting basically anything get on the platform, that means basically anything can get on the platform. So you'll haul that back. You're already hauling that. You'll haul that back. Yeah, in those 2 seconds we were hitting them, we basically just cut them to absolute ribbons and removed their arm. And the only one who took a hit is Luxray. Luxray got stabbed in the toe and lost a toe. We should be careful. That was the whole joke, is we can try and be as careful as we want, but when it's one on however many, literally swarming them is my best strategy, because then I can get 5 people on one target. The alternative would be I could go someplace like this and wait for them to come to us, which point I can get 3 people on one target. So it will be later when we start getting groups that I'll start wanting to take advantage of this. But until then, there's no real strategy beyond I have more numbers than you, and I need to get on top of you as fast as possible. The only decision is, do I rush you here, or do I hide around a corner and rush you when you try and come around the corner? That's about all the strategy we've got right now. We'll get more strategy later, where we can start putting up ways I can outflank and that kind of stuff. But right now, that's just not, we don't have what we need to do that. I'll probably need to have someone more dedicated to hauling and cleaning later. Yeah, it's fine. Oh, you know what? I have mixed feelings with the donkeys, because they are going to eat our crops, and that's probably okay. But we are going to want to massively restrict their population. So we'll say no more than 4 donkeys at any point, and no more than 2 male donkeys that are adults. We're going to keep that population really low. Did your Aspire run end already? Yeah, no, we died. We had the anomaly pit dropped in, and the group inside got wiped. Love.
Love. I just wanted to give you some attention.
Uh-huh.
Because you're a sweet boy.
Yeah.
And I love you.
I love you too.
Not as much as I love you.
Can you imagine robbing someone and 5 giant Smurf orc hybrids start advancing on you, brandishing their roughly made blades? You would run. The problem is they're faster. That's the problem. Is I gave them very fast runner. Honestly, I would have against stuff. Wait, the roof collapsed on you while you're in the pit? So what happened with the pit is normally you get a warning when you're about to open up to the boss. I did not get that warning. And so as a result of that, we were in a bad position, and I tried to fight it out, and everyone got downed. We actually technically killed the boss, but we all got down from all of the crap that popped out. And I could have been like, okay, right off. It was something like 7 colonists. I could have written off 7 of my like 9 or 10 colonists. But at that point, I'm like, we're just gonna run down there and just, we're just gonna deal with it. Like, this basically was a throw at that point where like I'm not going where I have a colony of, one person there and a child trying to hold down a colony meant for like 11, 12 people. And so we popped down there and they just got cleaned out. And then the roof collapsed on them and it instantly went to game over because everyone was in the pit when the roof collapsed. But they were already down. Most of them had already bled out and everything at that point, so that's the whole thing. Alright. So, I do need them to haul this wood in there. Thank you to follow. Welcome to stream. It's like bears, you don't have to be faster than them. Just faster than the bear? I would say that's... What? Faster than your friend? I would say, I feel like you got this quote wrong. Like, you don't have to be faster than them, just be faster than them. Excuse me? Alright, so basically what I've set up here is what's effectively, it's not a kill box, it's just a bottleneck. That the entire idea behind this is just bottlenecking whatever is attacking me so that I can get 3 on 1 target. This is not the way I want this to ultimately be. I had like kind of design I showed earlier where I'll be able to, jump 3 on 3 or whatever to try and split them up. But one of the things I'll probably do is make that go longer, have the main fighting here, but also have another place or two where I could pop in from the side. That way, if one of them's got like a doomsday launch or whatever, it doesn't go here and try and shoot down the hallway. The moment it pops by the door, we just step through the door and start wailing on, the primary threat. But that's a lot of what it's going to be, is trying to channel the enemy through an area where I can jump people in on whatever I feel needs to die the most. So if they've got one in the back with a minigun, we get it into the pipeline and deal with that. We got this person. Undergrounder, psychically dull, but they're Yetkin, so they're not on the table. There's for sure not a secret society of adjective-based living foods. What? For your own safety, you recommend stop looking into this? What are you talking about? Adjective-based? As opposed to noun-based? No, I'm actually going to openly make the conscious decision to not... Oh, looking up farther? Senju cookie and invigorated potato. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I understand. That's the reason you're like adjective-based. I'm like, what? Yeah, no. Actually, I get that. I understand. It makes sense. So yeah, so they're slowly chipping away at mining to get us a little bit of steel. We're also bad at mining, hence why it's taking so long. And someday we'll get our first technology. It's fine. Having that high of a penalty in research, definitely not something I'm going to regret. Has anyone actually been reading this book at any amount? I can't tell because I can't look into where things are at because of the mod. But they will progress this by reading the book. Yeah, so we got sandstone blocks. Not much in the way of limestone. We did make the marble crib with some of the little bit of marble we have on the map. Oh, they already smoothed out this floor as well, so let's go here and go... Tell them to smooth out the, Oh, we'll reinstall you in here. And it'll go furniture. put a place for them to sit there. Because that way their break room's nicer. Dude just clicked on your channel. Or what? A recommended channels list? To hop off Twitch within 5 minutes. So you're glad you found your stream. Well, I'm glad you got here as well. That is one of those things that for people who are ever curious about where people get viewers from. So the primary way you end up getting new viewers on Twitch is primarily through networking. So that's going to be... Why did you die in here? Why did you die? Oh, malnutrition. Oh, because none of my plants are grown enough for you. That's excellent. But, so the primary place you get a bunch of people is through basic networking. That's stuff like where you raid out to them and people then check your channel out, or people raid into you and they check it out, so you go, oh, okay, like this is in line with what I want. The next most frequent place would be the recommended tab, which is sort of networking as well. Because while we don't know all the details of what goes into the recommended tab, generally speaking, if you have people who play similar games to you will show up there. People who have shared audiences as you will show up there, among other things. And you're going to have shared audiences by raiding back and forth and all that kind of good stuff. So you end up having that on the networking side as well. You then also get people through trying to have yourself on a bunch of different platforms. So putting up YouTube videos, putting up TikTok, videos, putting up YouTube shorts, being on social media, popping on Reddit to discuss in whatever games or topics are relevant to your stuff. It's another avenue you end up getting a bunch of viewers. But when we're talking about like the games page is another place you'll get a bunch of viewership. That's probably games page is probably the next one after the networking, like in the front. That'd be like the next thing would be the games page, then probably the recommended. So a lot of it is what game are you playing and who are you networking with, are like the main places that people come from. Once you get to the other ones, it starts dropping to be like 5-10% of your viewership or less. So it is a lot about that. So as a content creator, like when you have the creators that are like, oh, I don't raid, and you're like, why? You're just literally going to make things worse on yourself. It's just much harder to do that. Like I get on a given night where you're like, oh, I just don't, like really not feeling like taking the time. Hey, fair enough. Or if you got to go in a hurry or whatever. But when you just end the stream at the end as your normal routine, it's like you're literally putting yourself at a disadvantage. Like you're keeping yourself just in your own little scope. And plus, it helps others too. All ships rise together. Alright, so we're slowly making our rooms nicer. So if we look at this, we have a slightly impressive dining room. The barracks is slightly impressive, which is not as much of a buff. But yeah, so it's definitely one of those things like put the time into to try and get as much of that as you can. Yeah, this research is going to take forever. As they start getting a bunch of these projects done, and they don't have other things to work on, they will put more time into that. So this person is eating our crops and is just going to be a general nuisance. So they're not going to go away. So there's going to be an unfortunate reality. So do you think you found your channel when you were on the front page the other week? And you have stuck around? Yeah, no, that front page worked out really well. For those who are partner, you can literally just go onto the Twitch Discords and just apply for front page access. And you can only apply once every 3 months if you get it. If you don't get it, you can apply each month. But it's like it helps so much get visibility. Like, and don't get me wrong, there's some events in the front page that have not gotten nearly as much traffic and some that have. But I think I showed like all the metrics on the Discord. That I had something like 320% my normal watch time or whatever. It was all like ridiculously large numbers for just one stream. It also is the weird thing, so I run the minimum amount of ads required to disable pre-rolls. That's the decision we make as content creators is pre-rolls or mid-rolls. So the ads that play at the beginning of the stream or in the middle. You can't choose no ads, it's A or B, there's no C. And you can choose to play more ads than that if you want, and some people do. I generally discourage it, but you can. But I run the minimum there. But with the sheer amount of increased viewership for being on the front page, that month ended up being the first month that advertisement revenue was the highest revenue, like bypass subs and bits, which normally is nowhere near close. Ad revenue is usually somewhere in the area of a third to a fourth of my revenue on a given month. But that month it was like over half because of how extremely outlier all those numbers were. That said, nobody likes ads. But it is just the general thing is the ads do actually make this possible for me. And again, I run the minimum required for that. Because pre-rolls are just straight up awful for your channel growth. An ally needs help. You would like to stay here for 23 days, and you're willing to... We could probably do that. Boat has arrived. So welcome. Meanwhile, you'll work here, right? No, that's fine. So you just recreation all day. By the way, I would like to talk to you about your ideology. I think you should change. But yeah, so it's those things. I try and be transparent because there is a stance that you have going around, especially if you see Twitch on Reddit, that like creators aren't compensated for ads, or like the compensation is an absolute joke and yada yada. And it is a thing that if you stop having more people show up, please. It is a thing that if you have, someone who's just barely hit affiliate, then yeah, you're not gonna, like, proportionally you'll be making a little bit of money on the ads, but it's mostly just bad news. Alright, well that's lovely. We have a whole bunch of people with muscle parasites. That'll go great. But it is one of those things that, like, when it comes to any real watch time, they do add up. Like, I have a friend of the channel who they average about 15 viewers, give or take. Average, like, concurrent viewers. And they still make enough for a couple meals a month. It's not much, but it's definitely not nothing, which is what you hear people, making a lot of claims of, is like, literally you don't get anything. It's like, that's not fair. It certainly could be more, but also not fair. Human-like corpses, critical zone, don't clean it. That way they don't keep the bodies inside the perimeter. They take it out so that we don't get the mood penalty for seeing corpses constantly. Before hitting affiliate, you can't disable ads nor get anything for ads. I thought if you weren't affiliate, there's just not ads on your stream at all. I could be wrong about that because I haven't been affiliate for years. But I was under the impression if you can't monetize that the ads aren't on. Because I remember that was the whole thing, and maybe it was a recent change. That was the whole thing they had an issue with, is they had some like major big name streamers, and we don't need to say names, that they primary revenue was stuff like merchandise and sponsorships, that while they did make decent ad revenue, they had a lot more to gain from the sponsorships. And so it was one of those things that they were ending their partnership so that they could stream on multiple platforms before that was allowed, if you were affiliate or partnered. And then, they would miss out on the ad revenue, but it means they had a no-ad stream as well. So I could see them closing that loophole. Because then it means that Twitch would have all the expenses of hosting that stream on the platform, but they wouldn't get subs, they wouldn't get ad revenue, they wouldn't get bits, because all those are ineligible if you're not affiliate or partnered. And so it'd be all the expenses with none of the revenue. So I could see them making rules against that, or limitations. You believe that they just don't roll ads at that point? Yeah, that's what I think. Because I'm unless it's changed, I'm pretty sure until you're affiliate, there's no ads. That could have changed. Like I said, they were dealing with a problem because of that nature. And I could see that forcing the issue that they're like, no, we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna run ads regardless. But the moment you hit affiliate, which is 3.5 average viewers, you can no longer disable ads. But at that point, you do have the availability of being subscribed to, getting bits, and getting ad revenue, and getting emotes and all that stuff. None of that's available until you hit affiliate. Because there's been people who've said, it's like, oh no, don't apply for affiliate when you get it. Wait till you get to like 20-something average viewers. I don't know that I agree with that logic, but there's a certain argument to be made there. Because sure, you don't get the ads, which that's a good reason potentially to hold off. But at the same time, you physically cannot make a single dime of revenue at all until that point, until you apply. And then you miss out on emotes. I'm not sure you can do polls. I don't think you can do predictions. I don't think you have channel points. Like, you have almost none of the features until you apply for affiliate. So having viewer engagement is a lot more difficult until you do that. Like this is, there was a channel that didn't apply for affiliate until they passed 100,000 followers, and the ads were definitely there. Yeah, what they may have done, Eonek, is with the big partnered streamers, the one or two who wanted to cross-platform and who gave up partnership to do so, what it may have done is they may have added a what's the word I'm looking for? A threshold. Like if you have over this amount of viewers or followers or whatever, the ads play regardless. Like it may have been a policy they did specifically for that. Let's see, you also don't get any video encoding either. Viewers can only watch whatever your source is. Correct. That to me, well, that's more of not for affiliate, that's partner. I don't know about nowadays, but it used to be you would sometimes be offered the extra encoding if Twitch had the extra capacity as affiliate, but it was guaranteed as partner. And what that is when, say like I'm streaming at 1080p. If I'm affiliate or less, then you could only get it at 1080p, and then sometimes affiliate could get it at other resolutions. Whereas partner, you're guaranteed encode like the different varieties of encoding. And that's that ends up being very important for mobile users and people who are not so great of internet. Being able to downgrade the encoding is very important, because if you're on that limited internet, it keeps having to stop and buffer because your internet can't handle it. It's a whole big thing. I think your party of 124 beats you're following of random ducks. That's a shame. What? Oh, I'm sorry. I missed the rollbot response. Yeah. I missed the roll of the dice thing, and I missed the context of like, huh, what? Yeah, admittedly, I tone out a lot of the responses to from the bot. Okay, so we can get beer brewing. I don't think I want to go out of my way for that. We got books to teach stuff. I'm not gonna worry about that. I'd rather they focus on that carpentry book. I'm not worried about the powers there. I don't really have any money hardly at all either. So all I could sell, like, I'm not willing to part with what they want. I could sell the animals, and that wouldn't be the worst. I'm gonna sell the animals. Give me the cash. The reason I sold the animals is they're gonna consume the food here. They're good for caravanning. Venom Talon for melee could be useful. How much was the Venom Talon? No, I don't have the money for it right now. I'd have to sell like components and everything. No, I think it's fine. Because I want to say when it rolls the dice with the melee attacks, they're going to have a preference towards their actual melee weapons. I always found when it comes to stuff like the knee spike and the Venom Talon and all those kind of things, where those really shine is if you have your characters that you got like assault rifles in the back or whatever, and your melee goes down, it's not bad to have people who can kind of mix. You might want to attack those mechanoids. What mechanoids? This? Yeah, and keep in mind a little bit about telling me everything to do. Just try not to get too over the top with it. We do try and avoid backseating. There's no mechanoids on my map. There's this if I want to get a mechanator, but I don't care about that, so I'm not going to do that. Okay, so you have the muscle parasites. We're taking care of that. I could pop the Ancient Danger if we had a caravan, but that's too far away. Usually it'll be one of those things, like if I have a caravan like right there, I can pop that to get them, but... Yeah, no, honestly, we're still very early. Like, we've gone through 1 seasons. So we've had, I think it's like 4 or 5 very small raids so far. Like 2 people raids that we just knock down real fast. Because when it looks at our colony wealth is going to be trivial. It's like not even 30,000 with 5 people. Well, yeah, 5 people. So we have a very low colony wealth right now. And it's not that we're deliberately avoiding colony wealth. It's just, with how incredibly awful our research is, it just, we don't have, there's not much to be made. Because just making another wood room for making another wood room's sake is not worth my time or effort. I do have some stone. I'm just trying to not use the stone that I don't have on my map. Let's see, it's nice they highlight creatures in the map when you zoom out. It's a nice addition. Oh yeah, no, that's amazing. I especially like it for the raids. The number of times it says that you're under attack by whatever. You're like, okay, they've got like 18 people here. Yeah, let's go. And you get everyone in position and suddenly realize there's 18 more down there that you just missed. It can get you pretty salty. Hey, let's talk about your ideology again. We'll get you there, don't worry, Bode. You'll believe in our stuff. You wanted to learn about our culture? Oh boy, you're gonna learn about our culture. Is that a mod or addition to vanilla? It's an addition to vanilla. Version 1.5 added a lot of quality of life stuff. They added the books, they added the things where you could zoom out and see that. There's still definitely pain points, like caravanning is still like pulling teeth with rusty pliers. That every time they do a new DLC, I'm like, you're reworking caravanning, right? We're gonna finally do that. We're gonna finally rework caravanning. Oh no, they did rework caravanning in one of the DLC, but it's still mostly painful. You found a way to get your headphones without your main headphones and mic? Gotcha. Thank goodness searching for random raiders on the map was one of the most painful things. Here's the big feature right down here. Search the map. We could say, do you have any plasteel? Do you have any uranium? I'm looking for something we won't have much. Do we have any... Oh, it'd be machinery. Do we have any compact machinery? Boom. It'll take me right there. That's not a mod. That's a base game. Alright, so we got 2 impids with bows. They will never rework caravanning? Yeah. It feels like it. Where are you going, by the way? Where are you going to prep? You're literally circumnavigating the entire map. What? Okay. It's because there's one tile there. They decided they wanted to prep there, and they walked the whole way around to get there. I also don't know where you're going. Oh, for a moment I thought he was going to attack the Ancient Danger. I'm like, you know what? I actually don't want you to do that right now. So the bummer is they have split up by a lot, which is normally good, but I don't think it's enough that I can knock you down in a few seconds. Go for it. Hey, no running. You started this. So you're gonna be the slowest moving one. Are your clothes any good? Oh yeah, you actually have decent clothes, friend. Oh yeah, they're impid, so they're also fast. That's fine. Alright. Yeah, we'll probably want to pop a hole in there just to avoid that. Because that can create some weird issues. I'd rather they just stand outside one side and then, you know, I choose where I'm fighting from, that kind of thing. Because that could be bad where if they went the whole way around, got about halfway, and then they attacked from, like, all sides. You're sleeping. Go haul that medicine. And you go haul that clothing. You won't work. And you haul that clothing. Alright. And we got visitors who got stuff to trade. It's also those things that I could trade those clothes for a little bit of money. It won't be much, but still. And I'll have a baby arriving soon. One thing we're probably going to need to do is I probably will end up needing to lean into the anomaly stuff for the rituals for de-aging, since we're gonna have a thing there. Alright, so let's go ahead and give them the junk weapons that we don't need. I have a completely unreasonable amount of cloth, so that's fine. We're doing fine on our food for right now. I'll probably take the pemmican anyway. No, he won't. That's fine. Give me your trace amounts of money. And then what's going to happen in here is I'm going to take out the double thing here. I wish I could see how far we were on the carpentry reading. Because if we've got decent progress there, then I would like to wait to make the sleeping bags. Or wait on making the sleeping bags. But otherwise, I think we can just deal with that. So we'll have the one double bedroll for them. And then I can make singular bedrolls, because if I make the singular bedrolls, we can use those for caravanning later, and that's fine. Yeah, we already traded with them, that's right. Watch, it's gonna immediately have research like carpet making. Probably not. We are dealing with literally level 0 research. So like right now, a Night Dweller should be level 4 research, but because of our xenotype we made has a massive penalty, they're at 0 because the -8 penalty overrides the +4. The good news is eventually a Night Dweller will get okay at it. It's gonna be a long time. Gift. Gold. One thing that'd be kind of interesting, if we get a forced weather event of the, foggy rain. A forced weather of foggy rain would actually be good for us. Because it would penalize the accuracy of anyone showing up here. And we could just lean in on that. Does -8 mean they can only reach -12 max? Correct. Alright, a horse has decided it wants to be food. If it's carpet making, there's one thing you could say there's no pretty without petty. Yeah, because honestly, I'd rather do smooth stone than carpet. Get in there, team. Good job. And a couple people gained a level in melee there. So that's good news. All right. Yeah, so muscle parasites are the one we have to get a cumulative tend of 300. So while it's annoying because you end up getting mood breaks because people will be super upset, like we look at our needs, serious pain, so it's like -10 at all times, and the -5 from feeling sick. So we're getting a -15 permanently from the muscle parasites till we're past it. But it does give us a lot of time tending to slowly work through it. Okay, so we can take apart your bed. Yeah, no, I don't like the carpet because one, it's super flammable, which is certainly a massive negative. It does take a long time to do. I generally, like, the only major advantage I've seen is the fact that apparently you can build carpet floors on areas that can only support lightweight. So if you're trying to make your base like a lot higher prettiness / impressiveness or whatever, but you are on like a swamp tile and you've just got a bunch of areas that you could only build like wood floors, you can put carpet there. But I'd much rather just leave bridges and wood floors and then add a piece of art. Alright, when they wake up, we'll kick them out of that bed and get the next one going. Okay, we still have some fabric left. Each one of these beds is what, 40? Yeah, so we actually should have enough cloth left to do both the beds. Oh, more than that. They just need to haul it back. That's kind of what we're dealing with right now, is they don't have a dedicated hauling and that person. So what I probably should do is... You don't worry about mining anymore. We could take you down in priority for crafting. Leave that to Doppelganger to start worrying about that, because you have a double passion in crafting for later. So we could let you worry about helping with the hauling and cleaning a bit more. And then researching as able after that. So that way at least all that cloth and all that just doesn't go to waste sitting on the floor out there. I mean, or literally you can be our crafter. That's what you're doing. You're a crafter. Congratulations, Luxray. Yeah, and we are growing way too much. I actually tend to do this a lot in runs, is I end up making my farm too big. It is something I'm pretty notorious about doing almost all the time. Oh, we need more wood. Do we have it out here? Yeah, it just needs to be hauled back. But it is a thing that hurts you. One, because they're spending all that time doing labor that just goes to waste. And then two, it can explode your colony wealth if you have places to put it. The good news is, food as the raw form, even then, doesn't have much opportunity to really blow up your wealth. But it does add to it still. Alright, so with that, we got them converted over to our ideology. So that's good news. Alright. We got our marble crid. So I'm trying to remember between the sandstone and the limestone. I believe the limestone is more durable of the two. I mean, there's an easy way to test. 400, 700. So limestone is better for making our defenses. So we're gonna make... I mean, we don't need to make our floors out of limestone because I'm just going to smooth the ground. And that'll be fine. but the walls will make out of we'll make our furniture out of sandstone, and we'll make our walls out of limestone. But we're definitely going to need to just let our people work on some of the art stuff. One of the art things we can do is for right now. Congratulations, you're stepping into also research. Let's see. Do you ever make meals other than simple meals? It's always something you debate yourself. Yeah, if I have an abundance of food and I have enough availability on my cooks, I'll definitely make like fine and lavish meals. Because if you make those, they give you a mood buff. It's a great way of dealing with a bunch of negatives. All right, chat, so what's going to end up happening here is we're about to have an ad break. I need to use the restroom anyways, and I want to eat a little bit of this dinner I've got setting aside. So I'm going to do that real fast. I'm going to go ahead and put up my clips reel or whatever, and I'll be right back. But thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes. Eat a potato. Too late. And it is done. Jeremiah Wiener has finally passed at 1 year, 4 months, 12 hours, 135,120 zombies killed. At the end, we had managed to reach 8 fitness, 9 strength. What the color is? A khaki lightsaber? At crew? For invasive thoughts, chat, I'm gonna go grab a soda. It's got the autopilot, it's fine, right? That's right, like it's got the autopilot? I'm actually surprised something didn't go wrong there, to be honest. Oh, seafoam lightsaber. Excellent. In the meantime, I see some nature and I don't like it. Look at nature's hubris being all over the place here. How dare nature? Friends, don't mind me.
And you.
I have been kicked from the server due to malformed packet detected as I'm being grabbed.
Hey, you didn't
That's
get
fortunate.
grabbed.
All right, well, let's see what happens.
I'll check it in.
I said, well, we'll see what happens when I come back.
I
I was
killed
just
the
like-
zombie that was grabbing.
Oh, nice. On my screen, I'm like, oh no, I totally did not get that run off on time. Magic. The real money is over here. So how do you feel about this corner? There you go. One more. Kidding me? Alright, new run. The chances of actually getting tapped out and killed like that were very low with a regular club. That's some BS there. Hey. Yeah, I'm poorly equipped for this guy. Did you? Well, I will take my victory. To, like, tone it down a bit. Alright, so we should... Oh, that's a river. I was too focused on trying to, like, watch, it's like, okay, where's the gap in the tree is gonna be?
And I am back. Got most of my dinner done and all that. Alright, hey Randall Thor, thank you so much for lurking and all good stuff. Chat, Fallout 76 is on sale. Should you buy, yes or no? So I know a lot of people had when Fallout 76 first came out, people had some very, very, very strong negative opinions about the game. And to be fair, a number of them were deserved. That said, I do feel like some of them were also a bit over the top. But for what it's worth, I would definitely say Fallout 76 has come a very long way from when it first came out. Because some of the decisions they made when it first came out, like having no human NPCs and all that kind of stuff when the game first launched. Cool, so we actually did get the research from the book. You know, it was one of those things that it was just, those decisions hurt it. A lot more than I think they expected it to. And the reason for that, that's not what I want to make out sound, so. The reason for that was just very unfortunately, by having the fact that you know that all the people are already dead before you get there, kind of really removes any of the suspense or interesting storytelling. Because you're like, oh no, did the person get away? You know they're dead already, there's no human NPCs. That's changed, by the way. So it actually is a pretty solid game now. That said, I have not gotten into it nearly as much. I played it when it first came out, and I enjoyed what was there. But it was definitely one of those things that my stance at the time was, it's a decent but not necessarily good game. It just wasn't a good Fallout game. But it's definitely come a long ways there. They still do have microtransactions and all that kind of nonsense. And all that. But yeah, so that's the whole thing. The Deserter. No, thank you. We're not fighting the Empire this time. Alright, can we put down enough to start making some bedrooms? How do I want to do my bedrooms on this run? It's bigger than they need to be, but that's fine. We'll start making that out of limestone. Let's start making the actual furniture in that room out of sandstone. And then the floor will just smooth out. Make the bedrooms triangles. Triangles are hard to make with squares. They always end up looking really, really weird. Yeah, so we got our complex furniture. We don't have the stone cutting yet. And we're not gonna probably have it anytime soon either. So I'm using my very limited supply of stones to try and make a little bit of this furniture. That's a weird stance to have, Darth. It's a video game. Alright, so research is slowly coming along. Well, the setup scares you more? Oh yeah, no, don't get me wrong. That's fair. If you're dealing with like some heavy modding and all that, there's something there. Man, that morning sickness that Senshi Cookie's got going on is like some major like S tier level of awful morning sickness. Alright, so baby should be happening just about any time now. Okay, we can also go out here. I'm gonna go ahead and cut back where this says home zone out that far. Because of the stone, it's not flammable. I shouldn't have to fight fire on an enemy level. I don't care about that. And now save just a little bit of space to clean. What is the morning as it's after 12 a.m.? Correct. Do you know idea what games you like? But you could try out Once Human. It's free, it's new, and it's similar to Fallout 64? Yeah. Yeah, I'd definitely say there's overlap. I'd definitely say the play style of the games is definitely different. I would say Once Human has a lot more survival elements. And then Once Human, like, play controls is definitely more The Division than, like, Fallout or Starfield or anything like that. Which I don't think is a bad thing. The one I am bummed that they axed the they were coming out with a standalone survival mode Division thing, and I'm bummed that that got rid of. That they canceled that project, because the Division 1, it was alright, but like the survival mode came out and I loved that survival mode. It was a great kind of round-based survival mode thing that you'd effectively start from nothing and build your way up. It was absolutely amazing. It was one of my favorite modes that's ever been in a game. And like the rest of the Division was like, it's fine. Like it's not a bad game. Like, I liked the story, but it's one of those ones I finished the story, I was like, I don't feel like grinding the gear. Like, it's not holding my attention that strong. But that survival mode I really, really enjoyed. But they're gonna make a standalone game that's just gonna be that idea, but taken way farther. Like, add more levels to it, add more to it. More variety, more maps, that kind of thing. And then it never happened. They canned it, and I was bummed about that. Because it came out with the Division 2, and honestly, that survival mode missing from the Division 2 was part of why I played it and I kind of bounced off. I was like, this is fine. It's just kind of the same thing, but I don't know. Going to a vaguely swampy area as an alternative to, the brutal winters of New York in this post-apocalyptic world or whatever. The winter was just more interesting and more compelling. And then being in, like, a proper city was more interesting to me than kind of, not quite like suburbia or anything, but, not quite as urban and dense. I feel like that gameplay lended itself towards big city maps a lot more. Alright, so Sentient Cookie has gone into labor during their wedding, and I'm torn what to do here. I think, because I can't do anything. Okay. Is no one dealing with this? You're just going to... Okay, I don't get the choice of doing anything about it. Healthy baby. That's surprising that the baby is healthy with the way they were treated. Regardless, we have a healthy baby in the colony, so the healthy baby gets to be Randall Thor. Welcome to the colony. So we'll have, Randall Thor. So could you, like, at least put the baby in a crib or whatever? Oh, I need to do something here that I have not done yet. which is to keep baby food on stack. All right. Just in case at any point something happens to Cookie and they're no longer able to facilitate feeding the baby. All right. So everyone's getting their clothing all figured out, so that's good news. One other thing we can add while we're here. So furniture, it'd be ideology. Make a wooden styling bench. So we can start dyeing our clothes. So go grab your Equa. Yeah, so we've got baby Randall here, who, again, keeps the exact same specs as everyone else. Like, they're still of the melee xenotype or whatever. But we'll get there. Yeah, we're going to need warm clothes. We're not going to be able to do much about that. We're getting into the fall. It's already getting to be 36 degrees Fahrenheit, which is just a hair above freezing. So we're at that point. I am going to need to put a fire in each one of these rooms, I think. And I'll go out here and tell them to cut down some more trees. Lead? Why would there be lead poisoning? All right. So the next time we have guns? What? Your symbol person wants his M60 and M240. Okay, I mean, that's fine. You're saying you like Fallout. That's fine. Heavy water. Yeesh. Alright, so we're just trying to get these fires built in these rooms because it is starting to get cold outside, and we're going to need to do what we can to insulate our people a little bit. Because pretty soon we're going to be going to proper winter. Alright, I really need someone to be hauling more. So yeah, so I set you to do this. Yeah, so Doppelganger and Luxray, we could get you hauling. You'll probably get over your muscle parasites soon. No, becoming a bullet sponge in regards to lead poisoning. No, I got the lead poisoning comment was about shooting guns. Again, I genuinely don't really care about guns. Like, it's fine, no judgment or anything. But like the fact that they keep coming up as a theme, it's like, but I don't care. Like, it is one thing that I find it weird when people have a very gun focus. It's just not something I can relate to. Because, I mean, it's a tool. You're judging? That's fair. Someday we'll get off that. Keeping supplies hauled to room and cleaning addition to getting actual work done in RimWorld is always a struggle. It's one of those things I like when I can get a pawn that has like Jogger, that the pawn with Jogger just we keep them assigned to hauling. Just hauling and cleaning and just let them work. I found that to be one of the few ways I can keep that going. Part of it is I have too much assigned out here. So, like, a lot of our food is starting to rot out there for being exposed. I really don't want to bump them all the way up to 2, though, just to keep that moving. But that is what I'm debating right now, is if there's someone whose assignments should probably change. Because Luxray will craft, and when they're not crafting, we'll fall back on it. I also need to keep the research moving. I think for right now, though, we're going to bump up Jess to help haul. It's going to be a real problem if we don't get this sorted. What's the xenotype? The xenotype is basically very, very focused on melee. So we heal fast, we're robust, and we're melee-oriented. We're bad at shooting, we're bad at mining, animals, art, and research. We're nearsighted, which is even more bad at that. So, yeah. It's very much if we said, what if we could melee? And what about everything else? No. Just melee. Is what we've got going on. Which is why our research is horrifically slow right now. Bulk goods trader. Cool. We can deal with that in a minute. But yeah, so we're just leaning into that. It's going to be very difficult in later fights because I'm going to have to try to approach fights in ways that I can force them. So we're done with the complex furniture. Study of evaporation for a passive cooler. I'm not going to worry about that, which I might regret later. It would get us the passive cooler faster. I mean, is that worth doing? I probably should get it, right? Let's get that. Because I am thinking that as well as things that if I don't, it'll be a thing I'll have to worry about later. We'll get rid of the crappy cloth bed. So we at least can afford what we got going on. Because I figured this way, it gives me at least some progression research-wise, because our other research is just crawling. I know, I actually had been recording a run, like, way back, that I was going to do a run where I wasn't allowed to research at all. I had to use the books. The downside was, in practice, it was just running a colony extremely slowly and just constantly asking for trade caravans to come by. And maybe once or twice a year, managing to score a book to start doing some research. Alright, requesting workers for 20 days. I might actually take advantage of this as a way of reducing our load so far as food when the winter kicks up properly. So we might take whichever pawn is not going to be as necessary. Most likely we're getting to... I think it's time we just do a harvest. Because I think with the hard snow and we're right about to go into winter, we're right at the end of our growing season, we're probably looking at where our crops are going to die to the cold any day now. So let's get all that sorted out real quick. And to say no more sowing. Harvest what you got, and that's the end of it. And then that'll free up our, that'll free up all of our growing people to have them start working on hauling and cleaning as well. That's fine. Yeah, we'll prioritize cleaning and all that over what we've got. And I understand with the one plant cut, they are wasting some of this. I'm honestly expecting to not get through harvesting everything before the cold kill stuff, because we're getting down to just about freezing, and once we start dipping below that, that's when the crops will all die. Yeah, no, we did actually start with someone who can grow heal root. I usually don't have to worry about that too much. It's usually only like a harvest or two before you can start pulling up heal root, even if you start with that. Unless you got like characters learn. Oh, that's right. We also have the thing. Don't we have the thing where we learn slowly as well on our xenotype? That's actually a big one too. Yeah, slow study. So we actually learn stuff at half the regular speed. So our leveling up our skills is a bad time. Basically, we're good at running up to stuff and banging on it in the face. And that's pretty much the entire skill set we have in this colony. Alright, so Jess is finally making sure someone is hauling stuff in. Because that'll be important to survive the winter. Alright. Yeah, because just need to keep as much as we can in storage for the winter. Because these usually last like 2 seasons. Yeah, 30 days. So 2 seasons. So it should last all the way through winter into spring. And that doesn't count anything we cook or whatever. It's all good stuff. Let's take them off that. There we go. There's not much left, so I might as well get as much out of it as we can. Good, and everyone's hauling and cleaning and all that. We're gonna have a couple, you know, like 1,000 something food in there. That'll be pretty good. And he ran out of sandstone and limestone, so that bedroom's just gonna sit there. Your pops is hard-headed, and so are you. That's not super constructive. Being stubborn can be as much of a burden as an asset. Like, it's one thing that's like, yeah, you should, you know, stick by your morals and all that, be stubborn about that stuff, absolutely. But it's also definitely one of those things that there needs to be a certain level of willing to work with others. Why do you need brain cells when you have big stick, average smirk? Exactly. Because, like, I definitely know I can be stubborn about stuff as well. But that's one of the things that I learned as a valuable lesson was to be less stubborn. Like, there are definitely times to put your foot down and be unyielding or whatever, but, you know, it's the pick your battles. Some battles aren't worth fighting. Ooh, hey, I'll take that. You go get that immediately. So a sign. Mad squirrel. So who did I send down there? Was it Doppel? No, it's a night dweller. So a night dweller, you don't worry about it. It's a squirrel. Squirrel has been dealt with. Yeah, no, it's one of those things like it's not only pick the battles because you can't win all battles. That's absolutely a thing. But it's more so. Oh, cougar right there. Okay. Rally. But it's more so one of those things that, like, if every time I interact with someone, it's a fight because we have a difference of opinion, I'm gonna stop hanging out with that person. That's the answer it's gonna be. Oh, you're not gonna get away in time, a Night Dweller. So the others are just gonna have to get to you first. You keep running for a couple more steps, but then you're gonna have to turn and burn on this thing. You managed to get away without actually being stopped. Okay. Alright, nicely done, team. You go ahead and grab the medicine. Yeah, so you just got some bruises, you just got some scratches. We're fine. Because I've definitely known people like that that, you know, their stance is, hey, I'm just like, I'm a little stubborn, a little hard-headed. It's like, no, you're just difficult to be around. Not saying that of you, Darth, but as well as things to be conscientious of. And they got away because they have the gene damage and slow him? Yes. That's exactly why. So he didn't get stunned by melee combat. Which is part of why I chose that. More, not for running away, but more so for running into a fight. That it can really cost you a lot of time for shutting down dangerous stuff if you're going melee. If they tag you with a single hit, and then your character just like does that stagger slow walk. And then suddenly you're just, you know, you just don't make it to your target. And that's just that. Okay, it shouldn't matter at this point. There's like no more food to pull up. So I'm going to tell him to sow it. I don't expect it to get anywhere. But that still will ultimately mean more plant skill. Alright, so this room's getting all full. Well, honestly, that's a pretty awesome gene. The damage slow has led to your pawns of mine getting torn to bits by gunfire. Oh yeah, no, it's 100% that kind of thing. Trying to get to cover, get one grazing hit, suddenly you get slowed, and that gets you 3 or 4 more hits against you. Trying to, you know, shut down a dangerous pawn with melee, or dangerous target with melee. Get a grazing hit, suddenly you slow down, and it gets another 4 or 5 hits. Like, especially with something like a minigun. And so they just managed to just pour hits into you at close range because you got stunned right before you got there. Alright, and that'll be the last to be harvested here. Yeah, Sentient Cookie's gonna try and grow more stuff. We'll see what happens. Most likely won't get any of it. It'll just freeze, but Sentient Cookie's gonna get more planting skill. Bode here should be getting out of here not super long. Nah, 8 days is still a decent amount of time. The big challenge is gonna be like properly equipping these people. Emergency approach. So, you're willing to give me a thing to get pemmican. The pemmican thing is not going to help me nearly as much as I'd like it to. And the reason why is I'm not going to have meat sustained on any real level, which is going to be a whole thing. So round 5 in-game hours are going to run up and just kind of maul them. But see, the more you actually think about the xenotype as an enemy to encounter in real life, the more it scares you, because like not only do you have this giant brute sprinting at you with a sword, but they're shrugging off. Yeah, it's basically if your entire enemy force was the Hulk. Manhunter pack? I'm busy. So I'm going to run over here and just group up there. And this is just going to be a 3-way. So what do you got that you're bringing to the table? So you both have here. Okay, so you're actually a credible threat. I'm hoping that we can wait till they jump on the troops. And use them as a distraction. Cool, so we can go here. We can allow all. Let's go deal with the raccoons. I don't want to deal with them near the Empire so we don't accidentally take bullets into the back. There we go. So we got a bunch of minor little nibbles and injuries that we're dealing with. Nothing major. Cool. And you're downed. Do you have clothes I care about? No, your clothes are terrible. Alright. Meanwhile, let's have you haul those components so they don't rot out there, but otherwise the rest can just sit out there. And grab the plasteel later. That super fast healing is such a nice thing. I do wonder with stuff like super fast healing if that combines with the ghoul healing. Because the ghoul healing is like a flat number of health per day kind of thing. Alright, do we send a colonist over? If we did, who would we send? So we could send Luxray, who's primarily a crafter, just to reduce our food requirement for now. That's just the way I'm thinking about this. Because yeah, we're gonna send them basically away for the winter. We get some standings, we get one less mouth to feed while we're at a time of year where we're not gonna be getting more food. It should go mostly fine. Alright. Yeah, because they're below freezing now, so these crops are basically dead. And then my hope is, because we will have, our growing stuff isn't going to really do much, we could just have our growing people work on cleaning and hauling and whatever else needs doing. It's interesting that they still consider this a royal ascent. We're probably not doing that. But yeah, no, the big thing about this one that we're going to run into problems later is when the enemies we're fighting start to properly outnumber us. So like melee on melee. So like a decent-sized Neanderthal raid, for example, is going to be really rough because for the most part, we have most of the same advantages as Neanderthals. Which does mean it's just going to be a bloodbath of us just trying to bottleneck them, so we're fighting them 1-on-3 as much as possible, and just hoping we hold out longer than they do. The other one that's going to be a big problem is impids, because impids breathe fire, which will scatter us, and that gives them time to, you know, do damage with the fire as well as get some shots off and everything. And honestly, even like the pigmen and all that, when they come in with grenades and all that, I'm gonna have to rush people, and if I can't rush enough of them, I'm gonna be taking up close damage. We'll have to see. Because like I said, we're gonna try and bottleneck certain stuff to use that, but sometimes they'll get stuck and they'll try and throw stuff and all that. And that'll be a trick. Flash storm again, that's fine. What's interesting as well is Bode reading these books is technically helping us research. Do you have armor unlocked? No, we have complex furniture and that's all. With our -8 to our intelligence, we still literally have no one who has more than 0 research speed. So they are very struggling. Almost all of the research speed we are getting is almost exclusively from reading books. So we're in a bad way in that regard. What's our policy on recruitment? I want to keep it almost exclusively this xenotype. I'm torn if I would take an unnatural healer if we got the option. I think if it came up to the point where we had the offer of an unnatural healer, I would accept them, and they would just not be allowed to participate in combat. You know, barring they're the last one standing, at which point it forces the issue. Because unnatural healing is amazing. But it is kind of one of those things that, thematically, the whole point... Or I could let them be unnatural healing, but they're required to melee as well, and I just wouldn't do that because they wouldn't have that. It'd also be interesting if I could literally copy this xenotype. I probably wouldn't be able to, because the thing with this xenotype is it's a complexity 16, which is really high. So realistically, we wouldn't be doing that. I would need the xenogenetics, and I would need like 4 or 5 of the things that boost the complexity you can have around it, and to take the time to have these all pop into the machine again and again until we get all the stuff we want out of it. But yeah, we'll say if I do recruit an unnatural healer, I can only recruit them, and they have to still be melee. The point is, it's supposed to be melee run. And I did say, for the record, it's not truly an only melee. If we do have mechanators and all that, or mechs, I will grab an EMP or a smoke grenade. But our people do have their ideology despises it, so they'll get upset by holding it. How does a natural healing work? It's basically the same idea as a mech healing serum, where it will heal one, like whatever is the worst injury or whatever, or sickness or whatever. So it's extremely powerful. It just has the chance of, you know, replacing an arm with a tentacle or other stuff like that. So it works like a mech healing serum with side effects. All right. Yeah, so right now we're basically just holding out till our research gets farther along. I'm really surprised they're still planting stuff, considering we're literally having crops die now from the cold. So we'll just cancel sowing. Smirks with tentacles and nightmare fuel. Yeah, so the tentacles actually, there's 2 different ones. There is one that gives them a melee bonus. There's another one that gives them a manipulation bonus. Either way, it's good stuff. The downside is the characters really don't like having tentacles. They get pretty upset about it. I think like the flavor text is like, "Oh God, get it off me," or "It always moves. It's never it never stops moving." That they're just super unhappy about it. Smooth out that one spot so it can be repaired. Alright, and they're smoothing down the last couple tiles and all that. Does the bonus with manipulation help with melee? I don't believe so. There needs to be a kinky trait that makes them okay with tentacles. Oh, I'm sure when it comes to like expanded mods, that's probably already a thing. Also, somewhat cursed if that was just in the base game or something like that. Large assembly. I don't have the means of doing any of that, so have a nice day. I don't have stone cutting, so we're just dealing. That's the reason why this room isn't finished. I ran out of limestone. So people are just working on things, trying to get it sorted. So pretty soon they're going to run out of things to haul nearby. Or not safe for work. I am sure there are many of those. Pretty close to every game in existence gets some absolutely cursed not safe for work style mods. Even games that really are a head scratcher as to why those mods exist. The Forbidden mod, literally that's the fourth of the mods in the workshop.
Oh yeah, no, RimWorld's got some really cursed mods. Meanwhile, we have a mod that lets their die their own clothes, which does give them like a 1 mood bonus. It doesn't really matter that much. I just like to do it because it makes your characters more interesting, that they have like different color themes and different characters, even though for whatever reason with the random favorite colors that RimWorld assigns, a very large number of people like the colors beige and gray. Like an alarming number of one. Okay. Yeah, so as you can see, like, this one dyed their clothes purple. This one dyed their headpiece that brown. That one's headpiece is green. They're gonna slowly dye their clothes little by little. Alright, so we got a party for a mood bonus. And they are mining the last of the steel over there. So you think you heard someone mention that at some point in AA stream, oh, an ambiguous amphibian? Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, there is a lot of cursed mods out there. Those are kind of things I've never really had the interest in downloading either. Low psychic drone, excellent. Have a whole bunch of people get upset. That'll make everyone's day. Dull barracks. Yeah, because it's getting a little dirty. Let's see, side note, you've always found it kind of weird that NSFW mods aren't allowed on the workshop when the Steam has countless NSFW games. I think that's because the workshop policy existed before, like, they started laxing stuff. It's also different when you consider... So as a game, if I say, hey, my game's going to have adult themes, I've kind of opted that, hey, my game's going to have adult themes. But then, like, kind of having commercial support saying, oh, but we're going to add adult themes onto a game that normally wouldn't. And you want to take it to, like, a bit of an extreme idea, you could go and say, hey, I'm going to make some adorable, cutesy little game for children, and then someone makes an adult-themed mod for it. I can understand for, like, you know, the game does being like, yeah, I won't be on a platform that allows that or whatever. I can certainly see that being a thing. But yeah, no, it is one of those things like, if you're going to allow it on the platform, aren't you just going to allow it on the platform? But it is a little different that, as a game, you can say, you know, this mod is not allowed to be here. The games themselves can intervene and disallow mods or whatever. Individual specific mods. But I can see that as being one of those things that they just don't want to tackle. Which I think is reasonable. Plus, usually when you look at what's involved in, like, a game that's a little, you know, not safe for work, they usually have limits on how cursed they get. Versus the mods. The mods, any amount of limit is, like, there's no limit. They will go places that no one else will go. So you take the last colony, didn't survive its fourth cold snap. Oh no, the cold snap wasn't the problem. That was fine. We had a flesh beast pit, and we went down there and we got knocked down while we finished the boss, but it had all its, like, extra units there. So it was collapsing and all, but everyone was just downed. So it's just, we basically got wiped by the pit. As we're scrolling down in the community section of any game will result in legions of NSFW anime girls, without exception. I wouldn't agree with that. There's definitely entire genres that you'll expect that. But honestly, most of the games I play, you don't see any NSFW. Because, like, when you play games like Satisfactory and Factorio, and you go to their community page,
Usually it's all sorts of like elaborate things or discussions around different balances or challenge ideas. But then you start looking at like a lot of RPGs, I will agree with that. Slice of life, I'll agree with that. I honestly don't see much in the like truly NSW in the community tabs. Like you'll see a bunch of like anime girls or whatever, but nothing that is like actually like blurred out or just straight up lewd or whatever. That said, I also turned off the thing, like I have it where it's like it hides most not safe for work stuff. Like so far as like nudity and all that, you can tell Steam to stop showing you that. It's not perfect, a lot of stuff gets past it, but it does help. Alright, Luxray, you sleep well. Thank you again for hanging out. Like, if you have NSFW games allowed to show up in Steam, there will always be at least one somewhere on the homepage. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. That's the reasons why, even though I have that turned on to not show those, I generally...
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
I generally won't show, like, the Steam, like, trending page or anything like that. Like, it won't just go to the general store, like, part of it. I will show someone's like, hey, what about this game? And I may pull up that one individual game store page, but that's after I've navigated to that page directly and just taken a quick look at it and been like, okay, just making sure. Because all it takes is messing up once and then having like this big bunch of nudity on your screen, at which point, as a streamer, usually your response then is to end your stream, delete your VOD, and start your stream back up, which is absolutely catastrophic to your viewership. And it's one of those things that, like, yes, technically nudity on there isn't as long as it's not the primary subject, but those are the kinds of things that someone can clip out of context, and then suddenly you get suspended for a while until you can kind of backtrack and be like, no, you can see here that, like, clearly I got tricked into it, and it's a whole thing on Twitch that you have the obligation of handling your content to make sure you aren't breaking TOS. So, like, very famously, if you're playing a game that has like open voice and someone pops out and they say a whole bunch of racial slurs, if you don't take the time to either leave the game or mute it or do something to put a stop to that behavior, your channel can be suspended for it even though you're not the one saying it, because you are effectively televising that. You are effectively making that available. Now, it's one of those things that if someone does pop out and they say a slur and you say, hey, that's not acceptable, and you mute them, then you're fine. But it is one of those things that it's a risk not worth taking. Alright, so we've got 3 people who are currently working on research. We have one that's going to end up being idle a lot. I don't really have... I mean, I guess I could build another research bench over here. I don't really want to, but in this particular case, I do think it's in my best interest to have as many research benches going as I can. When does Lux get back to the quest? Oh, it's not for a while. It's something like 18 days. Yeah, so it's 20 days. We accepted about 6 days ago, so it's 14 more days. Basically, it's after winter's over. Let's see. Greg says, you just described the real reasons I'm surprised so many streamers use screen capture instead of game capture and have completely separate screen for screen capture. Too much risk of showing something you don't want to. Oh, yeah, no, the idea of using, screen capture for more than just, hey, I'm going to show you one specific thing that I need screen capture for, and then immediately leaving it, that terrifies me. It is so easy to accidentally dox yourself doing that. Like, you forget to turn off notifications, and you get that email from, like, your doctor or whatever, like some UPS thing, and it just got your address written in there. And you're just like, oh my god, please. You know, those kind of things. Like, the odds of it aren't super high, but it's just one of those things of you're just rolling a dice to see if you're going to dox yourself today. Now, again, it's one of those things you're popping in saying, hey, you know, I have a question about this thing. Like, I'll pop in very briefly, be like, hey, look, like, here's like some decision making I make. Let me show you my analytics real fast, and I'll show you the analytics and pop in there. And then the moment I'm done, I'm going back off screen capture. Even though, even with that, I keep all my notifications turned off. I keep those all, like, suppressed during, like, my streaming hours as well. Like, disable all of that stuff to try and prevent it. I've even gone on, like, computer and changed it so, like, my username doesn't have my real name involved in it in any way. I've gone on to, like, my Microsoft account and everything else. I've gone and used, you know, names that I don't have to worry about. Like, if someone sees my username of figuring something out. The shuttle has arrived for Bode to get out of my colony. But even then, it's like, when it comes to getting doxxed, that's how 90% of it happens. Is it's just, you pull up Amazon or whatever to show something, and it's just got your address right there that you don't see, or you go and you show some, like, thing, and it's got account information with, like, your zip code or something, that you just give up more information than you're comfortable with on accident just that easily. You just hit the wrong website or whatever. Rual Storge isn't your real name? Yeah, sure, it's absolutely my real name. Why wouldn't it be? No, it's, But yeah, it's one of those things, and you gotta be very dangerous. Like, it's gotta be very careful, because once that information gets out, there's no bringing it back. The reality is, though, like, all things considered, if someone is motivated enough to figure out who you are, they will eventually succeed. Isn't it something you made to sound real? So it was back in Ultima Online way, way, way back in the day. Like, way back in the day. I came up with Rual Storge as just a name that sounded like a real name. It's the reason the spelling makes no sense and all that. That was a name I came up with when I was like 18, 19 years old, maybe even 17 years old. Somewhere in that ballpark. Like, I was a teenager at the time. And just came up with that name because it sounded like a name. So every single colonist we have is currently researching as hard as they possibly can. Are these not gonna die? I'll allow you to sow those. And even then, it is still just crawling. But yeah. Yeah, no, I know people have seen bits of my name on the stream from mistakes I've made in the past, which I delete those VODs and I clips and all that. As the cybersecurity hat on, if someone is truly motivated, they will find a way. It's all about making it more time-consuming and difficult as possible for anyone who wants to put in the effort. Right. Lone Genius. Oh. Even if I can't use that, I could definitely sell that. So, this person, they're not one of us, so they don't get to stay. Yeah, so basically this person is just really amazing at anomaly stuff. So I can get everyone over here. Because the last two I've said no to turned against me and fought me. So we have everyone ready to pile in here. Thanks, man. I appreciate the free charge, Lance. It's very kind of you. Again, I don't get to use it because we're going to be mailing and all that, but that's worth a little bit of money. One thing I need to do is I need to turn around and deal with that. Oh yeah, we're doing a custom one that is like really amazing at melee fighting and absolute garbage at everything else. So for right now, we are going to put them in the safe zone because... Oh yeah, they're just going to walk in here, aren't they? That's fine. Here, actually, it's not fine. Cookie, go deal with the door. There. That way the sight stealers don't just roll in here. We're gonna stay inside the safe zone. I don't need anything outside here anyways. We can let them run around out there and deal with them whenever. There's been amongst the population there. Here, that was there for stream. We don't really care. Yeah. Well, it's one of those things that like a lot of security. Yeah, no, sight stealers don't open doors, as demonstrated. Good job, team. So let's go and unrestrict them. Yeah, but sightseers don't open doors. Revenants do. You know, they actually named them, but someone mentioned that they were a mix of Smurfs and Orcs. Yeah, so some people have been calling them Smirks. What are sight stealers? They're with the new anomaly thing. They're an invisible enemy that they're running around the map per normal. You just can't see them until they get close. But that's the anomaly DLC. So they're not very strong. They're kind of a weak but decent numbers kind of enemy most of the time. But the fact that they're invisible can get you in trouble because you can walk out there, not realize they're there, and get, you know, someone mobbed by 3 or 4. There's things you can do to counter them. You have things that'll detect invisible enemies nearby and whatever. But yeah, so with security, a lot of security basically boils down to putting enough hurdles that the person trying to break security has to get over, that their motivation to break your security is insufficient to keep them doing it. That the amount of effort they have to commit to it, they're not going to see it through because it's just too much effort. Or rather, there's someone else who's a much easier target that is more in line with the amount of effort they want to put in. It's kind of like putting the sticker on your door saying like, "Hey, I got a house alarm," or whatever. Even if that's really not effective at actually stopping someone from breaking into your home, if you go to the next house over and they don't have the sticker, they're going to take that into consideration and be like, "Oh, this house has an alarm, that one doesn't. I'm going to go after the one that doesn't." And there's 0 chance to contain these. Yep, I have an animals of 0, so we'll not be taming any Thrombo. Let's see, you need more locks at your front door than your neighbor? Basically. That when the person is deciding that they're going to go after you, that you're either, like, again, it depends on the motivation. If it's something that's personal against you, then there's certainly a thing that has to go on with that. Also, you can open that door. If it's something like personal against you, then someone else's security being weaker isn't going to be a motivation to stop them. But if you make it much of a hassle, you know, whatever their personal issue is the amount of effort they'll have to put in to actually get after you going to be more than that motivation. Because, like, even if it is personal, it's only going to take them so far before they're like, I'm just not going to. That's the reasons why, like, parasocial stuff can get really rough, is sometimes you can't realize just how motivated someone is to do whatever nefarious thing they're gonna do. And then suddenly someone showing up at your home when you don't want them there. We have a mad buck. I want those Thrombo horns as weapons, but genuinely, I feel like that Thrombo could actually win the fight against me. Because you get unlucky that Thrombo could potentially just gore one of my people, like, in the neck and instantly kill them. So, it's not worth it for me, because we can't really kite them with melee. It's just not how melee works. Those are the kind of things that are really dangerous. The ones you get up close, it's just a strong melee unit. And you just go, okay, it's a matter of, like, I might have the advantage in dice rolls, but ultimately they're still dice rolls. And the police are called, and uninvited visitors are removed from the premises. Right, but also with, like, doxing, you have the idea of what's known as swatting, where someone figures out where you live, they go and they call the police, and they pretend there's something awful happening to get the police to mobilize, like SWAT, which is for in the US, that's your, kicking down the door and dropping people kind of police. That's the extreme situation of, like, hostages and everything. The good news is a lot of places are getting smarter where if you try and call on a unverifiable phone line, they have a different procedure than if you call on a landline or a registered phone number. So, like, if you go and do those things where you use it's not a VPN. There's systems you can use to, like, try and hide your phone number, and you call, like, 911 or whatever. It's not that they won't respond, but it's immediately they'll respond with suspicion of the caller. A lot of places are getting better about that kind of thing. So usually, especially when it's one of those things that, like, they escalate to, like, a really high level type thing, they will send, like, just 1 or 2 officers to verify something is happening before bringing everything out. A lot of places, especially places that have, like, celebrities and all that, they will have lists you can get yourself added to that says, hey, I am someone who is at risk of being doxxed because, like, I'm public facing or whatever. Don't, like, I am letting you know that people are going to potentially target me for this type of this type of thing to do. So, like, be careful about that. And again, they'll usually the response is if someone were to call in the police on that kind of thing, usually they'll send, like, an officer or two, usually, like, a pair, to just do, like, a wellness check on you kind of thing. And then obviously if they see that something is actually amiss, then they would bring in more. But generally speaking, they'll assume that it's someone who is doing as you've warned them might happen, that, someone might false call something in. And they'll do, like, the wellness check. And they'll still expect you to come out and be like, hey, we just want to take a quick look, yada yada. But it is one of those things that, it's all that. And they will, and for the record, most, a lot of jurisdictions have started taking stuff like swatting people where you call in the police like that, that they will actually charge that as attempted murder. Because that's effectively what you're putting someone in danger in when you do that. Or similar charges. Because genuinely the idea being, if they took that seriously, that is a hostage situation. You are putting someone in a very dangerous situation. So if you got caught as the person false reporting, you get in trouble for the false report, because it is already a crime in most places if you deliberately misreport to police that, like, something nefarious is happening that's not. And they usually will do something along the lines of, some places will have their own special charge for it, but they'll do something along the lines of attempted murder or whatever. Yeah, false report to any emergency service. Yeah, that one you're definitely getting hit. Almost every place has that. And for those who don't know what that charge is, it's not if you report and you get it honestly wrong. That is when you make a deliberate, like, you deliberately say something that's wrong, that's saying, hey, I saw this person steal something, when they very clearly didn't, and you're aware that they didn't. Like, you're trying to use the police against someone kind of thing. But yeah, that's a whole thing. And people's like, oh, people are too paranoid about that. It's like, nah, man, we genuinely anyone who's been on the platform for a length of time usually sooner or later gets bit by that kind of behavior. Not necessarily to that extreme, but, someone calling their employer or whatever, and trying to make a stink because for whatever reason they're upset about that individual. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and get rid of the charge lance because I'm not intending on using that. Is there anything else I want to get rid of? Let's go and take them for all of their money by getting rid of some of this cloth. I grew way too much, and that's the whole thing. But it's one of those things that just stay safe. Like, don't... Like, for people who do in real life streams, like, don't in real life stream in your neighborhood. Like, that's just a dangerous thing. It's good to deliberately obfuscate when you're talking about, like, I might mention, like, oh yeah, I went and got tacos today. Generally, you're not going to hear me go, oh yeah, I went and got tacos today from name of restaurant. Because all those things, those little data points, do add up to let people narrow down where you live and all that. They'd be like, oh yeah, I got a sub at this place. And people can kind of be like, okay, well, if this person got a sub at this place for their lunch, they got to be kind of close to that. And I mentioned that I'm in Central Florida, so I've already taken, you know, of the entire world, I've narrowed it down to one state, one fairly large, high population area of that state. But if someone goes, oh yeah, so he ate at this place for lunch, well, clearly that means that place must be a reasonable drive for them. And so you get that, and then you start, you know, getting your dots, and you can kind of figure out, it's like, okay, well, there's not many places that these handful of things. I do not need Luciferum, so you can go mind your business. And like it is surprisingly how fast you can narrow down with just a few bits of information down to a single individual on the earth with just a handful of stuff. Like that used to be a practice we would do with cybersecurity training and all that, where you'd sit there and go, okay, just going in saying, okay, well, you know, you mention what state you live in. You can go, congratulations, you reduced the number of people in the world it can be by like 99.8% or some nonsense. Especially like if it's a little city, you can go down by multiple decimal points. And you go, oh, well, we can tell this person presents as male or female, and all of a sudden, like, that cuts it down by a half. Oh, and we know they have a college degree, and that cuts it down by, you know, another like 40, 50, 60%, depending on where you are. And very quickly you go, oh, we're down to like 12 people. And then a person can hand verify, go around to those 12 people and figure out who you are. It's terrifying how effective it is, how few data points you need. Invigor is saying, the most difficult RimWorld challenge, grow the appropriate amount of cloth without accidentally overflowing your stockpiles. Impossible. I mean, the reason that's impossible is you can't tell if you're going to have blights or cold snaps or eclipse or heat waves or any of the millions of things or dozens and dozens of things that affect the speed you grow. It's kind of like balancing your budget. If you try and have a perfectly balanced budget, you will always come up short. That's how it works. Whereas if you deliberately balance your budget in a sense where you say, I'm going to assume all of my expenses are going to be a bit higher than I'm prepared for, then at worst case scenario, you'll usually be about balanced or, you know, having a bit extra aside. There's like no such thing as balancing a budget and having it perfectly balanced if you have any amount of anything going on. There's too many variables you can just never count for. We are researching so hard. I literally have my entire colony churning away at research. And we're still working on our first research. That said, a Night Dweller is almost getting to the point where they will actually start having they'll actually start having their research show up. So you're at 4, but it's -8, 3 at -8, 4 at -8, but Night Dweller is at 6 -8. Do you have random research on? Yes, I do. But the good news is once a Night Dweller gets to 9 research, we will start seeing that research speed build up. And then we'll start actually having okay speeds of research going. It'll never be good, but at least we'll have more progress. Because right now, this is pretty terrible. I may have gone a little too hard on the research penalty and the slow learning penalties. Okay, and we learned passive cooler from the book, so that's nice. So we have 2 research so far, but both of those we learned from reading books, not from actual research. And because of how slow this is, I have no context of what we're dealing with here. I imagine it's probably not one of the cheapest ones, so it's probably like smithing, drug production, carpet making, tree sewing, or complex clothing, but we'll see. That could just be me not realizing how horrifically painful it is. I do wonder, like, with the negative research, how, like, what speed the research is with that. Oh, I can actually see the current project. I forgot about that. There's a separate mod for fixing it. It's supposed to hide the research till 95%, but if you click on the bench itself, it'll tell you. So we're actually researching electricity. You can see the research speed in their info tab. Combat, social, work. And research speed is 10%. And it's 10% because that's the minimum it's allowed to be. It's not allowed to go below 10%. Because it's 8% times 0. Yeah, so we are getting electricity first, which is nice and also terrible. The reason it's terrible is it means my first research before anything else is going to make all of this research up here available to me. Which means getting something useful like complex clothing or stone cutting is going to be like a 1 out of 50 or 1 out of 60. I feel like we're going to be doing a lot of book reading. Yeah, so you got 6 more days until we get our colonists back, and that's fine. Alright. Random research feels really fun, but you'd probably get frustrated. Oh, there's times that you like... would you use a tech-proof core on one of the... if one showed up on a quest? Yes. I would wait till we finish a research and check to see if the other one trains quickly. If it doesn't, let it go. If it's one of those ones that doesn't look like it's gonna be quick, I'm gonna immediately hit it with that. Because, I mean, especially with how painfully slow the research is, that would imply that the Tech Prof core is worth even more to me than normal. Are you normally able to target research? You've not played since the beta. Yes. So normally when you play the game, you'd be like, complex clothing. Yes, you'd have like a research button right here, and you'd click that, and you'd be doing complex clothing. But I have a mod that takes that control away from me. Because I like that one because it forces you to adapt to what the game does. Like, I used to never get the medicine here that makes you immune to a lot of diseases. But just the random research kept randoming me to get that. And nowadays, when I'm playing the game normally, this is a technology I go after. Because sure, it's an expense against your colony, but that helps you keep your wealth down a little bit by spending money on it. And then when it pops up and you're having like a really bad situation, and it goes, oh no, malaria did not happen because you had your people on your medicine, and you're just like, because you're like, that would have been a colony wipe or at least a real bad time we just dodged. It takes a very big concern off the table. Let's think, oh, you totally know what a tech prop core is, but hypothetically, if someone else in chat didn't know what that was, could you explain it for them? Of course, definitely not for me. So yeah, so there's this really rare item you usually can't find until late game called a Tech Prof Core. That, not the little benches here, but if you've got the next bigger bench, it lets you instantly finish the research you're currently doing. So it is one of those items that normally what you'll do is you'll wait till you're like doing one of these technologies way over here on the right. They're like 12,000, 8,000. You'll want to use it on stuff like that. Normally a Tech Prof Core if you're using it on something like geothermal wouldn't be the worst use of it. But if it's something like packaged survival meals or these that are only like 800 points, that's burning a very expensive item for something like, it's still a gain, it's just way better one. Or be like me and use it on plate armor. Hey man, if you need the plate armor bad enough. Like that's just it. Using it is never a bad thing, it's just a lost, it's got an opportunity loss that there could be a much better use for it. So this is interesting. I'm supposed to not have a year-round grow season here. It's supposed to be to the 1st of September and the 11th of April. Yeah, and we're in August. Yeah. So we're supposed to be outside of our growing season, but it's not getting quite cold enough to kill the plants a lot of time. I'm pretty okay with that. Let's see, would you rather be sickly forever or itchy? Or sticky forever or itchy? That is a really big question. I feel like sticky. 'Cause like itchy is one of those things that you can just lay there doing nothing and you're still bothered, versus sticky, there's a lot of things that you can do to make that not quite as annoying. Because like itchy, you could literally be, you know, like for people that have like chicken pox or whatever, you can do the whole thing where they like bathe themselves and stuff to try and desensitize it, and it does help, but you're still itchy. But if you're like laying down in a bathtub or in a shower or something, you're not going to be sticky because there's literally, like, you'd be trying to stick to water, and that barrier effectively acts as like lubricant where you wouldn't be sticky at that moment. Obviously, you're not going to walk around your day all covered in like oil or water or something like that to counteract it, but at least there's something you can do. Yeah, stress-free laying in the shower, not itchy in the shower. Like ice cream stick or helmet grooves. I mean, I just assumed anything you went to touch is gonna be like a tacky feeling, like it want like, not like it was one of those things that you put your hand on, you have to like get a bar to like peel your hand off. Just a general nuisance, kind of like you just kind of, you know, you put your hand on the wall because it was just enough to be like really unpleasant. Because it was like super duper sticky, then that becomes actually more manageable because you could do stuff like put materials on you to like make it go on your hand, like almost do like a latex glove kind of thing, but like stick it to your hand. And then, you know, sure, you have this insulating layer, but because you're stuck to that insulating layer securely, then it's effectively like you're not sticky. You're just stuck wearing things that cover you. But if it's just like tacky, it'd be enough that it would like sometimes stick and sometimes it would come loose again, just enough to be aggravating. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, so we've got all that sorted out for right now. We do have people continuously researching. I'm just waiting for you to deal with that. Alright, we're gonna turn off that, well, so it's complaining about you sleeping, so that's the issue. In the bedroom, it's just hot enough that they're complaining about being too hot. But if we turn off the fire, they can complain about being too cold. The right side of your spacebar stopped working? You could probably, if you're comfortable doing so, you can actually, assuming, alright, if it's a laptop, don't do this, because they have different keyboards. But if you're talking like a regular keyboard, you can pull it up, and usually there'll be like a little metal bar underneath that goes these two little hooks. Most likely what's happened is the little metal bar has either gotten bent or more likely has just gotten free from that. So that when you're pushing it down, it's not pushing it down evenly. That it might just literally be, you pick it up, you get that set back in, you put it back down, and you might be good to go. Unless some of them will have like 2 different keycaps. If it has that, then it's your right keycap is either probably just needs, dirty, needs to be cleaning. It's pretty rare they fail. Like, can you imagine going for a handshake and go through a handshake though, and at first you think their hand is just clammy, and then you realize it's sticky? Well, I mean, yeah, like if people don't wash their hands, handshakes can get gross. I actually don't handshake people very often, not as a conscious decision. I feel like shaking hands as both a greeting or as like, sealing a deal or whatever. I feel like that's not as common. It's still done a lot. But it used to be like any type of time you do a business thing, like it wasn't done until someone shook someone's hand. Like it was just, that was the thing. Versus nowadays, I feel like people don't feel obligated to do that. Which I think is a culmination of a bunch of different things too. It's not like one reason people don't shake hands as much. But, well, I mean, my answer at that point would be just don't shake people's hands. If your hands are always, sticky or whatever, you just don't shake people's hands. That's easy enough. You can be like, oh, sorry, like I got stuff on my hands. I don't think anyone would like cause you a big grief with that. Because like I said, I can't think of the last time that I've had someone want to shake my hand as a response to whatever we're working on. Like maybe when I applied for and got a job kind of thing, but that's about it. Like you don't go to the bank and get a loan and they go, "Thank you for doing business," and like shake your hand anymore. That used to be a big thing. But I mean, honestly, nowadays, even when you go and apply for a loan, you don't usually go into the branch and talk to a human being anymore, even hardly. I'm sure as like a large-scale business thing, that would be different, but as just like an individual. Sorry, I made a deal with a witch, and I ended up taking sticky over itchy. And the person just stares at you like, what on earth? You miss petting your dog if you're sticky. Most people tonight have said itchy because scratching feels good. I mean, sure, but when it comes to scratching, sure, it could feel good, but also you end up, scratching your skin, getting yourself like little cuts and nicks at it. Like anyone who's had like a really bad bug bite, and they really scratch at it for a while, very quickly that'll go raw to genuinely starting to cut yourself kind of thing. Like even like it's not even a matter of like trimmed nails or anything like that. At a minimum it's gonna be raw after a while. Let's see. You want me to send 3 colonists to... Not gonna worry about that now, we'll probably do that later. Yeah, it is a weird thing. Like, don't get me wrong, it's one of those questions that, like, what's the value of just for talking about, which is fine. Because the good news is, you don't have to choose between sticky and itchy. You can have both. I guess also my perception might be different, because I live in Florida, and if you go outside, you're always sticky. You walk outside and you're instantly covered in sweat, and you're always feeling sticky and gross and miserable. And then if you're anywhere outdoors in nature, you're gonna be itchy as all of the mosquitoes and no-see-ums and all the other critters come out and greet you. So, I mean, these are natural states of being living in Florida. If you don't like bugs, it's not a place to go. I'll leave it at that. You gotta be very comfortable with bugs being in the area to be comfortable in Florida. And same with various reptiles. Like snakes, lizards, all that stuff. Because they're here and they're not going anywhere. The number of people are like, oh my god, I saw a snake in my yard. You're like, yeah? You live in Florida. I can assure you there's a lot more than one in your yard every single day. Every single day. Because around the Mayo Cannon? I have no idea what you're talking about. You kind of want to put glue on your hands or something like that and tell this to one of your friends. You won't, but you're tempted. I have a feeling your friend would be like, why did you cover your hand in glue? That's just, like, that's just weird, man. No, you're missing the joke. I had to choose between itchy and sticky. Why are you the way you are? The cannon for mayonnaise, of course. Right, I get that. So we've got a slave caravan here. That's wonderful. Oh, well. That didn't need to be going and be discussed, Darth. Very, very obviously, that's clearly not something that we need to be talking about. Alright, so let's see here. So we got the passive cooler, so we're going to sell that. You don't really have much else I want. Like, I could get more of the medicine, and that's probably something I want later, but right now, I'm gonna pass on it. We'll just get rid of the stuff I don't want and all that. Metal blood serum? No, not yet. I would much rather save money, and then if we get like a an exotic caravan, maybe I could snag a mono sword or a power fist or something like that. Would you rather have the power to time travel to the past or the future? The future. Hear me out. Going to the past. I like actually having modern medicine quite a bit. Imagine you get the mildest flu, and that's a death sentence. Not really. It's not that extreme, but like. You know, something as simple as getting your hands cut has a high chance of getting, like, infection and all that kind of stuff. Oh, you'd like to know what metal blood serum is? Metal blood serum is another anomaly thing. Basically, you inject it, you inject yourself with that kind of thing, and it gives you a temporary massive boost to your defense. I know there's a really bad drawback. I can't remember what it is. I can't remember it causes you pain or something like that. But the idea being it's good for when you're in like a really nasty fight, you can inject yourself with that and you can take some pretty bad abuse. Now that said, it is one of those problems you run into with those types of things, that making your people have reduced pain can be very dangerous in RimWorld, because it means your pawn is less likely to go down quickly, and that means instead of getting knocked out, you just die. So there's always a juggle with those kind of things. Let's see, Metal Blood is fire resistant reduction, right? I don't remember. It might be. I don't think we can look it up or anything either right here. I know there's a couple negatives. All the serums have some pretty bad negatives to them. But, like, that's the idea. Like, there's, like, the most useful one is the Mind Numb, because you have, so it's like, oh, you know, my spouse just died, and, like, get the Mind Numb. Instantly, all emotions just suppressed for, like, a day or two, or whatever it is. I think it also penalizes their consciousness, but I can't remember. But it's those things like, oh no, this person is going to just be Meltdown City. Get them on the Mind Numb. Manhunter Pack. Oh no. The pair of turtles. 50% incoming damage, stacking multiplicatively with other sources such as tough. 400% fire and burn damage. Yeah, so basically, it makes you really, really tanky unless you're against an Impid, and then you fall over dead if it's against an Impid or a Scorcher. Get the turtles. Nicely done, team. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Shamblers are approaching. All right. Ooh, okay, so that Shambler there is actually dangerous. The other three, not so much. Your only injury was you got like minor nips at your ankles and all that. So normally I would stay back from this. I feel pretty confident one-on-one we could handle the Shamblers with our pawns as juiced as they are. Yep. They're sort of zombie-esque. Like they don't bite you when you get infected or anything like that. But they generally aren't smart. They kind of just rush you. And they just kind of roam around aimlessly most of the time. Alright, if you just want to sit there, I'm willing to just swarm you. They are very durable, though. Alright, so they're chasing. That's good. That's kind of what I figured I could do. Is I could one by one bully them. Nicely done, team. And how are we looking? You had no new injuries, a couple of bruises, a couple of bruises, and we're good. Would you say Shamblers or Sight Stealers are more dangerous? If you're talking in a straight up fight, the Shamblers are more dangerous, in my opinion. They're definitely the tougher of the two. The thing that make the Sight Stealers more dangerous is the potential that you might not realize how many are there. You engage the fight, and then after the fact go, oh wait, there is a lot of them. What does the Dark Architect Shard do? It is used as a resource for a lot of the anomaly stuff. So certain weapons you make out of it, there's rituals you use it for. So it is something like, think of it like a component. It's kind of in that same realm of stuff, or maybe more like an advanced component, but it's kind of that same thing, where it's a material, it's not useful by itself, but it is a material for a lot of different things. Yeah, so everyone heals really fast. All right. I'm really happy that we did not change our ideology to have a research penalty, because I had been tempted to lean in on that meme, and this has been bad enough as is. Hey, and Luxray's back. Welcome back, buddy. And spring has begun. The biofair rate is like a combo stealing components and charge like advanced components. Yeah, I'd say that's about right. Because you think might just go for it and buy Anomaly. So it's not a mod, it's a DLC. But yeah, it is fun. Like I said, my stance on the Anomaly DLC is it's my favorite DLC. It doesn't have as much replay value as Ideology or Biotech. I'd say it's comparable to Royalty, because Royalty is kind of... Royalty is, in my opinion, the worst value of the DLCs. It has the least replay value, in my opinion. Like, it's right there with Anomaly in that one. And it also changes the least about the game. It's got some really snazzy items and psychic powers and all that gives you. But, to me, it's the least impactful. So you have 2 cats you want me to keep for 13 days. I don't have meat for you. Said very last reading says royalty is great for mods, but kind of sucks as the base DLC. Yeah, I would agree. Like, it's got some really cool stuff it gets you. Like, one of my favorite weapons in the game is the Zeus hammer, which is from royalty. But for me, I always saw RimWorld as kind of a sci-fi western, versus royalty was a lot more Warhammer 40k, which there's nothing wrong with it. I actually am a big fan of Warhammer 40k, but it just kind of, to me, it ran counter to the way I felt about RimWorld as a game lore-wise, even though that's on me, not on them. Like, I'm the one whose perception is wrong. But it just was one of those things that I never really got sold or on board in a big way for the whole psychic powers thing. Like, I've done runs with it that are ridiculously powerful. Like, the psychic powers are immensely useful. But still not really my jam. So we'll do here as well, because we're just kind of killing time. So we can get some research knocked out. We can get a small shelf. We'll make it out of sandstone. I'll put up there, and we can put our meals on that. And then get those off the floor so they stop counting as a beauty penalty. But yeah, no, the whole thing behind royalty is the fact that you can get someone a title and they, will then be able to get like psychic powers and all that kind of stuff. And that's all cool. But in practice I find it more annoying than enjoyable. Alright, can I actually... No. Yeah, I'm not gonna have enough, I don't think. I was gonna see if I could start having them meditate for psychic powers. I might still try and set up anyways. So if I build inside that green circle, the tree won't let me work at all. This is gonna heavily penalize it. But if I don't do this, there's a very high risk if a raid shows up on that side of the map, whoever's meditating here just falls over dead. And what I want to do is I want to bridge that over so people can run back and forth. But you did a royalty full run near the end, like the quest becoming unlocking the ending. You actually killed 2 of the Empire pawns. The Empire turned hostile. Yeah, that is one problem. That there is a lot of ways you can... And some of them can be literally not your fault at all, that you can have it where you make a faction hostile. Like, one of the ones that annoys me the most is, say, for example, I use a incendiary mortar on like an enemy like siege. I can run to the problem later. All right, so you've got 2 melee, 2 ranged. The melee... Okay, that one melee has got some high stats, but is delicate. Alright, and they were attacks immediately, correct? No, they're going to prepare. But it was just one of those things that very easily you can have things going there. Let's see, what's the big red circle? So basically, anything inside here will reduce the effectiveness of praying to the tree or whatever it is. Anything inside the green circle will flat out make it not work at all. So are they planning any new DLC? They turned out the last 2 pretty close in time. I mean, it was, what, a year or 2 between them? Like, there's a decent amount of time between them. So I think we're going to actually stick inside here. But, they don't let you know in advance until it's, like, right around the time they're dropping DLC. It was a pretty good amount of time, like a year and a half, 2 years or something like that, between Biotech and all that. Because I've been streaming, like, 3 years, and Biotech came out really close after I had started streaming, if I remember correctly. And then Anomaly was like, just 6 months ago or whatever. The Anomaly played through once and then turned it off, where the royalty there was enough added that you're not leaning heavily into it. Yeah, Anomaly feels like, royalty feels like within itself, there's only kind of 2 different things it adds, which is going against the Empire or for the Empire, so far as like actual full-on play story, whatever you want to call it.
Thank you Darth Strider 1998 for gifting a sub to Jargo the Great.
Thank you, Darth Strider, for gifting a sub to Jargo the Great. Jargo the Great, you now have yourself some nice advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes, whether you like it or not. So I do appreciate that, Darth. Thank you so much. But yeah, no, it is one of those things that royalty, I feel like, just adds kind of a bunch of other stuff to the game that you can benefit. Where are you going? I'm down if you want to split directions. If you want to split directions, that'd be great. Oh, I see what they're doing. This is actually fine. They're gonna let me actually use this defensive position. It's J. Zargo the Great? Okay. Yeah, so they should feed themselves in one at a time. Alright, we are getting one shooting again. Oh, no. Where are you going? You best be trying to run and fast. You're slowed. Get out of here. You got good gear on you? No, it's terrible. Okay, they got away. That's fine. So a little under a year and a half? Yeah. Oh, sorry about that. So it was definitely, like, don't get me wrong, it was definitely faster as a turnaround than we got for royalty and biotech royalty and ideology popping out. Those ones took a lot longer to drop, but much faster than the previous ones. Which makes sense. Their first DLC, they had to figure out how they're going about it, all that. Once you start adding DLC, you'd start taking the time to go, okay, well, what is our actual approach to doing this? Storage, make that low priority, so that way they start putting the food up there, and then we can get rid of that zone. Must have been why it felt so short. It is also one of those things that, like, time goes by so fast. Like, the number of games releasing and how fast they release, it can be really painful to be like, oh yeah, I remember that game. That was last year. It's like, no, man, that was like 4 years ago. You're like, no, stop. You're hurting me. Yes, obviously that one stopped back there and started shooting, which isn't exactly what we want. They've done a little bit to change the way some of the logic works, because it used to be they wouldn't stop on the barricades to shoot you very often. Alright. So we're making at least some progress towards electricity. How close are you getting to actually having a measurable amount? Alright, you're almost to the point that we're going to start actually seeing research speed up. Okay, so delete this, because now I got a shelf for keeping the food on. So one thing we can also help out with this, do I have enough limestone? Yeah. So we can also put a, not limestone, sandstone. We can also put a sandstone bookshelf in here to put the books on, because having books in the same room will give you a slight, like a little bit of a bonus to your research speed. So, contents, storage, critical on the books. So we haul that and put it on the shelf. That's a 0.8% bonus. Ducks have joined. The ducks have chosen death. But yeah, so we got a small little bonus to research speed. Yeah, so they're all research speed 75%. Yeah, it's not enough to really be noticeable, but once we get a little bit more, it'll start to add up. We're not gonna make an art bench. You have a colonist who's idle. Look, man, I don't have room for yet another bench for all this. Meanwhile, which one had the... Okay, so let this fire go out entirely. Let this fire go out entirely. We can actually deconstruct that fire. Almost 9 or so far off. Just about to hit 7. So we're getting there. So we have 25 for that. Put those down. And I'll put a pair of boards. So I can't get all 3 of the school boards there, for that's when Ferrandal Thor becomes a child. That we have the thing for doing lessons. We definitely should also get more shelves in here, but we'll have to worry about that when we get there as well. Are you restricted still? Yeah, that's what's going on. Wait, is that... Okay, it's a regular bear. I was like, wait, is that a polar bear? About to say. Alright. So, Jessica stepped out and was immediately hunted by the bear. So let's pop the door and deal with this bear before things get out of hand. So the bear is actually kind of dangerous, but I'm feeling pretty comfortable that if we do the strategy of swarm, that will be fine. Handled. Cool. And we've got nomads who want to be around. So we got desperate refugees. Awesome. So they're both adults. So the first thing we're gonna do is gonna have them drop their weapons. So this is perfect. It doesn't matter what they've got going on. They're gonna be our new researchers because that's what we're gonna do. Because I desperately need any and all researchers we can get. Yeah, so congratulations, you're researchers. What else are you doing? It doesn't matter. You with the 4, you're better than anything I got. You with the 6, you're better than anything I got. So, welcome to researching everything. Don't worry about any of the rest of this. I'll have it on your minimum queue. But, get to researching. We'll finally make some meaningful progress. It'll be great. Alright. And how long are they going to be staying here? 6 days. That's not very long. But here's how we can get some proper progress on our research. And even these ones are considered only okay researchers. But for our purposes in this colony, they're amazing S-tier researchers that we desperately need. The door? Yeah, no, I got the door. Yeah, to this colony, these people are geniuses. Exactly. This is idiocracy, and the normal people showed up. So we got some people. Oh, that's the guest showing up. They can count to 3. What witchcraft is this? Exactly. How are you coming along? You got a little ways before you're a child, unfortunately. And how about our cook? Our cook's injured, but they should recover relatively quick. That super fast healing is fantastic. Wait, rice has not been harvested? Why? What are you working on that's not getting harvested? Okay, I guess you're just working on it now. That's fine. Alright. And if they request to join, they don't get to stay. Even though Kind Fast Learner is really good. The second one's not as much of a fan, but the first one, it's fine. We'll definitely want to make ourselves like a dedicated research room eventually. And we're basically out of sandstone. Was that misogynist bloodlust kind? Yeah. So they're like, you know, they say all sorts of awful things, but they have the best of intentions. That doesn't make it not awful, but you know, it is what it is. If you remember correctly, kids age faster than adults, right? Yes, what's the rate? It's something like 4 times faster, if I remember correctly. So, like, it's definitely not been, like, we just finished our first year in game, and the kid was born maybe a little over halfway through the first year, and they're already considered 2 years old. For purposes of the game. That's because otherwise, could you imagine just having your colony and having to play for like 15 full in-game years for a kid to grow up? It's already slow enough that a lot of people don't like, you know, doing the mechanics around kids with the speed it is. Gonna make in our sleeping bag. Alright, we're making good progress. But do you love that kids almost always end up being absolute god pawns? Oh yeah, no, that's the thing. The children in this game are a huge ordeal, but once you get through them, like, the kids are very, very significant. Do not keep the ducks. As soon as we have a handler available, which is a night dweller, I need you to deal with the ducks, because their population will continue to explode otherwise. So let's shrink this zone by about half. They'll expand it from here. Because I've got way more cotton than I can realistically use. And I could definitely use more wood. Yeah, so I ran out of slate here. So I didn't get quite all of it done. So I canceled that back area that I didn't have enough materials for. I'm going to make that out of the granite. That's because I don't have enough of those materials, but we are trying to get that built up. And then eventually I'm going to connect these over. Transport crash Zebo. So normally I would be entirely on board with getting this person potentially, but for our run, because they're a baseliner, we're going to reject them, unfortunately. Because otherwise they'll join the colony automatically. And growing up in your colony will constantly be better and more powerful than 99% of them. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Like, you can get the really bad luck where it goes, choose your trait, and it'll be a list of 4 negative traits. But generally speaking, that's not a thing you run into very often. The vast majority of the time, you'll have, like, of the 4 traits, you have, like, 2 good, you know, 1 bad, and maybe a no trait option, somewhere in that general realm of things. Sometimes you'll get, like, the list of traits and be like, but I want them all. even then, at least one of those negative traits will still have a strong positive to them, like Bloodlust. Yeah. Like, you can RNG into a truly bad option. It's just very unlikely. And then usually you can still make that work. Like, you can choose, like, whichever the least evil one is and go, okay, well, this pawn is going to now run around and be my cleaning hauling person because this trait sucks for something else. Like, you get delicate or something. You're like, all right, well, you're just going to be my in-base cleaning person now. Alright, so we're basically right now just waiting for more research to happen and whatnot. I'm not worried too much about trying to mine anything right now. I'm not worried about trying to cut down more trees for wood. We kind of slammed all those. I am trying to close this off, because if I manage to get this closed off, that opens it up where I could have people focus on meditation. Aren't there also children growth fats? Yeah, that just makes children age up fast. Most of the time when people use those, they will use the growth fats just to take a child from baby to child. Alright, chat. We've got another ad break here. Again, it's once per hour. I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to go ahead and do that now, and I will be right back while the ads are playing. So again, sorry about the ads. It is just the way the platform is these days. But thank you so much for tuning in. I'll be back in just a couple minutes.
What is going on?
A raid.
He installed the musical alarm.
Welcome to the nuclear reactor. Here we dance. We dance like there's no tomorrow. Dance with me. Dance.
Who needs sonar when we have beats? I mean, the accordion makes it.
I had no idea that this sub was rated for Euro power.
Well, it's not. No, that'll definitely overload the reactor eventually and kill us all.
I don't think I've had nearly enough drugs for this. That sounds like a you problem.
I'm sure that looks better in theirs, like headbanging.
Sweet Malty.
Warning you, you don't want me going in there. I have a tendency to remove limbs. Huh. Oh, you once again cleanly cut someone's head off. Well. Okay, hang on. Hang on. Little too ambitious with that jump. Yep, let's, take a minor detour. Don't hit. That's not good. Alright, you know what we're doing? We're gonna go with this is not our problem. We want no part of this. Hey. Well, that's just mean.
Because, like, I have to look at you, so it's nice that you're handsome.
Love.
Love. Sure. There we go. It's kind of wiggling to get the trailer to shift, and then turning the wheel straight so I have less resistance. Once I get over this hill, it's going to be so much easier, but we got to get over the hill first.
Come on, come on, come on. Oh yeah, no, we already knew we needed a new tractor. I just don't have the money for it. But my hope is that this is the money for it. Oh, I just realized something. How am I going to get onto that plate? If that little incline is too much for us? Because that plate is raised. I mean, I guess we're just going to try and go for it. Momentum, carry me. Actually, it doesn't look like it's going to be that big a deal. I'm hoping. And we're starting to sell the mushrooms. All right, and we are back. So thank you so much for that. Yeah, no, it's that was when they first announced biotech in RimWorld. They're like, you can have kids, and everyone's like, oh God, why? Why would you do this? You know what you're going to cause, right? Like, RimWorld gets War Crime Simulator as a joke for, like, you know, a name, but you're taking this to a whole new, darker, awful place. To be clear, though, they actually did a pretty good job of handling it where it de-incentivizes a lot of stuff. So, like, the kids, when they're children, they actually take, like, increased damage and everything. They're just very, like, significantly less effective in combat, which makes sense. So the idea of, like, just making a whole bunch of kids and then giving them weapons and then sending them out into the fight, you usually, like, in a straight-up fight in a raid, you just get knocked over. Like, they just really don't hold up well. So it is those things that you can do that, but it'll be really bad. And sure, you could do the whole thing where you raise kids and, you know, organ harvest them, that kind of thing, like if you really wanted to be awful. But it's also those things that, like, the amount of resource commitment it is to get a kid to being all the way up to a child, you're really much better served doing just about anything else. It is, you're doing that to, like, it's the same thing like the people who do the whole thing where they raise kids for, like, cannibalist colonies or whatever. Like, you're going out of your way to be evil in that run. As far as, like, the effort it takes to get through that is so ridiculously over the top. You literally could do anything else and it'd be more efficient. But some people who play RimWorld just wanna go evil as hard as they possibly can. They you know, they go and they put on all of their black clothes and their black nail polish. They get their tongue piercings and their eyebrow piercing and their nose piercing and other piercings we won't get into. They definitely listen to emo exclusively and they play some RimWorld. They go as edgy as they can possibly edge in the edginess. And it's one of those things. The point I'm making here is they go full max edgelord. All right, so we can have a raid of 3 people. I'm going to take the standings. So yeah, for the Metal Blood Serum, we can see it here. Let's see. It's not going to show me right here, but yeah. It's those things. It makes you super durable, but super susceptible to fire. So get everyone. How long did it say? I should have checked this again. 1.2 days. Then they ask themselves, you know, the bad guys to themselves. It dawns on them what they're doing. There's just a whole thing there. All right, so this block can go. And there's that one. You've seen someone fully torture someone and remove all their limbs, but a psychic harmonizer in them, and then put them in the edge of the colony so that incoming raids would have mental breaks by the time they make it in. That is amazing and also horrifying. Oh, no, stop that. Don't, no roof. No roof. Because the roof will also make the tree not work. But yeah, no, it's one of those things that there's definitely people who they like to play games and like to be as evil as they possibly can because they want to. And not that there's anything wrong with that playstyle, like almost all of us have done it. But for me, it was one of those things that when RimWorld first came out, I did a lot of terrible runs where you did like cannibals and all that. You know, when that was a new and novel concept and all that. And then, like, now that this is kind of a normal thing you do in these types of games, it's kind of whatever. All right. Yeah, so 1.2 days, there'll be 3 archers. They are going to be impids, so we are potentially going to get knocked around. So I'd like to take care of the cats, but the problem is cats need meat. I think we could probably make... How long for the cats? 13 days. So I would need to continue to keep the cats fed and happy for 13 days. And they only eat... Oh, actually, I think they'll eat meals. We're going to go for it. Oh, furniture. There we go. So rescue both the cats. And we will have the compensated combat in a little bit here. Yeah, so they're hauling all the stone out of there. Wait, did I choose remove peeling or ignore peeling? Roof. Yeah, that's remove roof. And... Alright, everyone, schedule safe zone. Get back to the perimeter. Oh, you're still over there? How have you not died from malnutrition yet? Alright, we're about to get our first technology that we've actually researched, with 4 research benches going near solid for half of a year. Okay, so they're going to prepare for a while. So you got 3 of them and they've all got bows. So you're going to let them get into position, figure out where they're going to go. And they are impids, so they breathe fire, which is a little rough. But, on the other hand, we can try and bait that fire out and just rush them. So Senjin Cookie, let's get everyone in position. That's your target, that's your target, that's your target. And then we'll double up on you. Get in there, team. This is probably not the best. Really, what I should have done with the approach is I should have waited for them to push and gone for it. They all fell down really fast for some reason. I don't understand. They felt... okay. Cause. Night Dweller struck Mivan in the head painfully. So the head has a bruise and is missing. I like that it says destroyed their head and the status is a bruise. A little significant of a bruise. Good morning, Night Dweller. It's good to see you. Yeah, it's a severe bruise, that's all. And they're already almost fully healed. And we're getting electricity. Yeah, you can see their brain, but just, it looks like a big bruise. Yeah, so they can. Okay, apparently they can feed the cats cooked meals. If their head is totally gone, is it a very tiny bruise? It's a bruise on their neck. That's all. Alright, so one of the things we're going to start doing is schedule... I'm torn on how I want to do this. I would like to dedicate meditation time. So I think we are going to have them end their day. It is going to take way more of their day now. So you have brain damage? No, you caused brain damage. And skull damage. And everything above the neck damage. You really like the ancient debris? Yeah, just something to mix it up. You said, what if Smeesh? Who is our construction person, and why haven't they fixed? Oh, unrestrict you. That's why. Alright, so we're about to get our research done. We now have electricity. Heck yeah. It's not going to be very useful until we at least get... I need to stop doing that. It's not going to be particularly useful until we reach a point where we can either have batteries or something else like that. But we do technically have electricity. Alright, so one of the things we're going to do is straight in line with here. We're going to make a hallway that can go out to this area. That way we can add it to our quote-unquote safe zone. Let's see, you're able to get a Enma Street plant, right? That's going to be a mod. I've never seen one of those. You love the idea they can barely read and yet fully grasp the concept of electricity? I mean, in this particular case, they got two visitors who helped them through. So they may not really understand the words, but someone sat down there and went, you know, here's how this works. Sorry about that, came through the mic chat. Tomb just dropped her phone. She's in it's not a sleeping bag, she's in a beanbag chair in the back of the room. Oh yeah, I forgot about the stone. That way you can actually have it inside your base versus have to like run out here in this mess. Whatever their next research is, they're already about a third of the way through it. So that's good news. How is Night Driller doing on their research speed? Okay, they're at level 7 and about a fourth of the way through it, so right about to hit the point where they would be the equivalent of someone starting with 0 research. But just leveling much slower. One downside is if you do this geothermal, it'll be in the range of this. Okay, so refugees have left, so the research now grinds to a halt. That's a recreation book. And you want to have me keep them for 21 days. Yeah, we'll do it. I got supplies. And schedule. Cool. So the nomads left, we got 2 more people. Sadly, the 2 people we got will not work, so they won't help us research. That lynx is gonna have to die. As close as it is, it's only a matter of time before it hunts someone. It says Link's Revenge, even though the initial hit utterly destroyed the body. Long-term goal, outer perimeter made entirely of jade. I think my favorite just unreasonable colony I ever worked on was with the release of Anomaly, one of the colony ideas I had, and I started recording videos, but it was just, oh my god, slow, is building an entire base entirely out of nothing but bioferrite, with the exceptions of things that I'm not allowed to do that. The kind of Xeno did you make? Purely melee. Good at melee, terrible at everything else, very specifically terrible at ranged. And our ideology hates ranged. So we're a bunch of very melee-oriented meat sacks. So we look here at our bio. We're bad at intellectual, artist, animals, mining, shooting. We have major cell instability. We're slow studies, but melee and move fast and robust and super clotting and healing. Yeah, it's like Neanderthals, but even stronger and dumber. They do one thing and they do it well, and that's run up to stuff and hit it. If you want more than that, you're talking to the wrong team. We can go ahead and sell the clothes, because we can make more of those. I'll grab 1 unit of medicine. Alright, so they're leaving. Okay. You didn't need to say it like that. The Neanderthals are listening? No, they're not. There are definitely people who descended from Neanderthal, but they're not a thing here. The age-old question of brain versus brawn? Well, these are the pawns who don't know what either of those words mean. Basically, yes. And they get upset about it because you say it and they're like, you're just making fun of me. Plunk. Oh, we can lock these doors open as well now, since we're not in the middle of the cold. But yeah, so we're gonna go and slowly give ourselves psychic powers because it's something I can work on. And then they hit you once and you turn into more bruised than human. Exactly. Just go plop. Okay, we got all the stone out of here. Does one of them have a gold sword? Yes, because we so you get like certain weapons you'll sometimes get depending on your traits, and one of our people, their trait gave them a gold sword and a silver axe. And the gold sword's actually okay. It's definitely not good, but it is okay. Get him. And as a reminder, the stream is being sponsored by Surfshark. They have been kind of the sponsors for the last month, and they didn't ask me to do too much for the sponsorship, mostly just plug, using VPNs in general. So it's not even like I'm supposed to like plug them individually, though they are absolutely a solid consumer VPN. But just that, VPNs are very useful for privacy and security and all that kind of stuff. For me personally, I used to travel a ton for work before I became a content creator. And a lot of times at conferences and all that, I'd have to deal with totally dodgy Wi-Fi because I couldn't get cellular signal, or like I'd be in an area that I had to pay an absolutely unreasonable amount of money for data. So then I gotta go and jump on Wi-Fi that I have no idea if it's okay or not. So usually in those cases, I'd use the VPN to try and obfuscate my connection to protect myself from man-in-the-middle attacks and whatnot. So that's one thing that can be very, very helpful for a bunch of that. A lot of people also use them for a bunch of other things, like you can sit there and like effectively have a second identity or whatever to protect yourself from having your personal information scraped and all that as much as possible. You can use it as well for, in some places with publisher deals and all that, you don't have access to a bunch of things for various reasons. VPNs have lots of uses, usually again around security and privacy. So I've used them extensively in the past. Right now I am using Surfshark as my VPN. I probably will not stop using it afterwards. Just, you know, it's a decent VPN. A lot of VPNs these days come with like antivirus that is effectively if you're not aware nowadays when it comes to a lot of security software, whether it's VPN or otherwise, almost all of them will do the equivalent of what's called white labeling. So if you're familiar with the concept of white labeling when you go to like the grocery store, that a white label, so if you imagine you get like citrus soda, a white label would be where they make a generic citrus soda, and then you go to, you know, this grocery store and it says, hey, I'm the Publix brand citrus soda, and then you go to like the Walmart, it's there. But like in the package is the same thing, even though they got different names on it. A lot of antiviruses do that as well. That's just how it works nowadays. But VPNs and all that, they're all bundling all stuff. Okay, so got 4 impids. They are going to prep. So we're going to put ourselves in the safe zone and all that. But yeah, no, it's good. It's good to take measures to try and make it more difficult for nefarious parties to do whatever nefarious stuff they want to do. All right, so what I'm going to do is they position themselves decently for me. I don't want to run to them because they're going to get a couple shots off at me before I get into range, and then we're going to get breathed fire on. So there is a very realistic chance they could scatter a couple of our people, and that was all that it would take to have one of them just loose firing arrows into us while we do nothing. So what I want to do is wait till they charge. That's inconvenient. They're going to kill the donkeys, which, I mean, I'm going to kill the donkeys too, but, you know, it's still inconvenient. So the hope is that when they go in here that we can run one group around, have the other group meet up with, like, on the door, so that we can catch them from both sides. Okay. So gather everyone. You two go around the back. No survivors.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
You are getting here way too fast. I appreciate that you ran yourself to me, and I didn't have to chase you. Nicely done, team. They're all down. I keep forgetting that impids, if you look at them, I believe they also have the very fast runner. And I keep forgetting that I'm just like, oh yeah, no, I'm super fast. They can't get away from me. It's like, oh wait, they're literally just as fast as I am. Oh, that poor rabbit. Okay, and schedule. Unrestrict. Alright. Rabbit didn't just die, it got burned to death. That was needlessly cruel, impids. Just half of them are missing arms and legs from just getting up there. I am hoping we can get an exotic goods trader we can snag, like a mono sword or a Zeus hammer or something like that. That'd be really good for us. And we are slowly building up psychic stuff. I'm trying to make it a point to have them meditate there a little bit here and there. You think at a certain point people would stop messing with you? No. They never learn. And with that, we'll have this secured so I can run out to meditate without having to put myself at risk. Oh, right. It's like, when did we kill the donkey? It's like, oh, right. You queued those up for slaughter. That's fine. All right. Let's see. Does toxic fallout kill the anima tree? No. It's immune to a lot of things. I think it's not flammable either. I'm trying to remember. There's one of the trees that wasn't flammable. Yeah, so it's not flammable either. It's not that it can't be destroyed. It very much can. But a lot of the things that are just like environmental destruction things, it's safe against. Alright, so let's get the trace amounts of leather and get those out of here. Let's see, we can get the smoke leaf out of here. Get the various clothes out of here, because we can just make more. Alright, so that's our animals book. We're not going to worry about that. I'll keep that for the minor bonus. Honestly, you don't have much I want. Like, we can get like the parkas or whatever. I'm not gonna worry about that too much. But, getting ourselves some more cash, that way when we have, you know, again, an exotic goods trader or someone show up, I have the potential of scoring, you know, really good weapons or, you know, getting my hands on something else that's really, really useful. Yeah, meanwhile, you got the research going still. How are you doing? Are you to... You're right, you're halfway to level 8 intellectual. And once we get there, then you start actually gaining levels per normal. And once that happens, our research will stop being so incredibly awful. Don't worry about the logging. Don't worry about the hunting area. Cool. Alright. And at some point we'll want to go and get our various stuff, but we're nowhere near that. Do you know if anyone knows the Song of Six? But you just notice these guys are just done scanters? I looked at Song of Six. It's one of those ones I never really gave a proper chance to kind of see how good or whatever it is. It looked fine, but it looked like one of those ones that was even more obtuse than RimWorld. But that's way out of date information. Like I might even own it. Gotta remember. No, because I know I looked at it, and it was one of those ones I looked at. I was like, I don't know. And having a decent UI is very important for a game. Like, you shouldn't feel like you're fighting the controls and the user interface of the game just to try it. The demo is free, is like all of... The demo is free and is like all of the game? Interesting. Cough, Dwarf Fortress cough. Yeah, I've talked about that it's a bit of an obtuse UI. We don't need to, like, beat up on it, though. But it is definitely one of those ones that I bounced off Dwarf Fortress pretty hard because of its UI. Alright, so we've now got that all secured so I can reach all that. Like, Dwarf Fortress is a good game, it just... The UI needs some love. A lot of love. A non-small amount of love. Last you check, the full version is mostly just a donation. There are a bunch of games out there who it's like the pay what you want mentality with it. Like, you want to pay $1? That's fine. You want to pay 10? That's fine. And honestly, a decent number of them have done pretty well with that, too. Same for CDDA. The game the Zomboid Challenge is from. Yeah, no, that's another one. The Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead is another one of those ones that the the user interface is a little rough to get behind. Hey, Leprechaun, how's it doing? Path of Exile? I wouldn't say Path of Exile has a UI problem as much. It definitely has a... The game doesn't teach you how to play it well. Like, there's definitely some pain points, like the increased versus more versus extra. Oh, free-to-play that did well for us? Yeah. That's free to play. We were talking more on the lines of pay what you want, which is similar. But yeah, no, it's definitely like I actually hold up Path of Exile as doing free to play very well. The way I usually describe it to people is it's a $25 game with an extremely long demo, because once you get to end game, you're going to want the stash tabs for all reasonability, and that'll cost you somewhere in the ballpark of $25. But by then, you know, you've already sunk a decent number of hours into the game that you can be like, yeah, not for me, or no, I'm going to be willing to pay that. So I feel like it does a really good job of fairly ethically doing free-to-play. Because, like, once you buy the stash tabs, you can buy more. It doesn't really do much. Like, the stash tabs are one of those things that if you buy too many, it actually becomes more of a burden than a benefit. Like, you just want to kind of hide them at that point. Or just you push them all the way to the right and you ignore them. Otherwise, all the rest of their monetization is, like, supporter packs and cosmetics. Why do we have so many crops that are ready to harvest, and they aren't getting there? Maybe this all came up due around the same time. Oh, you know what it is? I used to have two people who were, I used to have two of them that were handling the growing. And then we dropped down to one because I want to get someone to dedicated haul and clean. That's fine. Right. And Sentient Cookie is the mom of the child. And when you have that, kids, shocker, are very time consuming. They really do consume a great deal of your time in the day when they're an infant. All right, Invigorator, you have a good one. Thank you again for hanging out. You sleep well. Yeah, something about, you know, kids taking a little bit of your time. I do hear tell that that they tend to be a little bit of a time sink. All right. Meanwhile, you spent $550 on Valorant skins? Oh yeah, no. Free-to-play games can extract an amazing amount of money out of you. But at the same time, it's like, what are those things? So you... Oh, I turned off the wrong thing. You know what? Deconstruct that for now, because they're just gonna go back and forth and be like... where are you at? They're gonna be like, the room is too hot. Take it someplace safe. There we go. Because babies in RimWorld, like, honestly, their heat tolerance isn't unreasonable. Like, they can handle 86 degrees Fahrenheit, 30 degrees Celsius, which honestly kids do overheat pretty easily, like babies and all that. But at the same time, when you look at it, the kid can handle, like, and this isn't from, like, the xenotype, they can handle negative 22 degrees Fahrenheit, which is negative 30 degrees Celsius. You can basically put them in borderline polar temperatures, and they're like, nah, that's fine, I'm comfy. But slightly, a little bit on the warm side. Whew. But again, the warm is actually, like, the hot temperature is actually a fairly realistic temperature. That, you know, a kid being in mid to upper 80s is actually dangerous for an extended period of time. Again, talking like infant, toddler, that kind of range. You're not even physically able to play Valorant right now? Yeah. I've always been pretty good when it came to free-to-play that I didn't spend very much. I think the worst one I ever had for spending was Warframe. Because you'd buy extra places that it wouldn't... I wouldn't buy their in-game currency so much. Like, I think you had to go through in-game currency, but basically I would buy, like, room for keeping extra weapons and all that so that I could carry all of them. And then later on, I got to the point I would trade people, where I'd get all the extra parts for other equipment and then trade with them for the in-game currency to then buy those spots. I don't know how much I spent on it. I know it wasn't a super large amount or anything, because it's like $5 here and there. But even then, it was nowhere near as much, because a lot of people got like all the cosmetics, and I almost never bought cosmetics. Because it needs a Windows security setting ticked on that your PC that isn't letting you turn it on. You know, several people have put like $2,000 in. Oh no, there's we've talked about like games with different monetization strategies that I can't speak for Valorant. I've never played it, but there's definitely games, especially ones that get into stuff like loot boxes and all that, that you can have people who easily burn $4, $5, $6, $7, $8,000 on just like cosmetic and loot boxes and garbage like that. That it is one of those things that's like, on one hand, you know, if they have the money and it makes them happy spending it, there's certainly an argument to be made there, but at the same time, a lot of them use pretty shady practices to convince you to spend money that you would otherwise never be willing to spend that way. There are games that deliberately and maliciously foster addictive behavior by intention, to try and get you addicted to their game for the purposes of trying to get you to buy more keys or loot boxes or whatever their monetization is. And some of those get really nasty. The gotcha style games are some of the worst offenders for that kind of thing. Get you your dopamine hit from opening the box before you even see what your prize is. Yes, an easy anti-cheat is the kernel level, and it's basically everywhere. Yeah, there's a reason I won't play that many competitive games. I am not down with giving some anti-cheat thing kernel access to my operating system. That's not, like, that is just poking a big old security hole right into you. We've already had anti-cheats like that the anti-cheat was attacked by malware to effectively allow the person to get remote control execution access on your computer through the anti-cheat. And it's like, I get that it is an arms race between people cheating and those trying to stop them. But there is a certain point where you say, hey, the anti-cheat is arguably worse than the cheat itself. Right, but people specifically complain about it with Valorant more than any other game? I don't know that that's true. Pretty much every single time I've heard of a game with the remote control, or sorry, the kernel level anti-cheat, I hear a complaint. I think Valorant, it's just because Valorant's such a big game. So if you go to the player base, it's just more people there. So like the same per capita, but a larger volume to begin with. Apex is kernel too? Yeah, I've heard a lot of people complain about Apex anti-cheat as well. Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. But yeah, no, it is always an arm, and like it's between like malware and anti-malware and cheats and anti-cheat. There is absolutely an arms race. And then when you really look at it, a lot of times as far as the effort and spending, there's more going to the cheat side than the anti-cheat side. Which means they have more resources to try and make stuff happening. And then it's also the consideration of when you put those anti-cheats in, none of them come without a cost. And I mean like a performance cost. Having something that's constantly monitoring your memory and your executables and all that, trying to find nefarious stuff, is all going to be overhead. But yeah, and this isn't a comment specifically for or against Valorant. I'm just talking, and it is a problem. Like to be fair, the thing that got me to stop playing PlayerUnknown Battlegrounds was the cheating, because it wasn't just okay, that death was a little suspicious. I think that person might be using an aimbot. It was nothing like that. It was the person you'd see like running across the map going Mach 5, and you just look at the corner and go, headshot this person, headshot that person, headshot this person, and just systematically executing like 2/3 of the entire lobby by themselves. Would you consider The Sims a gacha with all the packs they release? No, so a gacha game, so the original gacha is the idea you'd go up to, it was almost like a candy machine, like a bubblegum machine, but you'd go into it, you'd put your quarters in, you'd turn the little knob, and a little plastic ball would pop out, and you'd open up, and you had a toy inside. But it's random what toy you had. So it's kind of the same idea as a loot box. So with a gacha game, is a lot of times there'll be stuff like heroes in, games and all that, you get the gacha. Right, so I don't see how The Sims would be gacha. There's no you buy the thing and you may or may not get the thing you want. Yeah, so Sims, there's definitely an argument to be made. It's exceedingly expensive for all the DLC, but I wouldn't call it a gacha game. I don't think there's anything gacha about it, unless I'm unfamiliar with some loot box or something that they sell. I don't look much at the DLC because it's god awful expensive. But yeah. Another problem with giving Valorant uncontrolled access to your PC is it's made by Riot Games, which belongs to Tencent. Yeah, I mean, but like for example, I like Path of Exile, and I play that a bunch. And Path of Exile also has Tencent is majorly invested in Path of Exile. The thing to keep in mind with Tencent is they've basically invested in dang near every brand of electronic entertainment, and even most just tech companies. They're just kind of an investment company based out of China who invests in everything. We've got equivalents here in the US too. And not to say there isn't anything that could potentially be wrong with it, but it is one of those things, it's harder to find companies that don't have Tencent having invested in them than do. And there's ones that Tencent is the major stakeholder, but that... They bought every piece of the company the last 10 years? Yeah, but they tend to do that with any big name they can get their hands on. It's a question of what their actions are after that, because there are companies who will absolutely start doing the never-ending growth approach that kills everything. But some are more hands-off, just happy to get the money. I have no idea where Tencent lands in that. Back in the day, you spent a bit of money on loot boxes in Mass Effect 3 and Dark Age Inquisition multiplayer. I didn't even know Mass Effect 3 had loot boxes. I generally, the moment I see a loot box mechanic, I just ignore it, and if I need it to play the game successfully, usually it's a game I don't end up playing very long. I just, as I've mentioned on the channel a number of times with these kinds of conversations, I used to go to lots and lots of tech conferences as someone who would speak at them, and I remember even man, it'd be over 15 years ago now, even way back then, there would be talks you would go to, and people used to be a lot more open about it, that there were companies that were extremely proud of the fact that they had figured out how to use psychological manipulation to convince people to have addictive behavior to spend more money on their game. Like that's the time when the terms of minnow, dolphin, and whale as your customers came to be. And these weren't people like cautionary tailing. They were proud of it. And it was like, that is incredibly unethical and super messed up. Alright, so Psychoid Brewing, we can go ahead and get ourselves guaranteed research there. So let's do that. We'll go ahead and sell the clothes again, because we're making a little bit of money off of that. I'll go ahead and sell the dye too, get a little trace amount of money out of that. We're going to keep the steel, we're going to keep all this. Cool. But yeah. No, I have no opinions one way or the other with Valorant or Apex. Like, I played the tiniest bit of Apex, and it was fun what I did play. But, with what happened with, like, Escape from Tarkov and PUBG for me, and even more so, to be fair, Heroes of Newerth. Hey, Randall Thor's a child now. That is certainly a look. The ears and the ponytail is certainly something. I'm not sure what, but something. We'll go grab you a knife. Alright, so Randall Thor stays in the safe zone and has research forever. But it was just one of those things that, like, for those who haven't heard my comments with that kind of stuff, Heroes of New Earth, which is a game similar to like Dota and League of Legends and those kind of things. It was just kind of one of those things that I enjoyed the game. I got extremely good at it. Like, used to play, like, I can't remember what the ranks were, whether it was like gold or whatever, but I definitely remember I was on the kind of like the middle to the bottom half of like the highest rank. Like, and I got really good at the game. And it was just one of those things that the game had started to pick up popularity, and as it did, like, the player base just became more and more and more toxic. And I definitely remember coming home from work one day and being like, let me just go ahead and wind down to some games, and popping in it, and just dealing with people, like, going on these, like, racist tirades and all that. And I was playing a particular match where the team I was on was winning. It was a very good balanced game between both parties, where we were solidly winning, but not absolutely burying the other team. There was some back and forth. Everyone on our team was positive kill to death ratio. We had more progress on the map. Like, hands down, good game, but very competitive game, which is the ideal game to play. They're the most fun, and you don't have a reason for people to be awful about it. And even with all that, you know what? They mostly give me guns, and that's not going to be something I need, so we won't worry about the distress signal. And it was just one of those things that this person was just screaming at all of us on their, like, the person on our team screaming at us the whole time, and I finally, like, you know what? I'm not having fun. Like, very genuinely, I'm not having fun. Outside of dealing with this individual, everything about this match should be solid fun, but this person is just such awful. It is just sucking the enjoyment out of this. And I closed Hero New Earth and I never went back, because it's just like I'm over this. Okay, do we actually have the passive cooler? I thought we got that. We do. So with that, you tuck one in each of these rooms. Who is my construction person again? But it's just one of those things that I came to realize, like, this is just not fun. Like, this is just really ruining it. And around the same time, I was also playing PlayerUnknown Battlegrounds, which, was one of the first really big name battle royale games. And so what ended up happening with that is just, genuinely, I kind of was just like, you know what? The cheating got really bad in that. I was like, you know what? I'm just not enjoying this. And I basically stopped playing competitive games in their entirety. And honestly, I haven't been happier about my gaming since I stopped playing competitive games, because it gets really tiresome for every other match to be just utterly toxic and people throwing and doing all sorts of stuff. You're like, look, man, I just want to play a game. I don't want to have to fight with every single one of these. Do not refuel that fire. Let it burn out. We are dealing with a heat wave. We do actually have passive cooler because we got a book with it. But yeah, no, it was wild. It's not that I never play competitive games anymore, but usually only play them a little bit. Like, I was enjoying Escape from Tarkov for a little while. My issue with Escape from Tarkov is early reset Escape from Tarkov is an incredible amount of fun. But once people start getting established equipment and everyone's running around with their meta stuff where they can drop you in like 1 or 2 hits or whatever, it's not as much fun. I like to be a little bit of back and forth, not just one shot and done most of the time. And that still happens early time. But like way later, people have such good kit that, it's just most fights, that's how they play out. All right. So we have the 2 cats. It's time for them to go. I was hoping you'd take care of it yourself, but I can go ahead and do that. Alright. But then for Escape from Tarkov, I just got real tired of playing the same quests again and again. Like, you're like, I am so tired of this stupid pocket watch. That's I was tempted to go back and play the single player thing they came out with, because to me that takes out all of the nonsense you deal with the other people all running meta stuff. But then they basically paywalled it against like a $200 version of the game or whatever it was. It's like, no, sorry, I'm not that interested. There's not many games I'm willing to drop hundreds of dollars on. Okay, and that's getting ready to run down. But yeah, so these days when it comes to games I'm looking forward to, like I'm looking forward to the new Farming Simulator game, Farming Simulator 25, coming out in November. I was really looking forward to Coral Island till it did come out, and I've been very much enjoying Coral Island, looking forward to every update, and that's a Stardew Valley-esque game. Honestly, most of the new games that have come out in this genre have been very hit and miss. That I haven't had many that I was like, oh heck yeah, that's amazing. A lot of them it's like, okay, this is a great concept, but it's like super early access and super not really ready yet kind of thing. I do wish more games would wait till they're more done to release. And then some of the other ones that did release, they had a lot there, like the Alien Stranded Dawn. It's fun, but it just doesn't have nearly the depth. So it's one of those games you play for a while, and then you kind of go, okay, I've seen what there is here, and move on. Have I tried Norland? So I tried Norland, it was about a year ago for Steam Next Fest. And back at that point, it basically set off a, hey, I'm really not comfortable with what I'm playing right now feeling. Which says something a lot that I'm playing RimWorld, and for something to be like, whoa, hey, wait, hang on, this is not okay. Because at that point in time, the game, you know, it had slavery, whatever. I'm not a big fan of that mechanic in games, but whatever. I've certainly played games that have those mechanics. You know, RimWorld has that. But it was kind of a forced mechanic at that point, and they also made it so you would, your character had a sex requirement. And the game would literally force you in the tutorial to force your slaves to have sex with you as one of the things in the tutorial. And now the point is like, nope, 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 no, nope. I am not, this covers me with all the ick. I am not really down with this. I understand it's way better now. Like I've heard relatively good things about it now. And it was one of those things. They did ultimately get rid of that, is my understanding. That it was like near universal feedback that people were like, all right, hang on, man. I know you're going a little edgy, but this is just way too far. Like this is too much. And I know it's supposed to be better now that they got rid of that, but I've been hesitant to play it again because that just left me with such an uncomfortable feel. That's like, nah, and I've known a number of people who went back and played it again, and some of them, they played it and went, okay, it's fine, and then like didn't play more of it, and some of them played a bunch. But it was just that early access taking such an like edgy kind of weird stance. It was really uncomfortable. Like really when I played it, I was pretty upset about it, because it's like, this is content that is now on my channel, and I don't want to be in 10 miles of this thing. Let's see. You get what I would call early access burnout, even if the game looks interesting. You just get over it before full release. That's another thing that as a content creator, I do have to play early access games. Very, very genuinely, I'm going to have to. People, for understandably, especially with early access games, are going to want to see you play it so they can make their own choice of if or if not they're going to buy it. So I do need to play those. But for me personally, I really don't want to or need to particularly play a lot of early access. I've definitely burned out on having so many games that are kind of half done. Let's see. All right, so we have Vengeful Spirit, And we can get their transgressions, and they will cause. So to me, rain. Foggy rain is my friend. Normally, it's something awful. I missed what that message was. I actually clicked away. Pods have arrived for the plasteel. That's fine. So genuinely, I see rain as an asset because it hurts your accuracy with ranged weapons. And since we forced ourselves to be a melee-only colony, that means my enemies get their ranged hurt, and I take no penalty because I'm not using the range. Very last rain saying, edgy for the sake of edge is a slap in the face to anyone who's been through something similar. I mean, hopefully people can't relate with that game. I wouldn't say that was the big concern. It was just like, when you're playing a game, yes, it's only a game. It's not real. And I get that. And you certainly I play games that they let you do some pretty awful things. RimWorld let you do a lot of those awful things. To my credit, I don't typically do those awful things. That honestly was the biggest deal breaker to me with the Norland in that early version, was that it wasn't optional. I didn't get the choice of whether or not I did it. Literally, the tutorial would not advance until I did it. And so it was forced gameplay. And that was the kind of thing they're like, hey, you're requiring me to do something that is like super duper awful. And that bothers me. Like, don't get me wrong, there's plenty of games that you are required to do awful things. The Grand Theft Auto games, Red Dead Redemption, you do some terrible things in those games. But it definitely felt really weird. Enoch says, it was weird to you that they had a sex as a need type statistic. Just weird to focus on that one mechanic. I agree. Because I'm trying to remember what their needs were. I think it was like food, recreation, and sex were the only 3 requirements at that point, or the only 3 needs. I'm not sure about recreation. That's the one I'm on the fence. I think it was like food, sex, and then there was like one other. And it was so weird for like a survival game. Like, no. Sex is like way up here on your requirements. Your people will literally lose their minds without it. It's like, that is a very odd choice for a colony game. Like, giving mood buffs or penalties are sure, whatever. But like having that as a need, like eating and sleeping and shelter and all that, was just really an odd choice. That is like, it's like RimWorld if it was obsessed with sex. And it's like, I have no problem with that existing in the game. RimWorld has that too. The Sims has that. I don't have a problem with those. It was that it felt so forced that it was just like, I don't get why you're so obsessed with this, man. Do you need a cold shower or something? Yeah, so it's just, it was a game I played. It was just really felt uncomfortable. All right. Oh yeah, so we helped them and they gave us a low shield pack. That actually is going to be very useful for us, because if we get into one of those situations where we got a ranged group that we don't really have a way to avoid engaging it, where they like if we had a siege raid up here and they all had ranged, that gives me a chance to run up, and then the moment they start shooting at us, drop the shield and continue running, so that we can, shirk off all the early shots. So that's not a bad gift. That'll give us a one-time, hey, this is a tough fight that we're having to run into their guns. Which are the fights that are gonna be the most costly for us, is where we have no choice but to, take hits as we try and close the gap. That'll give us a way of trying to help ourselves a little. The issue with that one's gonna be deciding when is the time to use it. Because it's something I could easily hoard for when I'm expecting a really tough fight, and then not using it when I need it. And it's also something I could use it on the first fight that happens and kind of just waste it. All right. Oh, hey, don't do that. Like, repair the walls or whatever. But don't Especially this being stone, don't worry about the fire outside. The wood hallway I should probably worry about more. Mad turkeys. Alright, let's keep Randall Thor out of this. We do have one of the turkeys is inside the perimeter, so let's just beeline over there and deal with it. We got another one up here, another one over there. First turkey down. And I thought there was 4. Yeah, there is 4. Okay, last one's way down there. Please stop trashing my stuff. Good, I prevented it from finishing the job. So go after that one. Oh, you know what's one thing I gotta do? And I almost never do this. Where the heck is that? I probably should go into their settings. Of like, they have their disposition, hey, do I run? Hey, do I do this? And probably assign them to... Yeah, so if something attacks you, you fight back. Don't run, you fight back. Because realistically, running up and then just smacking stuff real fast is gonna do you better than trying to evade. You're really tough. Lean into it. All right. So turkeys are all dealt with. So I do need like another storage room. So I've got a bunch of wood now. So let's go ahead and get another room going. This is just gonna be a big storage room, I think. Let's change this to be over 1 there. So 7. Yeah, okay. So we should be fine where it covers from all sides. That's what I was checking, because I didn't make the room too big that would need columns just to support it. But yeah, so we can build the storage room, get this junk out of this room. And we should be able to start building some wood shelves or something in here. It kind of sucks it's like one big tinder box, but... until we get stone cutting, that is what's gonna be. The good news, it seems the winters on this tile aren't getting quite as cold as the other one. Which is certainly a plus. Let's copy settings. We'll go zone, stockpile. And we'll let them finish building the roof, and then we'll... Actually, we could go ahead and paste that. And delete that zone. Because it should be pretty fast. The roof usually goes faster than everything else. So pretty soon we should be able to psychically link the tree. I'm approaching this as just having them pop in here, burn a little in-game time doing the tree ceremony again and again. Because getting ourselves some psychic powers could do a lot for us. I'm hoping mostly to get the things where... My favorite one is when people are on a break, you can be like, now you're not on a break. And they just pass out. It's like, this person is doing whatever. They're gonna go, you know, they're gonna go throw a tantrum and destroy your thing. No, they're not. Go to sleep. Alright, so these ones should be getting out of here relatively soon. Hosting allies, 6 days till they're out of here. Where is our construction person? Right, because you're our cook as well. That's the holdup, is our construction person is our cook. We've had more than one run that's ended up being a thing. And it's always a pain point, because they only get a little construction done a day. But that's partly because we're splitting our time between things. Yeah, this whole day's gonna go by and they're not gonna get a whole lot made. Apparently some of those turkeys survived and all that, so... There we go. Finish building the roof here. If they quit before it's done because it's time to sleep, we're going to manually intervene and force them to finish. Just so this is indoors. Cool. So we got our new storage room built. So now we don't have storage inside our production/lab room. We now have a 1.6% increase in all this. And how is the Night Dweller doing now on your research speed? You're officially level 8, so now from now on, every time you level, you will you'll actually get faster at researching, which will be nice. Because you were at, what was it, 10% speed when we first looked at you? Yeah, so was work... Where are you at? Yeah, so you're still at 10%. But once you get the next level, then we should start seeing some actual progress. And I did see what the research was because we accidentally clicked on one of the benches. Reinstall you in here, by the way. That way you get a little bit of a bonus as well. We didn't do that before because this was my storage room and there wasn't the space for it. So what I think I'm going to probably need to do is we're definitely going to need to make as many allies as possible just to get more trade caravans rolling through. Because if we can get more trade caravans rolling through, that'll give us opportunity to trade for books. So we're going to need to lean into that as much as possible. If we get to the point where we're able to make like Psi T or whatever, we'll probably take that Psi T and go and start selling that. There's all the little critters running around in here. I can't remember if I fence this off. If the squirrels and all that can get in here. We'll put all of this inside the perimeter of the fence. Let's put it there. Put one there. So I'm kind of hoping it will. Because if that works, we could kill the animals in here and they'll stop eating our food. Because we keep having animals coming in here because this is one of the only places with stuff to eat. Hey, Tim the Sorcerer, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream, and welcome in, Raiders. I'm assuming you're playing some RimWorld tonight, and how did it go? But welcome in, Raiders. I am Rual Storge, who play variety games here on Twitch, most known for my exploits in, oh cool, we can link this. My exploits in Project Zomboid and all that, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. That said, I'm a variety streamer, and I do play a lot of RimWorld. You're rimming like the boss, and you're not dead. That's pretty excellent. Hey, Simcopter, good to see you as well. So you got all that kind of good stuff. But you didn't get anyone killed. All right, that's just a good day on the rim. Yeah, so we started our thing with our aspiration, or the aspirations challenge that we were doing that Bloody Drongo came up with, and we were doing that. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But we did die. It was the thing that ultimately did us in was the anomaly pit where you go down underground, you fight the flesh beasts. I didn't get the warning that we were about to open up the wall to the boss, and then we shot and the boss is right there, and we went, oh, I hate it. And it went badly. So everyone who went down in the pit got downed, and like the skeleton crew I left behind didn't. And so we killed the boss successfully, but all its little friends were still around, and it was absolutely suicide to send the others in to try and save anyone. But I'm like, yeah, out of a colony of 11 people, when 9 of them go down, you're like, you know what? We're just going all for it, even if it's doomed. We're not dragging this out. There's too much city, like too much colony here for 2 people to hold. You have to do that one. You lost the colony to the flesh event before even attacking the boss down there. Yeah, so we went for it. And so this time, we've got a little bit of a different twist. We made a super juiced melee xenotype that sucks at everything else. So straight up murder type. But we're awful at literally everything else. We get our skills slower, we're bad at research, we're bad at art, we're bad at animal, we're bad at mining, we're bad at shooting. We're also nearsighted to be extra bad at shooting. You get the idea. And then we leaned into an ideology to just really go for it. So we're prohibited from having autonomous weapons, and we like the melee and we despise the ranged. It's been interesting so far. It's almost like having a ghoul colony where you could just shrug off some pretty nasty hits, but you're kinda... Was the relic a bow? Yeah. We're gonna pretend the relic is something that brings them internal anger. Man, you've never done gene editing to that extent. You usually do dead, calm, and tough and all that. Well, to be clear, we started them out with this way. I have done runs. Sorry, that's not the right thing. So we started them out this way. We kind of custom made them ahead of time. But I have, you know, done runs. Like some of the last stuff I did before Anomaly came out was we did biotech runs where we started with baseliners and we just captured everything we could and just tinkered. Okay, so who's going to be the first contestant to get psychic powers? Do we have anyone who's psychically sensitive by chance? No. Honestly, it really makes no difference who we do it. Give it to. Hey, Sentient Cookie, congratulations. You're our first contestant for psychic powers. Gotta skip to real life. Take care, dude. No problem, Tim. Thank you so much for the raid. You have a good one. But yeah, so we're leaning all into this. I am definitely feeling the incredible amounts of pain that is not letting myself have people who aren't our xenotype, and having the -8 to research, because Night Dweller has been researching since the very beginning, and we're looking forward to actually having the equivalent of researching 1. So we're researching. I've got 4 benches going almost solid, and we have successfully researched 1 technology so far. We are in the middle of year 2. I didn't even check. What did you get? Burden. I could live with burden. So we had like a dangerous melee pawn in the enemy faction. We can burden them to keep them out of the fight for a little longer. That said, we actually do have 3 researches we got, because these 2 we got books for. But electricity is the only one we've successfully researched. By the way, I'm also running random research, no research. So you'll notice there's no research button right here. I don't get to choose the research. Just pretend we gave the keys to Randy. Don't worry, he won't let us down. He's definitely not researching watermill generator right now. For the record, when I've done this, I've almost always gotten watermill generator. For the record, I've also only once done this on a tile that had water. He also did not give us watermill generator on that particular run. The worst I've ever had is I was getting to Starflight Basics, just starting to research that, almost everything here filled in, and I did not have complex clothing on one run. It was excruciating. Every winter would roll around, and everyone would have to hide indoors to avoid getting hypothermia. But yeah, so our research speed is horrifically bad. Like right now we don't have that many on it, but for the entirety of the winter when there wasn't stuff to grow, it was just 4 people just sitting on the research bench almost all day. Yeah, so see if we can't get some pencil that. So research is more like drawing random pictures until something makes sense? Basically, yeah. I also don't... So technically I can figure out what it is. It's a bug with the mod. So right now I can't see what it is. It just shows me that something is about 3/4 of the way done. But we did come to realize if I click on the bench itself, like I could see its toxifier generator, which I'm not supposed to be able to see. It's just they changed the UI a little bit, and there's a second mod I could do to hide that, but I don't click on the research benches enough to matter. Yeah, so we're getting the toxifier generator, which I mean does give me sustainable electricity. But, you know, it's also a toxifier generator. So... Oh, we're also playing on a modded map. You might look at this and go, man, you got a lot of dirt to work with. That's not dirt. This is rough sandstone and that's rough limestone. If you want dirt, there's my little patches of dirt. All the rest of that's stone. So it's a modded map that basically... In a lot of ways, it kind of plays... It's not quite as bad as, like, Ice Sheet, but a lot of times you don't have a decent grow zone to work with. So it is just a struggle to get food. This time I actually have one decent spot right here. What? Why did you not build that? Please enclose this thing. Let's see, Rual as Mandrels, recreating Lord Byron's works with Speak and Spell. Yeah, we were joking that for writing up their papers, they get a solid, like, you know, 3 words per hour. But when they all get together and 4 of them are researching, they get all the way up to maybe 12 words an hour. It's really, really picking up the pace. We had some refugees show up, which is half of how we got electricity show up. Is the refugees showed up and we actually had... They were actually pretty bad at research, but compared to us, they were definitely, like, savants. Bastions of research. It was very idiocracy, where the perfectly normal person was just at an intelligence level way exceeding anything that was available at the time. Alright. Oh, and we have forced weather right now of the rain because being melee only, anytime I can get a storm going or something like that, it's to my advantage since it penalizes accuracy on ranged, and we don't do that. Technically, we are allowed to ranged, it's just we're exceedingly bad at it, and our ideology makes us really upset. So realistically, the only range we're going to do is if I'm going up against a mech cluster that they drop the turrets in and everything, probably having one person holding a smoke grenade launcher just so I can close the gap. I'm actually a little worried about that one, because then I'll melee them and they'll explode in my face, and that doesn't sound like it's going to work out the best for me. Or like the EMP grenades, again, same ideas. I'll probably have one person grab EMP grenades and they'll get super salty about it. And that'll be a little rough. But yeah, so we're hurting really bad right now because of the research speed. It's absolutely killing us. The good news is, for those who don't know, reading the books does not suffer the penalty that research normally suffers. So if you're in a colony like this, like you have like Ritualist where you're doing, 25% in your research speed, if you can ever acquire books to get tech, there's no penalty at all from having like low intelligence and all that for research speed there. It'll still go at like it's 40 per hour or whatever it is. Which is the reason every time we've had the opportunity to grab a book that has a technology I want, we buy it. We make it happen. We sell everything we got to, but we make it happen. Oh, and you probably noticed the golden sword and the silver axe. We actually started with those. just because we had all these melee traits and all that, one of the people just had a golden sword and a silver axe. And they're pretty okay-ish, actually. They're definitely not good, but they're not bad. Yeah, so everyone's just taking turns researching as hard as they can. You're almost to the point of getting above the minimum speed research in Night Dweller. You're right there, buddy. You're about halfway to level 9. And once you get there, you get slightly more than the 10 research per hour. Too bad it wasn't a golden axe. Retro game reference. Yup. I'm honestly at the point I could squeeze in one more research bench, but honestly, I don't need enough to probably justify it. Because it's only the small child who's occasionally got nothing to do. Yes, you want a nature run, you want a sky dream. Okay, that's fine. But yeah, so every evening I do have them meditating just a little bit, which is certainly not helping my research. But the way I look at it, I'm probably later in the game I'm probably gonna have to depend on psychic powers to help me with some of these fights. Like to go to like the dangerous one and hit him with the thing that like nauseates them, makes them dizzy. You know, stuff like that. Or be able to use the psychic power that just guarantees stuns someone. To, you know, again, take that triple rocket launcher out of the fight just long enough for someone to get into melee to shut them down. Sentient Cookie is going to have another kid. Cool. More colonists for the town. Because we are trying to keep all of our actual members to be our xenotype. The only exception I said is I would take an unnatural healing person that showed up, but I would say that they have to stay melee only. Which means in practice, I would keep them out of the fights entirely. They're too valuable of a pawn. And then they would also not be amazing at melee, which means they'd be very likely to die in such a fight. So I'd be much better served just keeping them out of the fight as much as humanly possible. Shuttle has arrived for our 2 guests. Get out. Cool, so gained more reputation. Let's also put a door over here. I want to put a door closer to here so you get people into this maze and then drop in behind them and from that. Like, go from them where we can split the group up. Because a lot of this is just going to be engaging stuff where I can get more of my people on them than they can get on me, and just taking advantage of the fact that we've got pretty strong combat aspect. Because I don't even think we've had anyone like get meaningfully injured in fights against stuff like bears and all that. Granted, there were thrumbos, and I decided I wasn't going to even try and go after meleeing thrumbos, even with juiced up pawns. Because just the RNG chance of getting gored in the neck and just instantly dying. Like, it's literally a roll of the dice if you die with a thrumbo. Not that ranged isn't the same way, but it's a decent roll of the dice. We do have all the DLC turned on, by the way, so we do actually have Anomaly enabled. I haven't awoken the monolith, but for those who don't know how that works, we still can get both the high, like the advanced and the minor anomaly stuff. It's just instead of being effectively the main focus of the run, it's just kind of background where like every once in a while we'll have like shamblers show up or whatever. So far we've had sight stealers and shamblers show up. Oh, and I think one ghoul. Yeah, I think we had one ghoul, we had a group of shamblers, and we had one time we had sight stealers show up. So far. You can also build. Alright, so we got attacking immediately. They're gonna attack from both sides. So you got a bit of close range. Alright, so you're the odd one out. So we're going to immediately beeline up to you and kill you as fast as we can. And then while they start closing in, we'll turn around and go the other way. So going for the odd one out first. Did it without so much as a bruise on us. Love to see it. Okay. Alright, so we got another one who separated themselves out from the class. So Bill over here, or Blitz. Blitz over here with their, you know, oh so forbidden technology of gun. We're going to beeline straight for them, and we're going to use our tried and true strategy of run at person, punch in face. We're going to go around this way. Yeah, because they'll probably get into this maze around the time we finish with Blitz. And then for them, the shotgun is my biggest threat of them. Yeah, so they split up so that'll work. The timing's almost going to be perfect. He's going to be coming right around this corner when we meet him. Blitz is going to get blitzed. Alright, Blitz is down. So let's run over here. Try and get in position as fast as we can. You were the only one who took a hit. Minor bruise to the torso. Alright, so good news is that shotgun is leading the charge, and that's my biggest threat right now. The downside is they're going to reach me before I reach them. So far as, like, if we're lucky, they'll get close enough to this cover that they'll try and run for the cover, which is going to do them no good. Okay. They're going to beat me to that cover. Oh, actually, no, they went for the wrong cover. That's perfect. Alright, so with that, Cookie, you split off. Go for him. Luxray, you go for them. Doppelganger, you go for him. You want to take the grenades out of the scene? They all simultaneously died. Nicely done. Do you have gear I care about? Not really. What about you, bleeding out over here? You got a thing I care about? No, it's all terrible. You should be ashamed of yourselves. Bring me better bring me better prizes next time. So they did give me a unit of medicine and a little wake up. And the injuries we took was a couple of bruises and a couple of bruises. So we just rolled over them. The big reason why that went so smoothly is they separated. If they had stayed bunched together, I would have gotten shot at least a couple times. So fortunately, they tried to go for cover here, so I was able to just rush the shotgunner before he could do anything, and then we just rushed the other two. Because generally speaking, the game assumes you're going to have ranged people in your group, so enemies will always go for cover if it's available nearby. Not always. They'll often go for cover if there's a cover available nearby. So having a group that's purely melee, the AI does not really approach that in a strategically smart way. As you probably noticed, if you ever do the thing where they land the shuttle, like the wrecked shuttle with the Empire. Whoa, you got back up? Hey, we can't have that. That's fine. But you probably notice when they have the shuttle land nearby, a lot of times the Empire, when they get raided, they'll try and run at the melee units that are attacking them to go to a cover spot to shoot from, and they'll just feed themselves into the enemy melee and fall over. It's one of the reasons why the Empire gets so badly throttled by that particular scenario when they have every tech advantage. Like, you have 3 people with miniguns and all try and rush a bunch of people with axes and then fall over dead without shooting a single round. Alright. Okay, and the storm should be going away relatively soon. Yeah, 14 days, we're 10 days in. So yeah, we got 4 more days. And cold snap. Alright, so what we're going to do immediately is we're going to queue up all of this to harvest. Most likely I'm not going to get hardly a chance to even pull it up. Oh wow, we are really low on food. Alright, so for right now, You're promoted back to dealing with food instead of the hauling and research. Yes, I want them to pull up all the food they can before that cold snap kills it all. Having a fall cold snap will probably kill off our crops. Yep, there they go. That's fine. We should get most of it. Yeah, so we lost maybe 8 of the potatoes plants so far. Like, honestly, the harvesting it early is hurting our amount more, but if I wait, they'll all just get frozen and killed. Versus this way, I get most of it. And then we can put Jess back onto basically primarily hauling and cleaning. Alright, so let's get you back down to lower priorities on these. So you go back to hauling and cleaning and all that so it doesn't rot outside. Cool. With that though, okay, so, alright, we got the Psychoid brewing through a book. I forgot we had that book. So that's gonna be one thing. We're gonna need to add some fires here to avoid hypothermia. I just realized I don't think I have you queued up for children's tribal wear. Let's make sure we got that going. So I have no idea if you're even wearing clothes right now. You're not. Okay, so that's a problem. That's why you're getting hypothermia so much easier. Because I didn't have children's clothing ready. That's on me. Make that fire. I'm just worried about Randall Thor freezing to death otherwise. Yeah, because everyone should get warm enough that that's not a problem. Cool. Alright, so the good news is cold snaps aren't super long. The most painful thing is it did disrupt my growing season, but the good news is we were mostly ready for that. Alright, we can have a flash storm on top of my thunderstorm, that's fine. Extra lightning. Have a little lightning with our lightning, as you do. You're right there. You're almost to the point of having less than the minimum speed of research. You're nowhere near close. Let's actually check where people are. So you're at level 4. It's level 8 that it start, or sorry, level 9 that's not penalized. You're at level 5. You're level 5. You're at level 8 because you're my one who's dedicated to it. And you're at level 4. So most of them are around 4 or 5. And you've got one at 8 and it's at 9. They basically stop being treated as if having 0. Oh, you know what I could do in the meantime? So this will be just Doppelganger who should do this. Doppelganger can work on start smoothing out the floor in another room. Because the more rooms we smooth out the floor in, the less penalized we get for like, oh, ugly environment. Because it'll be just you? Oh yeah, you all have like a passing interest. Let's take you off of construction entirely. and leave that just to, like, to have them all research. Just have the one working on construction for right now. Eventually the research will start getting to the point where we won't have, like, half a dozen research benches sitting around. Get one or two of the good benches. Like, it's really once a Night Dweller hits 9 that things should start to improve a lot. Because they're also leveling really slow because we have a penalty due to them being slow learner, and then another penalty due to them not having a passionate. Okay, so with the... There we go. Alright, so with the Cold Snap gone, we're going to turn off those 2 fires for right now. I'll probably end up turning them back on. Temporary workers. You want me to send you 2 workers, and you're willing to give me a tornado generator, which usually backfires on me. And that's for 17 days. 2 people 13 or older. That's perfect. What I'm going to do is I'm going to wait till the last day, which would be just about the beginning of winter. We send 2 people who can't do much around here out, and basically have that much less food requirement for the winter when I can't grow stuff anyways. So that'll be a win. We'll probably send, I think we sent Luxray last time as our crafter. So we'll send Luxray as one option. And probably Luxray and Cookie. Because like I said, it'll be during the winter, our ability to grow stuff will be pretty badly penalized. So we send them, and we should be fine. We'll see. Luxray's definitely going. It's the second one I'm going back and forth on who it'll be. Because it has to be an adult. It can't be Randall Thor. Research known Toxifier Generator. Cool. Yeah, so Luxray is a definite. Yeah, it's either Luxray and Jess or Luxray and Cookie. Oh, it'll probably need to be Luxray and Jess because you're having a baby. Right. Hey, Scavenging Mechanic, thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had yourself a good stream, and what were you playing today? But welcome in, Raiders. I do hope you had yourself a good stream, and what all do you have going on today? Also, I understand if you got a raid and run and all that stuff, do your self-care, that's totally fine. But you're obviously welcome to stay. No, that's good stuff. Please refill that fire. Oh, we're out of wood. You can't refill the fire. All right, hang on. We can fix this problem. Trees over here? Okay, trees over there. There we go. Just was mucking about with Slay the Spire. Nice. I still need to play Slay the Spire. I've heard nothing but good things about it. And I think I even own it. And I keep intending on doing it at some point. I do own it. And it just has not happened. For any specific reason. It just... No real reason that I haven't played it. I got the game with the intent in playing it, something else came out, and then I haven't gone back to it. But yeah, so definitely if you're looking for Slay the Spire, you can find it over with Scavenging Mechanic. Can I get a shout out for Scavenging Mechanic? If we haven't already, we might... No, I don't think we've got a shout out yet. It's definitely a good deck builder. That's probably what made me hold off, is there was definitely a period that like every other game was going deck builder, so I kinda... Burnt out is probably not a fair word, but you know, I kinda got to the point, it's like I'm ready to not deck builder for a little while. Because it definitely, or I shouldn't even say deck builder like mechanics. So that's probably what happened, was I got it right at that point where I had played a bunch of deck builders and just needed a pause in the deck building. And then, you know, I just haven't circled back. Yeah, can we get a, let me go ahead and we can get a shout out. The shout out. Scavenging Mechanic. Oh, we already got one. Okay, cool. I thought we probably would, because usually my mods are absolutely on top of it, but I hadn't seen it or heard the thumbs up. We already got it. But yeah, so if you're looking for games like Slay the Spire and that kind of stuff, Scavenging Mechanics got you covered. So definitely check them out and all that. But yeah, again, welcome in, Raiders. If you're not familiar with, ooh, good, a boom rat. Go away. But if you're not familiar with me, I'm Rual Storge, who play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. which for context was over 135,000 zombies on one character in one life, with no mods to change itemization or vehicles on harder than apocalypse settings. That said, that record has been beaten. But I am a variety streamer. I do play a wide range of games. RimWorld is one of my most played games. Project Zomboid's up there pretty high. But I do build like a lot of I do play a lot of like simulation, city builders, settlement builders, slice of life, life sims. So if you're curious what those are, like Stardew Valley-esque games, and a whole wide range of things. It's a pretty wide range of genres. Perhaps wider than I really should, but eh. Okay, so we no longer are getting our benefit from the Rainy Thunderstorm. But today we are playing a colony that we have made our own custom xenotype that is basically super juiced melee people are terrible at literally everything else. So we're good at one thing, and that's running straight at something that is shooting at us and smashing it into the face and winning somehow. And we're bad at basically everything else. So does the melee curse type? Yeah, so to give you how cursed this is, so we're bad at intellectual, we're bad at artistic, we're bad at animals, we're bad at mining, we're bad at shooting. We also are nearsighted to make ourselves even worse at shooting. We have major cell instability, so we have a short lifespan and we don't recover from sickness quite as fast. We level our skills slower. None of that has come up to bite us in the butt. To be clear, we're working on our second technology that we'll have researched, and we're approaching the end of the second year. So yeah. On the plus side, we heal super fast, we stop bleeding super fast, we run fast, and we can take hits. But yeah, so we got our first research was electricity, and then we got toxifier generator, and these three we've actually gotten out of books. Have you had a plague yet? I have not. We'll see. The good news is the healing thing is it's only 6% slower, so it's not a major one. All right, so we got Toxifier Generator, which in a pinch I can use for power, but I'd rather not. I'm also running the no research random research, so you might go, why aren't you doing stone cutting? My research button, it's not here. It has chosen another research, which is going right now, but I don't know what it is. I technically can figure it out because there's a UI bug with the mod, but I'm trying to deliberately not use that bug. You can click on the workbenches and it will tell you what you're researching, but I'm not supposed to know till it's at 95%. So we just have our people researching hard and fast and just hoping for the best. Now the rules with the run is it's not that we physically are not allowed to use ranged. We look at our ideology here. Our ideology gets really upset about us using range. We'll take a very significant mood penalty if we do that, and we are strictly prohibited from using automated weapons. So we can, but realistically I'll only grab like the smoke grenade launcher in a pinch, or the EMP grenades in a pinch. I think those are the only range I could see myself using. And that's just because if we have to like push into a mech cluster, I'm gonna need the smoke grenades to avoid just getting wrecked. Mortars are considered ranged weapons? I don't actually think they are. We'll have 0 shooting though. I don't actually remember what the stats that weigh in on mortars. I actually don't think shooting matters. But yeah. So you made a similar xenotype for your current run, plus also alcohol, psychite, and go juice dependency. It was pretty tough getting those early on until you managed to research with them with 0 intellectual. I was lucky to be able to trade for some. Yeah, that's the opposite of your ranged only colony. Yeah, I've done a ranged heavy colony as well, where everyone's just paper mache. All right, so no, we're not taking a random colonists. All right, and basically we're waiting till we're about to get into the fall. I've got a quest to send 2 people out of the colony. We're just gonna do it for standings, mostly so we just have less of a food burden since we just got cold snapped again. If you club the enemies with the barrels, probably not. That was I was watching people trying like different challenge runs, and I saw one where people tried to do a challenge run where everyone picked up a piece of wood and started bonking people with a piece of wood. Wood is not an effective melee weapon. Like you look here, it actually has melee damage of 5 with 15%. It is one of the lowest melee weapons in the game. I think technically punching people unarmed with decent skills will do better than with a piece of wood. It's just plain bad. But that was like one challenge when they tried to do that. That didn't last long. It got to like the first time someone showed up with proper melee weapons, and they just fell over dead. Alright. And I do know for my chat, I do know I'm a little bit over my normal time, but I'm gonna go just a little bit longer. Not much though. Yeah, so it's definitely gonna be a slow burn run with the research. My hope right now, I think the strategy is gonna be to try Wanderer joins. Nope, you're a normal person, you're gone. I was going to check to see if they happen to show up as our xenotype, but yeah. Now do melee only geniuses? Genies? That's not gonna matter. This one we get, if we get to late game, the late game stuff, like, when we run into a proper mech raid, whether they show up and they have a whole bunch of scythers, which are glass cannons, so far as just being able to do a lot of melee damage, I'm gonna have to just run in and fight them at close and just hope we can knock them down first. That's gonna be brutal. Or if we get, like, again, the mech cluster is another one that has me worried. That very genuinely a mech cluster could be something that is just a terrifying thing to fight. Because most likely, I will be running at them with little to no cover while they get to spray shots at me, and I won't really have a way around it. If it's mostly turrets, I can use the smoke grenades. But if it's not mostly turrets, I could fire like 1 or 2 smoke grenades and then run in, but trying to take the time to just keep shooting smoke grenades like inching closer, I'm just gonna get peppered the whole way in and just worn out. So it's definitely gonna be like drop that one smoke to lead in, pop out from behind cover, and just rush. And just hope we can arrive on the target. It may even be a thing that as we get later in the game, just putting random like walls up here and there to just try and have it so wherever a siege raid or a mech cluster shows up, that I might be able to use a wall to like run around to get to them. So like have like this area here, have a random wall like there. You know, for this area down here, have like a random wall over here. You know, there, like that kind of thing. Just a bunch of random walls here and there to obstruct. I could also see drilling narrow tunnels through all these to give these being routes that I can avoid being shot at to run in at them. Like have it zigzag at the last step. It might honestly be worth my time to do that at some point. Right now, I just want everyone researching as hard as fast as possible to just try and get us some of the initial technology we need to be successful. You like setting up grid walls? Yeah, that's what I think we'll do. Is I'll probably put a grid over here. I'll probably put another area over there, like just a bunch of random walls here and there. I could even see like literally having a hallway that goes out this way, and then has like a room that opens up there, so you can run out of the room one way or the other. Maybe grid it over to this mountain and just carve a path through there. Just as much as possible. Give myself cover to run through. So that way, hopefully I only have to run short distances exposed to being shot at. Oh good! A shoot frenzy. That'll be useful for my not shooting people. Alright, Harry, you have a good one. Thank you for hanging out. Okay, with that though, I do think we are going to hit that point in the stream, because right now where we're at, I can only go a little while longer before you're all going to get stuck with an ad, so I'm going to go ahead and get ahead of that and be like, let's wrap up before that happens. Because we are at a pretty good stopping point as well, where there's no urgent crisis going on. I don't have like a siege raid or anything going on. And it is a little bit over my time, so that's fine. With all that said, thank you so much for everyone who popped in here and everything and all that. Don't go anywhere. We're going to go find someone to raid who's also probably playing RimWorld, if I can find someone playing RimWorld. If not, we'll find someone else. For those watching over on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe. The stream will be ending abruptly for all of you, because there is no such thing as raiding over there. And then for all of us over here on Twitch, I'm going to go to my ending stream screen and see who we can find for us to drop a raid on. But it has been an absolutely fantastic